Hello, hello, hello. All right, let's get ready to get started. All right. Shout out to Full Moon. The Village of El Portal Budget Workshop for 2025-2026 fiscal year is called to order at 6:42 p.m. We're going to have a moment of silent meditation followed by a pledge of allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Madam Clerk. May I please have a roll call, please?
Roll call. Mayor Nickerson.
Here.
Vice Mayor Martin.
Present.
Councilperson Erbaum.
Present.
Councilperson Lightfoot Ward is not in. Councilperson Winters.
Present.
Also present for the record, Janice Jacoby, Village Clerk, Christia Liu, Village Manager, Harry Tunnelful, CFO, and Joe Geller, City Attorney.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Do I have approval of the agenda?
Motion.
Motion by Councilperson Erbaum. Do I have a sec? Was that Councilperson Winters? Or Erbaum?
It was Winters.
Councilperson Winters, second.
I'll second.
Second by Councilperson Erbaum. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Here's a good and welfare. This is to talk about anything on the agenda. There's one thing on the agenda, but we're going to go page by page, you guys. So this is how we're going to do it when we get to the budget. When we get to the budget, every page you'll be able to speak. Okay, one time, 3 minutes. All right, page by page. Okay, so that's how we'll do it. All right, so everybody get a chance to speak multiple times, once per each page. Okay, all right. We're gonna have go to the agenda items, which is the budget. The CFO and the manager will be leading it. Here's your cover page. After your cover page, there's your table of contents. Go ahead. Go ahead. Say your name and address for the record. Name, address.
So, yes, my name is Greg Steer, 120 Northwest 86th Street. Just a general comment, about procedure, about this 3-minute rule. I don't know when they imposed that, but to me, it's a little unfair to the residents who come out on their own dime, their own time. They're not obligated to be here, much less get paid to be here, unlike staff and council, sort of. So I wanted, I mean, you asked for civic engagement, and then you imposed this kind of gag order on us. And I know the mayor's been good about allowing people to go past the allotted time, but I would like to see if we could, I would like to propose that we have a motion to increase it officially to 5 minutes, and also to allow residents who are here who don't speak to donate their time to any other speaker. It's kind of tough to dissect a $5.5 million budget in 3 minutes.
Okay,
And-
well, go ahead.
Yeah, and speaking of the budget, I just want to make sure that, is this it? I mean, it's 17 pages long. It's $5.5 million coming in and going out in 1 year. I just out of curiosity, I pulled up the proposed budget for Biscayne Park, because it's close neighbor, similar in size, 3,000 people, 900 homes. Their budget is 212 pages. Ours is 17. It used to be 70 back in the day, and then it was reduced to about 40. Now it's down to 17. The Biscayne Park budget has 10 columns. We have 4. It has prior year numbers. It has year-to-date numbers. It has projected end-of-the-year numbers. It's much more comprehensive and informative. And I'd like to propose a second motion that we adopt either their format or something similar to make these budgets more transparent and informative, useful. Understandable, thank you. Last but not least, I noticed something on the budget for Biscayne Park that I wanted to bring up that's not on the agenda, and that is that they have a clearly marked emergency reserve account of $2.7 million. What is our emergency reserve account and how much is in it? Because from what I could tell from the budget and the audit, we have a deficit, and maybe you could confirm that. But that brings me to my third proposal for a motion, which is that we commit this year, 2026, to allocating $1 million or at least 3 months operating expenses, whichever is higher, and put that in this budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, any other good and welfare before we get to the budget? All right. Good and welfare, any other general? You have to come up.
Hi, my name's Tamara Hendershot. I live at 105 Northeast 86th Street. All I wanted to do was reinforce what Greg said. It's really hard to understand, for me, and I don't think I'm alone, understand the budget. I don't understand certain things we're asking for that make no sense, and then I didn't understand there seems to be a request for new police cars, but nothing's explained. It's just put in. We're getting new police cars, and the old ones will be turned in, and it will subtract the money. Why do we need new police cars when they're only 3 or 4 years old? So there's nothing that's explained, but a lot of money is increasing. So that's my complaint. If we're changing things and increasing them and giving more salaries and getting new music, whatever, I think we need to be explained why and how. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Anyone else, general comments? Okay. Seeing none. We'll take it back to the budget. As far as the motions go, for motions like that, for example, for like the 3 minutes, that has been there and it was passed by resolution way before I got here. We have to pass those motions by resolution. All right, so we have to have that beforehand. Now, we could do that for the first budget hearing, but then it won't be in place for this particular budget, because if it passes for the first, like, the next meeting or whatever, the first budget hearing, then put it in place, the first budget hearing would already be over. So that's the only thing with like those motions. But we can do those and we can pass those, but then they won't take effect until pretty much after this budget season is over. That's the problem. Okay? But I mean, I let you guys go over anyway, so,
No, I know, but can I give up my 3 minutes so Greg can have 6, for an example?
that also has, that can also go in the same resolution with the thing extending it to 5 minutes, so. Yeah, I understand. So they've had that in place, or somebody passed a resolution for them to put that in place. And we can put a resolution to do that, but the resolution isn't written right now, and we would have to do the resolution and put it in place to be passed. And the earliest we could do that is the first budget hearing, but by that time, if the resolution passes that day, the first budget hearing is already taken place, is my point. So we can do all that, and we're not against that, but it just can't be done right now.
Mr. Mayor, can I chime in for a second?
Yes.
Also, I like to go back sometimes to the reason for the thing. So the 3-minute limit isn't in place to stop anybody from chiming in. It's just to make sure when we do have a very large number of folks that everyone does get a chance to chime in. I'm sure you can think of a situation where the first person on the mic says, there's no limit. I want to speak for an hour. By that time, kids are crying, your husband's home, you want to leave, you don't get a chance to say what you want to say. So it's just to make sure that everyone gets a chance to participate. In addition to that, I think also looking at historically what the practices are is helpful. The mayor usually lets everyone speak over the 3 minutes. We're a nice tight group. I believe that everyone will have their chance to opine on whatever it is that they would like to while we go through the budget. In addition to that, remember what the mayor said, you get to speak on each page. So on every page, if there's a question and you say, well, I want to know why are we switching out these vehicles or what this means, feel free to come up and ask those questions and provide yourself with the meat that you need as part to understand the budget. I think it's presented in this way, and I'll let Mr. Taubenfeld opine on the format, but it's presented this way because sometimes when you give someone a 200-page document, the other complaint might arise in that there might seem as though there's a desire to hide information or it's more difficult to find. So whatever specificity you need, I urge you to come up to that dais and speak on that. I know that we will be as generous as we can be. We're not trying to cut anyone off. The prohibition is in there just to make sure everyone has an opportunity to chime in because we do want to hear. And I wrote down, I forget the gentleman's name who spoke first, but I wrote down the question of why it is in the format that it's in, and I'm sure that our CFO will be able to give us some guidance on that once he's able to take a look at Biscayne Parks. So that's the end of my comments.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice Chair. We're good with good and welfare, you guys? Moving on to the budget? Okay. All right, moving on to the budget, you have the cover page. You have your table of contents there. You have the third page that shows the individuals, your elected officials, appointed officials, and department heads. Okay, let's go to the budget summary. The budget summary is a simple summary of the budget that we'll be going through page by page. Are there any questions about the summary? Come on up, say your name and address for the record.
Greg Steer, 120 Northwest 86th Street. So I see that you break out the general fund revenue in detail, but I don't see any breakout of the special revenue funds. You have almost $1 million in special revenue. It doesn't really say where it's coming from. In particular, there's a transfer of $352,000. I just don't know what that is. And on the flip side, on the expense side, it's pretty much the same thing. You have almost $1 million with very little context, very little explanation. There's something called transportation. You're spending $508,000. I'm assuming that is the roundabout, maybe. It doesn't say roundabout, it says transportation, but it's $500,000, and I don't see where that's explained anywhere in the budget. And I also assumed that we got some offsetting grants for the roundabout, that it wasn't all our $500,000. That's it.
Anyone else for the summary page? All right. We will go by every page in detail also. Okay.
I have a few comments, if I may.
No, of course. You guys are going to be.
So just testing. Can you hear me? First and foremost, what you see here is exactly what it's called, a budget summary. This is a notice of That's just part of the notice of advertisement that goes out to the public prior to the second budget hearing, and is exactly what it is, a budget summary. If you want to see the detail is made up in the following pages. As we go through it, I'm more than happy to discuss all the details. Specifically to the questions that were asked, the transfers of the $350,000 the gentleman is referring to, majority of that is the reserves that the village has from the CITT funds. And the other thing I just wanted to point out, I know there was a comment made about putting reserves, tucking away reserves for the current fiscal year. If you note on the bottom of the page, there is a line item there for reserves. Under the general fund, there's a $382,988 proposal of funds being allocated to the reserves. So to the gentleman's point, yes, the village is in a deficit. I think that's been discussed, the reserve fund is in a deficit. I think it's been discussed numerous times as a result, everybody knows why, as a result of Hurricane Irma. It's taken many years for the village to get to where we are today, but I'd like to say that where we are today is a lot better than where we were in 2017. And with the increase in the ad valorem, with the increase in the population, there's been also, as we get through it, we'll see, there's also been an increase in a lot of the state revenue sharing that the village receives. And with this increased funding and a tightening of the expenditures, we see that the goal here is to try to put as much money away as possible, at the same time making sure that the village can operate properly and function properly for the upcoming year. Thank you.
As far as the, okay. Just say your name and address for the record.
Edna Edelman, 301 Northeast 88th Street. So just to follow up, I understand that it's a summary and the details are behind it, but it would be easier for all of us to have clearer labels of what we're looking at. Transportation makes me wonder. I mean, do we have a train here or a car? I mean, transportation is kind of a nebulous term, so it would make more sense to actually label these appropriately. And if transportation is really the CITT money, let's just label it that way.
Anyone else for the summary page? Okay. It was, come on up, Mr.
Sorry, just a quick question, Mr. Taubenfeld, about the deficit. You said there is a deficit. Everybody knows about it. I don't know about it. What is the deficit? How much is it? And also, is it 545,000? Because I read that somewhere. So I was just curious to know exactly what the current deficit is. Thank you.
I don't have that exact number offhand, but I would refer you to the audit that was just presented last month that gives you the numbers as of the last fiscal year. I will say that this year we are tracking ahead of budget. We do anticipate a surplus for this year, so we do anticipate that number changing this coming year.
Okay, if you're referring to the audit that was just done in June of this year?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay, so the figure that I got from that audit, which by the way is mandated by the state, every municipality has to do an audit, independent, certified by CPA. We've only posted one audit, but you can go online and see all of them if you go to the Florida Department of Financial Services. In the most recent audit, it shows that we've been running a deficit every year since 2018, including this year, 2024, of $545,000. Now, it also has a public benefit trust figure of $842,000. I don't know what that is, but maybe you could explain that also. Thank you.
Sure.
Mr.
Those were the developer fees that the village received, a part of the Cavista deal. And that amount that you see there is the remaining funds at fiscal year end 2024.
All right. We good with the summary? You guys, all these questions questions which we're going through the details, they'll probably be answered for you. All right. Okay. All right. So the next page, you guys see there, notice proposed tax increase. Any questions about that page, you guys? Okay. Let's go to the next page, general fund revenue. This is revenue. Any questions about the revenue? This is the money coming in. Come on.
I guess I'm the only one that read the budget. So just a question about state grants. I see there were none adopted last year, but you did get 50,000 in state grants, but you're not anticipating any state grants because both those numbers are zeroed out. Question number one. Question number two is miscellaneous revenue, police. You're budgeting 100,000. Last year it was 56,000. I'm guessing those are traffic violations, speeding tickets. Don't know. That's my question. That's it.
Thank you very much.
In relation to the miscellaneous revenue police, the increase in that line item is due to a policy shift in the police department in relation to the off-duty program that the police department has. What you're referring to, the police, as far as the tickets, would be the judgment and fines line item, where we're budgeting 75,000. Again, that increase is due to the what's been going on here in the village over the last 12 months. Oh, and as far as state grants, it's all depend. It's all, you know, we apply. We don't necessarily we don't budget and expect them to happen. You know, we do apply year in and year out in the hopes to get them. If we get them, it's always an added bonus. We look at it as an added bonus. So we did receive one this year, and we do not listen. Again, we apply, we get it, great, but we don't include it in the annual budget.
My name is Daniel Rojas, 60 Northeast 86th Street. I just had a quick question. I don't know if it would show up here, but there's mention of funding provided by the whole Cavista project, but from what I can see, nothing of that revenue is mentioned here, or whether it offsets any other cost that it's going to bring to the village with regards to road maintenance, police, all those things. Is there any clarifications on that, please?
Sure, that's actually detailed later on in the budget under the Parks and Recs. Those funds are being utilized for green space here in the village. A lot of those funds are being used for the renovation here at the Tot Lot. It also includes the walking trail, the equipment that was used for the walking trail, and I believe landscaping and then also all the trees that the village is now planting and adding throughout the village.
I'd like to just add, sorry, we're limited with our mics. Those funds for that special fund from the Cavista is only to be utilized for green space. So it can't be used for now we did do a transfer so that any residuals may be able to be used for that, but we have to prioritize any green space, trees, any of those things that was earmarked for these funds only. So that's why it's in a separate fund that you'll see later in the budget details.
Any revenue page? About? We have a public works and a parks area, so yeah. Thank you, sis.
Mr. Mayor, can I?
Yes, of course.
And also, I know we've been doing this exchange of information, which I think is really great that you're getting to ask these questions and receive the information. I just want some confirmation from you that this is the information you wanted to receive, correct? Do you feel like I'm speaking to the gentleman in the maroon shirt. I'm so sorry I didn't catch your name. No, could you
needs to-
could you
if-
come to the because I find this useful.
Let's go
No.
to that one, Mr. Stipsy.
Yes.
When anybody's going to speak from the audience, please, you have to come forward, because if the camera doesn't catch you, then it's a problem for the minutes. Thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you so much. The question you had about the grants, and you were like, "Hey, are we not anticipating any?" And the manager's response that we just don't know if we're going to get any. Like, was that sufficient?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. What I do want to encourage you, if Mr. Taubenfeld is giving you information and you feel as though, because I think these answer a lot of questions, but if you feel as though that's not happening, also feel free to let us know, so that whatever specificity is lacking in the print, that you feel like we're augmenting or providing that in the exchange. And then another thing I want you to be assured of is that I will speak to the CFO. I'm sure we all will speak to the CFO to think of whether or not there is an opportunity to make it a bit, although it will be longer, make it a bit more specific in a way that is pleasing to the audience. Okay?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
I'm not sure this works. Go for it, Siona.
I hear it when you tap on it. I was livid.
Anyway, yeah, what I was suggesting was something similar to the Biscayne Park budget, which, like I said, is 212 pages versus our 17, and adds a lot more context and color. Again, I mean, I thought a workshop was going to be a little bit more like, back and forth Q&A, one-on-one, as opposed to just this formal council meeting setting where we, get 3 minutes, and it's kind of awkward. But
Okay.
thank you.
Well, I haven't turned the clock on one time yet.
Yeah, and we've been asking questions and answering. But also I've written down Village of Biscayne Park so that I can look at it as well and talk to the CFO about it. But that's the end of my comment.
Thank you. Anybody else for the revenue page?
I'm George Alvarez, 165 Northwest 88th Street. Quick question. I have a feeling that the answer is that it's going to be discussed in a subsequent page. Miscellaneous revenue, police. To what do they refer? Thank you.
The miscellaneous revenue line item, I guess, would be a catch-all be-all for any other line item that you don't see here. Miscellaneous revenue police, as mentioned before, that is the revenue the village receives for the off-duty police program that the village has with the police officers.
Can I give you a supplemental question on that? I think maybe the audience might benefit from examples of what miscellaneous revenue might be. Do you have an example you could share?
Yeah, sure. It could be something, a reimbursement from the insurance company for a car accident.
Perfect. Thank you.
Something. I'll look at the chief. Chief, would you mind expressing what the...
In an effort to better absorb and to better help both being considerable, considering the residents as far as expenditures and being able to obtain the equipment and the vehicles that we need, the officers donate hourly. If they work an off-duty job, they donate $5 hourly. That comes back to us, and that comes back to this fund in order to help pay any offsetting costs for fuel, maintenance, or and able to turn over the vehicle fleet. That way, initially, back when I got here, we were in dire straits with the fleet. This way, it keeps the cost out of the residents. It doesn't come from the residents. We're in a program where we lease cars, we turn them back in. Once, and for example, the 4 vehicles we're going to turn back in now, once that revenue comes in, that pays the down payment on those vehicles, and then we just go back to paying a monthly lease cost for another 4 years on those vehicles. That relieves a great burden on our budget, and it puts no burden on the residents as far as taxes or anything else.
Thank you.
Anyone
Questions? Does this work?
It sounds loud.
All right. I have a few questions here. I'm going to go through a little bit of the list. First one I want to speak about is code enforcement revenue. Last year, it was adopted that we would expect $90,000 in code enforcement revenue, and we only brought in $20,000 in code enforcement revenue. Now the budget projects $50,000 revenue, but with the recent departure of our code enforcement officer, this target is very unrealistic, and I assume we will actually decrease. So I'm wondering if we're able to correct this in the budget for the expected amount that will be coming in.
I guess I'll answer this, I guess, more broadly, and then I'll let the manager be more specific. When doing a budget, obviously, we're trying to forecast today what the picture is going to look like in the next 12 months. Obviously, if we all had the crystal ball and knew what was going to happen, we all would not be sitting here. So the way I tend to look at everything, both on the revenue side as well as on the expense side, is looking at everything more globally, right, in a totality, but also maintaining that positive, making sure that we're positive, right, that we're in a surplus situation. So I understand what you're saying, where there might be a drop possibly in code enforcement revenue. I'll counter that and say to you, planning and zoning could be, I'm being conservative at 35,000. That number could be closer to 45, 50,000, right? Depending on what comes through the door and what needs to be reviewed. So again, when looking at these numbers in totality, I like to look at them at totality. You may be off a little bit on one number, off on, one number higher on one, lower on the other. But I think, again, when we look at the numbers in total, we're in a very good spot. Again, and I look at this year, more importantly, where, again, every year we're getting better and better. We're finally caught up with our audits, which makes us to manage, the operation here a lot easier and makes it more manageable. So, again, I think just look at what totality.
Also, just to add, Councilperson Winters, we do have a code enforcement officer. His name is Stephen Alonzo. He started today, so we're happy to have him. He has some experience. He's coming from Palm Beach County, or I'm sorry, that area, but he's coming here to continue our code enforcement. So in terms of what the revenue was the year to date, there were a lot of cases we settled with our village attorney present and our special masters over this year. In the years prior, we made a little bit more because some things couldn't be settled, or some matters didn't get mitigation because of their details that we shouldn't get into at this point. But we are just budgeting something middle ground. So we thought 50,000 would be sufficient just to cover that portion. And we'll see what comes, because it may be higher, may be lower, but we thought that would be middle ground. Since we did get about 90,000 budgeted last year, half of that would have put us at 45. We rounded up.
Okay, I understand wanting to bring the totality of the whole budget together, but it is unrealistic. It is very likely they were not going to bring this 50,000 in, and then there will be a gap in the budget. We also can say that we have planning and zoning with plus Serbia, who's been about to change the code, or offer us to have us change the code, and some of these things that we've been actually going against in code enforcement against the neighbors here is going to go away, and if that happens, it's going to be less than we said before, even less than this year. So it's just over the double of what we did this year. I think it's just not realistic.
Again, I'm not the owner of these numbers. I'm open. This is a collaboration, best guess estimate of where we think the numbers are going to be. Open to whatever we want it to be. At the end of the, again, looking at the year to date is strong this year. Let's look at the numbers for this year to date, and the revenue. Okay, again, we're looking at a particular line item. You know, this is through 10 months, we're at $3,653,000. We're gonna exceed our numbers this year, you know, based on what was budgeted last year, and that's still being $70,000 short in the code, you know, with the coach. So again, I'm not opposed to, again, these aren't my numbers, I don't own them, this is a best guess. You know, based on these numbers, we're guesstimating a $382,000 surplus, which is all anticipated to go to the reserves. Any adjustment or modification to any of these numbers is really just gonna affect that line item. So again, I'm not opposed to making any changes. This is, you know, being here 4 or 5+ years, collaboration, best guess, trying to figure out where we think the direction of the village is going. But again, I don't own these numbers. I'm open to anything. I leave it to the village, I leave up to the commission to decide.
Let me add, would you be more comfortable if we just split it in half? Because if our year-to-date is
fine.
20.
25
We could say
sounds more
25.
realistic.
Okay,
Thank you.
that's fine.
I'd like to also bring up another one now. So with the off-duty police budget, I understand that before it was $115,000 expected, and we spent $3,800. So, I'm sorry, you brought in $3,800. We were expecting $115. I'm assuming that the $5,000 was decided because it's close to the $3,800. Was there a reason for that?
That is correct. Again, change in policy. Last year, the funds were coming to the village, and the village was then in turn paying the officers. There are some, I think there's one, I guess we'll call them a client, customer that pays the village directly. So yes, again, a placeholder to have something there for that revenue.
So the reason I ask is I do plan on doing more events for our village here with different things for all the residents here. And I want to make sure that I'm not undercutting it. Correct me if I'm wrong, like if I'm going to be using be spending money towards the off-duty police for some of my events, would that change this? Or is it coming out of a different budget? Does that am I saying that right?
I'm not sure how to answer. I think I need a little bit more information.
So this is the
I'm not sure what
expected
you're asking,
revenue,
to be honest with
correct?
you. Say again?
This is the expected revenue you're expecting to make, where'd it go?
This is, expected revenue that the officers that the village will be receiving from the officers for any off-duty, for the off-duty detail that they do. Specific to your event, I don't know. Again, this is just a number, sitting down with the manager and the police chief, looking at historicals, seeing what, and coming up with a number that we feel comfortable presenting.
I'm just asking, I wanted to know more. Thank you.
Just answer.
My next question, judgment and fines. The revenue spiked from 15,000 to 63,000. Was this mostly from the new traffic enforcement we've had on Second?
That is correct.
Okay. So this raises a little bit of concern. Are we prioritizing safety or relying on fines for revenue? They do a very amazing job. We have the best police force, I think, in Miami-Dade, if not Florida. I want to know, though, is this, I'll just let you go.
We conduct enforcement. The difference will be primarily is because we train every full-time officer as far as the laser.
Yep.
They're certified. Enforcement has always been part of the impact that we have. It helps immensely with crime. We also had a large group of residents that asked us to have a concerted effort as far as traffic. The main avenues are the biggest problems, and then the corridors between the morning and the afternoon traffic. There's 0 quotas, there's 0 requirements, but the officers go out there and that's their job, to conduct enforcement.
I
And
appreciate
that's a result is
that. 100%, 0 quotas, 0. I guess the main thing is we've now increased our revenue from all of the traffic stops now. Have you seen that with this increase, the traffic going down Northeast Second has actually slowed to a more reasonable, or is it still kind of the same amount from the beginning we started more aggressive traffic stops?
There are some months that are slower than others.
Okay.
However, I will tell you that it helps immensely with crime.
Okay,
It keeps crime way down.
great. Thank you.
I do have a couple comments. Because I think numbers don't lie. I routinely hear from the residents that, you know, the code enforcement efforts are just to kind of shore up the village's budget and kind of get rich on everyone else's dime. I think the numbers would show us that there is some effort to negotiate some of these things. Yes, we want these offenses to be brought into compliance, but we're not doing it in a draconian fashion that causes, I think, undue burden on the residents. And I can't say it in every case, but I think generally we can see by the numbers. I too support bringing that revenue number down to 25,000. I would prefer for that budget increase to be for the speeding violations, because I think that is tremendously impactful, and I have on my own witnessed cars who usually zoom past, they think twice because now, like other villages, they know that they are being surveilled, not necessarily surveilled, but there are cars there ready to enforce the speed limit. I think that is important. That is a revenue increase that I love to see. But as far as code enforcement, I do support coming up with really innovative ways to bring houses into compliance without necessarily charging or making the offender pay the full cost of whatever it is that is the amount for the code violation. So anything we can do, creative efforts to either figure out programs that might help frequent violators, programs that might help with certain types of offenses like grass or ruse and those things, I support that wholeheartedly. I think we want the village to look beautiful, but we definitely don't want to become an additional burden at a time where I think a lot of people's pockets are hurting. So those two things that I see, I absolutely love. I love the chief of police. Your department is doing an amazing job with enforcement. I see you guys all the time. I see you patrolling all the time, and I love to see this revenue increase. That's the end of my comment.
Anyone else for the revenue page?
I had a few other questions.
Oh, sorry. about that. Go ahead.
I try and get through them quick as I can. Sorry. Planning and zoning review. We had adopted for the budget 25,000, and then it shows year to date is 26,000, and the request is 35,000. Now, as I'm going to jump ahead into the actual planning and zoning with the Cordino Group, I'm just questioning that how, if we're bringing in $35,000 in planning and zoning, but somehow Cordino Group is getting paid $108,000, who's paying the extra $60,000 there? Is it basically the rest of El Portal paying for any person that wants to do a planning and zoning job? Is we're like allocating the money from other people? I mean, how is that working?
So Cordino Group does other work other than planning and zoning. The
Okay.
planning and zoning amount that you see here is monies that the village recoups for the services that they rendered for specific residents who require the planning and zoning review. I'm sorry, and to answer your other question, the differential, yes, is paid by the village.
Give me 1 second. Last one for this page is, actually, I have two of these, sorry. Last two. Interest earnings, projected rise from 5,000 to 30,000. Where are this interest coming from?
The interest for this year was due mainly from the interest earned for the CITT funds that were being held. And to note, I did make a reference here prior to the meeting that the numbers for 26 are too high. I'm going to make that recommendation to reduce that number myself to about 10,000.
So is there a standard percentage we're making on interest, or is it just in the market?
It was a one-time thing. CIT funds were being held for noncompliance, and those funds collected interest. Once the village became compliant and received those funds, they received the interest on those funds as well.
All right, so if the CIT funds are no longer being held, why are we requesting for a higher interest expectation in this?
As I
request?
noted before, I noted in review prior to the meeting that the $30,000 request is too high. After reviewing it, I'm going to make a recommendation to reduce that number as well,
Thank you.
to 10,000.
So you said 10,000. Right. Last one for this page for me. So licensing and permitting revenue. We have that the budget drops from 4,800 to 1,500 next year, despite that we have local growing businesses and business spaces and properties that are probably going to be developed over here. Do we feel that's still accurate with all the new businesses that are going to be coming to El Portal, or could we reassess this?
Sure, we can reassess it.
Thank you.
Anyone else for the revenue page?
I have just one question. This might be for the manager. So I see the line item for lien searches, right? But in the event that there's a lien settlement, where does that land in the general revenue page? If someone's, if we successfully settle a lien, where would that revenue land in the general revenue page?
Let me get back to you on that.
Right.
I have not seen one.
It's been a long
It's been a long time, so
Yeah.
before I
So
comment on
My
that,
question is, would it land in the code enforcement revenue item?
most likely it probably would, but before I confirm
Right.
that comment, I want to do my research and get back to you on that.
Right,
We
so-
haven't had any significant ones in quite a while, but
Right,
yes,
and
we'll
then-
get that information back to you, but
Yeah, so yeah. That creates a margin of like a plus or minus there.
Yeah.
That could, I mean, that could vary wildly depending on even just a single settlement.
we have a few of them out there.
Thank you very much, Councilperson Erbaum. Any other questions or comments for the revenue page?
My name is Velvet Connolly from 355 Northeast 87th Street. I just had a quick question about what is the difference between where it says franchise fees, electric, gas, solid waste, and then utility services, electricity, and there was another one on here. Oh, garbage, solid waste revenue. Just wasn't clear what those were exactly.
Sure, so one of them is a franchise fee, so, I'm sorry. Part of your utility bills include franchise fees and utility taxes. And the village receives a portion of those fees every single month. So electric being FPL, solid waste being the solid waste company that provides the services here for the village. I'm sorry, what was the other one?
It says gas. But then,
The garbage solid waste revenue?
Yeah, garbage.
I'm sorry, that's the non-ad valorem that the village pays for the solid waste.
well, because this is revenue though, right? This is not what the village.
Yeah, it's revenue to the village. The expense, the village receives the revenue, and then we in turn pay those funds back to the company that provides the service. If you go into the budget, further into the public works, you'll see a line item there that says solid waste, garbage/solid waste, $410,000. That's the fee that the village pays for the solid waste, yet the village only collects $383,000.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Augustine Ramos, 60 Northwest 91st Street. I actually came up to ask a question.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Augustine Ramos, 60 Northwest 91st Street. I actually came up to ask a question about the garbage thing as well. You just pointed out the expense is higher than what we take in. Is that normal? I don't know, so.
No, that's not normal. Normally, it should equalize, it should be equalized, but the village absorbs that expense.
Okay, but if there's a,
We're getting rid of the garbage. We're bringing a new contract, you guys. We're bringing an updated contract for the garbage services. And so that's going to be coming up really soon.
But also,
I'm sorry, I just want people, the garbage, yes, but these garbage services go up annually, but the decision has been made internally not to increase the rates to the residents. It's fully knowing the situation with the real estate and the ad valorem taxes that the residents are absorbing. The village did not want to impose another increase on the residents for the solid waste. So that's why you see the differential in income and revenue.
okay, but if it's not budgeted for, are we at risk for not getting it collected at some point, or?
Well, the budget, there's always a risk of not collecting it because somebody doesn't pay their taxes, you're not collecting it, right? So I will tell you that year to date, we've collected 375,000 of 383,000. So there is exposure. At a minimum, the differential is the exposure, but there is exposure for there to be, I guess not collecting the full revenue. On the flip side, I will say, if you look at the non-ad valorem revenue goes hand in hand with the ad valorem, right? The property taxes, if you're paying, usually pay in full. So the point that I wanted to make to you is we may be not collecting the full amount on the solid waste, but if you look at the ad valorem line item, the village, by law, can only forecast 95% of their revenue. But as you can see here, we've collected more than 95%, right? So we're at we budgeted $2,434,000. We collected $2,478,000. So there is a surplus on the ad valorem side, which helps offset the shortfall on the non-ad valorem side. If that makes sense.
Okay, but that's a bill that's, it's a bill that's gonna come and it's a service that's needed, so I'm just wondering why the budget is, I understand if people don't pay their taxes, that's one thing, but if we're budgeting less than what we know the bill to be, that's not a guess, that's a known fact that it will be short.
That's true. The additional, the shortfall would be then passed on to the residents. And the decision was made not to pass that shortfall on to the residents. That's the only way to make it up. It's a simple line item that goes on your tax bill, right, non-ad valorem, and that's where the village receives the revenue to pay for that service.
Agreed, but we're talking about a difference of less than $100,000 between the two on a top line of 4.6 million. So it seems like it's worth finding that to make sure we know we're gonna get our garbage collected and not have it accumulating.
Your garbage is getting collected, and the garbage service is not stopping. I mean, the village is gonna be paying for the service regardless of whether or not the funds get collected or not, right? Again, it's a budget, it's a forecast, we hope to collect it all, but if we don't collect it, we're still gonna continue to pay our bills, right? By law, we have to pay our bills, so.
Well, that's the genesis of the question, is making sure that
Absolutely.
happens.
Absolutely, 100%.
Okay. And then just a separate comment regarding the police revenue. I hope you take in more revenue for speeding tickets, and I can point you in the direction of places where I hope you take in more. Everybody was here a few weeks ago talking about the need to mitigate speed, stop signs, speed bumps. There's a whole conversation about that. So by all means, sir, keep going.
Sure it gets to me, that way I can address a specific.
Yep. No, but thank you for that. And again, please keep doing it.
Yeah. Chief, his issue is the 91st Street that we've been talking about. The west of North Miami Avenue we've been talking about. That's where it is.
Marilyn Brooks, 400 Northeast 90th Street, El Portal, Miami 33138. I am looking at a description here. It says street and pothole repair. Where and when was these done?
For the, yeah,
She
yeah.
jumped, that's more, I'm sorry, what the resident is referencing is on the expense side of the transportation. That's further down in the presentation.
Transportation fund revenue. Thirteen.
She's referring to page 13. We're only on page 3.
Oh, so,
We'll answer that when we get there, Ms. Brooks. We got you.
okay. And to follow up what the gentleman just spoke about, the speed, I think we need some speed bumps, and we need some police giving out some tickets on 90th Street. 90th Street is the busiest street in El Portal, because everybody goes on 90th Street to go to Publix. It's time we get some bumps on 90th Street. I also would like to suggest we need to get some tax dollars from Publix, because that's the busiest street. We need to be collecting some money from Publix to do our streets, because their wear and tear on it comes from them.
Thank you. Anyone else for revenue?
I have a question for the manager or the CFO, just rewinding a little bit to that solid waste conversation we were having, where you guys explained that the village had decided not to pass along those additional costs to residents. I just wanted to know, just for my edification, if there are other municipalities that do pass along those costs to their residents.
Yes, I mean, it's a strict one-to-one, right? It's a non-ad valorem special assessment that gets added to the property tax, then bill that each resident receives, and it's usually, it's a wash, it's a one-to-one wash. What we charge is usually what we pay, but not, yeah, so this is a one-off case.
Perfect. And what we've done in that scenario is to, instead of further burdening the residents, we've decided to go ahead and make sure that we keep the services flowing without any interruption to their pocketbook.
That is correct.
All right. Thank you so much.
Anyone else revenue? Okay. Moving on to the council page. Any questions or comments about the council page? Questions, comments about the council page?
Alexandra Baza, 120 Northwest 86th Street. I just wanted to recall the last conversation that we were having about the salary of the council members. So that has been postponed until the budget for the following year, correct? So is that why it's not reflected here?
That is correct.
Yeah, not only that, but it stayed the same, right? Because we rescinded the resolution.
Right.
So it stayed the same.
Oh, hello? All right. The discretionary, I would like to discuss possibly raising this. Instead of for myself, I was thinking maybe a pool, a little larger, so if we want to do events for our citizens and different types of things that need to be done, maybe we can pull from a pool for a little bit more than the 2,000, so we can have more, I guess, places where the citizens can learn more and hear more and know what's going on. Can I open that up for discussion and see what other council members think?
I have a comment. So I've never used any of my discretionary funds at all. I have had meetings, gotten donuts, all of those things, never got reimbursed. I think the one time that I used discretionary funds was to make you whole when you came onto the council. So I just want that stated. I want everybody to know that. And just kind of hold on to that piece of information. As it relates to your proposal, I do think that is something valid to discuss. We've heard in this room just a groundswell of people saying, hey, I want more events. I want to have opportunities to commune with my neighbors, all of those things. I think these things are valid. I don't think it probably belongs in our discretionary fund. I think prior to when I initially came onto the council, which was at the height of COVID, there was a public events budget. And I will take full ownership of the decision to scrap the public events budget, because at that point, my thinking was, we're not having any public events. We can use this money for something else. Now that we are not having events, I can recognize how we've grown and changed, and we do want these events. I think that there needs to be some funding of a public events budget that lies under the purview of the manager. And then we can come up with what is the process through which we determine what events we're going to fund and at what levels. We also need to look at strategic partnerships. I have one that is in the works. It's just a cutesy little thing. It's a local fitness studio that has agreed to give El Portal residents access at a discounted rate. It's just a neighbor series. Come out, work out with your neighbors, come out, do crochet with your neighbors, whatever. This thing doesn't have to cost a lot of money. I do think that there needs to be some funding for, wine and cheese and that type of bit. But I do think it should belong in a public events budget and not the discretionary funds or within the discretion of any particular council members. I think that should stay as is.
If I may add, we do have a line item under public affairs for promotional activities. So there is a line item there.
You know what? I was waiting until you got to that page.
Sorry.
I was following my instructions, but yes,
Sorry.
I have it written down. Thank you.
So, if I could, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
So I don't disagree with raising the discretionary in a nominal way. For example, in the past, typically what I've allocated my discretionary funds to are, typically it's a split between a project the mayor might have that he needs to kind of pool some funds, and so he'll solicit for pooling of discretionary funds, and then I try to reserve at least half of my funds each year to give to the Little River Conservancy, because at a minimum, they have a constant and consistent need for buying sensors that they use to measure all manner of aspects of the canal system here, right? So going all the way out into the Everglades. So Little River Conservancy has always been kind of the entity here locally that I've put my discretionary towards, and then usually there's some manner of special need that arises where where we use the other discretionary. So, to be perfectly honest, there's been years where I wish I had more to give to the Little River Conservancy because I had used half of it and whatnot. So, I mean, I would consider an increase of something like $500 or something to that effect, just because I know that it can be useful. I think half of my discretionary at least has already been used this year, so I'll see what I have left here in just a week or two to instruct the manager to release the remaining balance that I have, again, to the Little River Conservancy. So I know that, there are local entities, local organizations, and residents who are doing things that that benefit from this. In addition to that, there's specific types of, special needs that arise in the form of sometimes emergencies or just something that's unplanned for, where the money goes a long way.
Thank you very much. Do you guys want to make a motion to increase discretionary by 500? Or do you guys want to wait and revisit it again, keep it the same for now?
So my original idea was to make something that everyone could pull from, separate from our individual ones, but I do agree with Councilperson Erbaum that raising it a little bit would be very helpful. I would like more than 500 to work with us, but I would be very happy with 500 and take what I can get. So I'll make a motion to raise the discretionary fund for council seat is $500 per council member.
Anybody from the audience want to speak before we do the motion in a second?
While they're coming, I want to just complete the thought while they're coming up. I want to kind of echo Councilperson Martin's intuition that that the discretionary fund is not necessarily the place for increased activity budget and things like that. Let's not at any point forget that those of us sitting up here on the dais are elected officials. So I'm in my 4th term. So whether I like it, so during my 1st term, I like to consider myself not a politician, right? I still got to kind of not be a politician in my 1st term. As soon as I opted to take this seat a 2nd time, I lost the ability in life to say I'm not a politician. So that was a major sacrifice that I made because of my genuine suspicion of politicians, right? So I am now branded as a politician for the rest of my life, and I'll have to own that. But don't forget that many special events, and we've seen this in the past right here in El Portal, are technically used as campaigning events. So I would exercise caution in mixing something like an event budget with discretionary, where really, let's be very honest, if you see one of us at a public event, you're not going to be off base in considering that at least a little bit to be a campaign effort by that person. You would be disingenuous, I think, to paint it any other way.
Yes, say your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, I'm Denise White, 173 Northwest 88th Street, since I was 12 years old. First of all, thank you, Vice Mayor, for getting that membership. Yeah, because I need to get in shape. Thank you very much. Mr. Mayor said this was a budget workshop, right? And at a budget workshop, we going over the budget to see where we have expenditures that maybe we need to get rid of, right? And maybe move some money around in places that we do need to get rid of. She said she was waiting till we got to the page. That's what she said. I'm going to wait till I get to the page, because I have a whole bunch of questions. I got pages marked up. I'm all ready, right? But it's a budget workshop. Motions to put discretionary, and not that it's not needed. Like, we could talk about it, but right now, you're trying to get us to understand what happened on those papers. We trying to figure out whether we need to add this, subtract this, like the negotiations that you guys were having over what, that was a big estimate, that was a small estimate. How we get to the point where discretionary fund, we gonna make a motion? Wait, we go moving too fast. It's a workshop. And as far as I understand, Mr. Mayor, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's a couple workshops, right? It's not, this the only one? Is this the only one?
Yeah, and then we have the first budget hearing, and then there's a second budget hearing.
Okay, so we got a lot of budget things to do, right? Yeah. How we get to a motion about the discretion? We don't even know how much money we have. And was it me who, when Greg said, Mr. Greg, that was you who said that it was a deficit? There's a deficit. So we planning to put some money in some places and there's a deficit? Somebody catch me, my head's spinning, oh my God. This is a workshop. Let's get to working on the workshop part. And then after we figure out how we gonna fix it so it's not a deficit, we can pay for our garbage, maybe we could then do the other part where we say, hey, you know what? Looking at the cost of living, they need a little something extra, because when you look at everybody else compared, might be a reason to do that. Yeah, sure. But right now, oh, Mr. Geller, I love when you raise your hand. What you want?
I'm sorry, ma'am, but since you're not running the meeting, only the mayor.
No, I know. I was just, that's my comment. They say I get to comment on the thing. That's my comment. Mr. Mayor's in charge.
I'm not opposing your comment.
Yeah.
I
No.
have a comment to make about your comment.
Oh, okay. No, absolutely. But that's all I got to say. You know, I'm sorry. I know I talk too much, but there was a deficit. We got to try and figure that out first. And then we can figure out, and I know maybe it won't be fixed this year. Maybe it won't be fixed next year. I don't know. I don't know nothing about a budget. I just got all these numbers. I'm trying to figure it out like everybody else. But right now, we just got shook up about raises the other day. My boy put it off until the 27 year. Right now? Okay, that's just me. Okay.
Thank you very much. Ms. Francis. Say your name and address for the record, Ms. Francis.
I got it. Hi. My name is Francis Siegel. Oh. Mayor?
Yes, go ahead, Attorney Geller. 1 second.
Mayor, as to the previous comment, this is a workshop, and that's a correct comment. You certainly can, by consensus, as you did on one or two things, like the amount of money that you're going to get possibly, or that you're going to budget from code enforcement or something, you can suggest corrections, but the speaker was actually technically correct. You really can't have motions in the sense that you can't take any action because it's a workshop. So the comment was actually pretty well taken as to, moving to a vote. Every council member can express themselves, and certainly the manager and the CFO, if they hear, agreement on something, as I think they did on the point about how much revenue to expect from code enforcement, they can make adjustments. But it is technically true, since it's a workshop, you really can't take a vote on something. So I just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Thank you. If we can, let's have the residents speak, and then we can answer all of their questions once they're finished speaking, you guys. But the only reason, Attorney Geller, that we would do anything regarding a motion or anything like this, even though it's a workshop, whether it's a workshop or a town hall, is because, in my opinion, that allows the council and the residents to have a direction heading into the next budget meeting. Because if somebody says, I just want to raise this to this, and somebody else says, no, we're not going to raise that to that, we have to see where the numbers lie, because we have to see, are we going to raise it to that, or are we not going to raise it to that? So now when we get to the first budget hearing, is that number going to be plus 500, or is that number going to be the same it is now? So if we go through a vote, we go into the next budget meeting with concise direction. And that's the only reason why I feel like going through the voting process is the right thing to do when we come to an impasse. Okay. Ms. Siegel.
Hello. My name is Francis Siegel. I live at 214 Northwest 91st Street. I don't know if this is the proper time to bring this up, but we have a lot of community feral cats in El Portal. And I would like to put a budget line item to be able to trap these community feral cats in El Portal. They'll be fixed and vaccinated. Usually a cat trapper will charge $50 for transporting the cat and getting it fixed and vaccinating. And that's what I would like to propose as a line item, or somebody would like to donate some of their discretionary funds for this problem that we have in El Portal. Let's be the first city in the United States that all our cats are fixed and taken care of.
Awesome suggestion. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
George Alvarez, 165 Northwest 88th Street. Just as a incidental, I adopted one of El Portal's feral cats, or should I say, she adopted me, and I was a dog guy, and I love this cat so much. That's all I have to say about that matter. I'm going to echo Councilperson Urbaum's point. Regarding any discretionary fund, I respectfully disagree with the concept. I think it's borderless. There's no guardrails. We start to enter into the politicking. We enter into the election season, gray area usage. I also find it supercilious, considering that we've been running at a deficit for like $500,000 since Hurricane Irma. I think every little dollar needs to be looked at. And while I have no doubt that the creativity and the critical thinking, and I've heard some amazing questions from the dais tonight, and I really mean that, looking at some of these line items, as I have with the residents. But I think the kind of critical thinking that I've heard about some of these line items from the council people and some of the explanations that I've gotten, they've been great, and that's how we have to think about any future spending, even if it's only $2,500. So as far as the discussion goes, I think there needs to be utter transparency. There needs to be ethical guidelines when it comes to using our tax money for anything that veers into the gray area of administrative work or running, campaigning, or even if it looks like there's some kind of like, hey, we're rewarding the people who we like, whether, define that in any way. That can be avoided with transparency and guidelines. So if the discussion's going to continue about any discretionary fund, whether it's individual or pooled, I think the discussion should also include ethics guidelines. I just think that we have a lot other things to spend our money on right now. Thank you, Council. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much.
Mayor, can I just make one comment, please?
You want to do it now, or can you wait?
Yeah, I just want to make a slight correction to a statement that was made in regards to the deficit.
Go ahead.
The village since Hurricane Irma, the village has been in a surplus. The Hurricane Irma put the village into a deficit. So I want to make that distinction. Hurricane Irma put the village into a deficit in excess of $1 million. We're fighting and clawing our way back to get us to a positive situation. And I echo the residents as well. And I think this budget, as far as saving and trying to really look at where we put where the residents' monies goes, and I think that's represented in showing a $383,000 surplus. Again, it's going to the reserves. Just again, historically, looking at numbers, the year-over-year increase for ad valorem over the last couple of years has been roughly in the $300,000 range up until this year. This year, that number is somewhere in around 800. We'll look at it. It's $2 million, about a little under $800,000. A majority of that money, as you can see, is going. So the delta year over year, we're talking about an additional $500,000 that's going to the village, right? What this document shows you is that $383,000 of that roughly $500,000 of additional funding coming to the village is going to where it needs to go, to the reserves, to build the coffers to the village so that we can get back on stable grounds. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Oh, go. Oh. I didn't see you over there. Sorry.
Kathy Ramos, 60 Northwest 91st Street, just in support of not increasing any of the discretionary funds for the council folks. Again, yes, thankfully we are working in a surplus. We still have a bit of a deficit to recover from. We don't know when the next storm is going to happen. I think we still need to be very careful of where we increase any additional budget for line items like this. I do like I think it was Frances, her idea for a very small line item for the trap and release program. We're a bird sanctuary. These cats are killing our birds. Saw it myself. They killed some birds in my backyard. But I do want to make sure that we're very cognizant of where we do the increases. And right now, it's just maybe just not the time just yet to increase the discretionary fund.
Say your name.
Velvet Connolly, 355 Northeast 87th Street. As far as the discretionary fund, that to me sounds inappropriate for events. for that to be used for events, or if the council members are, or if that's what they have been using or expected to use, if they want to put on any kind of community event. As a resident, it feels, you know, like it shouldn't be like viewed as a nice to have for us to have like things going on in our community. It seems like that should be a specific line item. That's a quality of life issue. These are our tax dollars, and I think that should be a function of the council, something that, you know, they are expected to do as a part of their function on the council, is to plan community events, but they should also have the budget to do that. And I also think, because I've heard that a few times, this idea of council members funding activities out of their own pocket, and that being some level of expectation, that not only seems inappropriate, but I think that sets a dangerous, harmful precedent for future council members to be expected to do that. Because if this council is willing to do that, that's, you know, very nice of them to do that. But I don't think that that's good to set the precedent for council members to be expected to do that, because future council members may not be willing to do that. So it just seems like that's, you know, a system that should just be done away with, where we should look at the budget, see what we have available for them to be able to create events, give them the budget to do that, and not expect them to come out of their pocket for these things, because that just seems like an inappropriate, dangerous, fiscally irresponsible thing. And I did just want to clarify that the CFO did say that we are expected to have a surplus. Is that? That's right. Yeah, so I did just want to, because that sounded like it got confused, so I just wanted to acknowledge the work that you've done, obviously, the CFO, the city manager, the mayor, the council, to bring us from a deficit to a potential surplus.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Gigi Kropp, and I've been a resident of El Patel for over 20 years and a realtor. So I've had the pleasure of seeing our values go up.
Gigi, say your address for us for a second.
130 Northeast 88th Street. And I wanted to comment on the discretionary funds issue. I believe that a way to possibly make it more transparent would be to have an expense report, or maybe to give the council members like an expense account, and they have to, you know, note all the expenses that they have and make a report to give maybe to the mayor or to the senior accountant. That way we could see exactly what they're spending money on, and they can have it available. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Alexandra Baza, 120 Northwest 86th Street. I just wanted to double check. So yes, you're saying that there is going to be a surplus, but is that you're expecting to recoup money from FEMA? I'm getting confused.
No, so the FEMA's, we're done with FEMA. There's no more funding coming from FEMA. What I was referring to as far as a surplus is for the current fiscal year that we're in, right? The current fiscal year ends at the end of September, this current month, September. So the numbers that you see here are through July, right? So year-to-date through July, our revenues are ahead of our expenses, and we're expecting that to continue for the last 2 months of the year. So that's when I reference a surplus, I'm referring to the current fiscal year.
And what would be the main source of that surplus?
Additional revenue and control of the expenses. Believe it or not, we're managing this as best as we can and fighting tooth and nail to limit the expenses that the village incurs every single day.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I have a comment. I do want to pause on that. When you guys say fighting tooth and nail, and y'all, we were really in a rough position, right? And the manager, the CFO, everyone is dug in, and we have really been trying to make the decisions that get us here. So this didn't happen by accident. I think we have made really, really good decisions, and I think what the CFO is saying is that, hey, barring this event, that set us back, every year we have been running a surplus, right? Which is good news, right? We've talked about other ways that city administration, without being asked by the residents, has kind of bitten the bullet and said, hey, we will pay for the overage for solid waste to make sure that services are not interrupted and you guys don't have to pay additional money. I do think the conversation gets bogged down every single time we get to this portion of like discretionary funds and salary increases and all of these things. And I do want to just urge everyone on the dais to, just kind of let this die down. I think it is evident from everyone in the room that salary increases when it comes to the council line items. This is not something that is wanted, desirable. This gets everybody's antenna up. And I think what it also does is it loses, or it allows some of the really great work that is being done here to get lost in some of these conversations. No one on this, I don't believe anyone on this dais is funding community events through their own budget. No. When I came on, we got rid of a line item that was for events because there weren't any events happening because it was COVID. So there was no use for that. And we thought, hey, we can put this money somewhere else to work on building eventually that surplus and shoring up our coffers. And that was a sound decision at that time. Everyone has come back and said, hey, COVID is done. We want to get to know our neighbors. We want to have these great events. And we're taking that feedback. And it is not anybody's desire to either spend their own money to create these events. I don't think these events need to cost a tremendous amount of money. The conversation will come where we talk about whether or not we need to refund, or not refund, but place some funds into that public event line item in contemplation of these types of events. So I think we can move on to the next page knowing that we understand that public events should happen and it's something that you want to happen. There's a correct place for that line item to be, and that line item will be under the purview of the manager and not in control or from anyone on this dais. I think that's the right way to do it. I think that's the way we've done it in the past. I think it is the will of the folks up here to continue the conversation beyond anything revolving around council budget and funding. I think everybody should kind of get the idea. I'm getting the idea, and I think you guys continue to try to give everyone on the dais the idea that, people don't want to see anything moved here, and there's no need to move anything here in order to give them the events. There's another way to do it, and once we get to the events line item, we can talk about how to robustly fund it, what type of events we want to see. I think this conversation about the cats is such a good conversation. We have a dog that is on our street that is the sweetest dog, and we're trying to figure out someone who will take this dog. And through that process, it just has become so obvious to me that we need to figure out some solution in between that kind of helps these animals out. So I want to hear more about those ideas. I want to hear about more of the public events that you want to see. I think that we get the idea about this page. We should probably just look at it, but not propose any sort of increases for sure. That's my comment.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice Mayor. I'm with pretty much everybody here. The only thing I would say is that, and I've never complained about it, I never will, or I never turn in anything, but I funded events out of my pocket here.
Yes.
Many times since I've been mayor, particularly the large event or whatever. So, but it's all good.
I apologize for
No,
that
we're good.
oversight.
We're good. We're good.
I have not.
You're good.
Because
Thank
I was
you.
advocating for you, Mayor. 'Cause I was advocating for you.
Thank you, Francis. I appreciate it.
But, sorry, Velvet Connolly, 355 Northeast 87th Street. Just as a point of clarity from the last meeting, I wasn't here at the original meeting where you guys discussed the salary increase. I came at the second meeting. And what I heard at that meeting was not that that the issue was the salary increase itself. It's the role and responsibility of the council to in terms of understanding what is it exactly that you're doing that warrants you to be paid more. And I think that really speaks to that there is a desire to see a more active role of the council in doing things for the community. And I think that's what people I think that's where really the rubber is meeting the road. I don't think it was, even though that was the issue where it was like money, it sounded like that's what the point was being harped on. What I really heard was the undercurrent of that was what do we see that's happening that would warrant anybody to be paid more because we don't see activity, right? Or we're not clear what are the roles and responsibilities that you're saying you would then assume if you wanted to be paid more. Because I know as a resident, I'm open to the idea of you guys receiving greater compensation. I was very surprised to learn the numbers of what you're compensated, but I'm also very open to seeing a more active engagement of things being done that we all are saying, hey, there's things in our community that we don't even really know who's doing it, who's in charge, who can do it, if we need it to be done. And if the council is willing to take those roles on, then I don't think anybody has an objection to saying you need to be paid to spend your time and effort to do something. But I think that's the point that's not being connected, right? It's like just money is being talked about, and then we're still trying to figure out, well, what are we getting for that money, right? And so I just want to be clear, to me, that seemed to be the issue, and that's why I think it can't just be kind of swept under the rug, because I think really what's being communicated is people want to see more change in the community. We have a lot of people around, but we're not seeing that translated to the streets, right? And I think that's really the issue.
No, I completely get it. I just think that when you're talking about, I think what we're elected or put up here to do, we are supposed to be the legislative heads, right? I don't think that our jobs are to be event planners, right? I don't think that that should be something that we then hang our hat on and say, well, like, look at all the effort I'm putting into, like, this is what I deserve. The form of government that we have in El Portal is a council manager form of government. There are municipalities in Miami-Dade County that function under a different type of government, that contemplate a mayor who is involved in the day-to-day administration of city matters, of events, all of those things. Those mayors get paid comparable to a city manager because it contemplates this day-to-day involvement in driving up the mission. Our form of government is council manager. We are the legislative heads. We are the people that create that big picture idea of like, hey, this is what should happen. And then the manager, the clerk, and the attorney are the only employees that we are responsible for, and they are then responsible for coming together, figuring out what bits of that overarching view they're responsible for to move us towards that goal. There is nobody on this body that should be involved in the day-to-day administration. Then that would be, by essence of it, a violation of what it is that is our governing documents. So that would be counter to our charter. We should not be instructing village staff directly. That's the manager's job, right? There is supposed to be this healthy buffer. Now, whether or not the council manager form of government or the strong mayor form of government is desirable, that's a philosophical difference that you can engage in. But there is supposed to be that buffer. What we are supposed to say as a body is that, hey, all of the community members say they want really fun, jazzy things to do. We have a lot of new families moving in. We have a lot of preschoolers. We have a lot of folks that we see running through the streets. Let's get some programs started. And we should be able to give that general directive to city staff, right? Maybe we can say, we've met this really cool person that owns a gym and they're down to give us like a class at a discounted rate. We can make the connection and then they do the legwork to create the actual event. We are not supposed to be mini event planners. What we are supposed to be are legislative heads of this here municipality. So when I hear the conversation go towards like, hey, I want to do this, and then I'll be able to do this, to me, it is directly contrary to what it is that is the spirit of the thing. We would have to then change the charter, and there's a process to do that. But that is the totality of why I think this conversation is something that slows us down, because I think by the nature of what it is that we are and by the governing documents that creates us, this is not necessarily what is contemplated.
Come on, back up, Mr. Clark. Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor.
I'm back. 130 Northeast 88th Street. As I indicated before, I've been around El Patel for quite a while, and I've seen different events take place, and I've also seen, a mayor's group that handled many different things, and we can form different committees. So why not form an entertainment committee with the residents? And they can try to organize different events, and try also to get funding, which we've done in the past, from some of the commercial entities that we have, such as Publix or the Chevrolet dealership, or some of our other commercial entities.
I think that's a great idea. I love that idea.
Because I used to be on the fundraising committee of the Women's Club, and I would go around to different places and get people to donate money so that we could have events.
I love it. We'll write your name down.
Thank you very much, Ms. Crow.
Alexandra Baza, 120 Northwest 86th Street. I just wanted to propose that we move on. There's like really large items in the budget that we are not talking to. It's like already 8 p.m. and we're like in the second page.
Yeah, we're moving on. We just want to make sure everyone gets a chance to feel heard.
Yeah, no, I know, but.
Yeah, it's a process. Thank you so much for hanging in there with us.
Thank you very much, Ms. Baza. Anyone else for the council? Okay, so we're coming back here. So we had a motion. I don't know if we had a second. Do we have a second?
Can I ask a quick question?
Go ahead.
So, on everything I've discussed so far, we were able to discuss it back and forth between the accountant and the manager, and we're able to move numbers around. It was in my understanding that I could not request or ask for a change to that item without doing a motion. Is that correct?
No, I don't think, no. That's, a motion's not required. We can just achieve discussion and consensus. And basically what we're doing is issuing a recommendation to the manager and the CFO, and at the next budget hearing, we'll see which of our recommendations they put in the budget. That's
So
basically
they're
what
allowed to
we're
change?
Yep.
You could just suggest that as a consensus to the administration to bring it back in a way that's what you want to see for the first budget hearing. But you don't need, you really shouldn't have a motion, just a workshop, if you don't need one. If that's where the consensus of council is, you can simply suggest to the administration that that's what they do.
But we have to get the consensus of the council.
You can just hear from the members. If there's no objection and somebody says, yes, do it, and nobody's opposed to it, I'm sure that both the CFO and the manager are gonna get that message. But technically, since it's a workshop, there shouldn't be voting.
I understand. My only point is, and for every other workshop we've done, if we come to an impasse, we do take a vote. My only point is, in order for us to move forward clearly, we have to have clear direction, and the easiest way to obtain clear direction is to have a vote. And therefore, we'll see what the council feels as far as the majority of the council, what direction they want to move in. Now, I can, I guess, easily take a poll. I guess, we don't have to take a motion if you say we shouldn't take a motion. Does everybody feel like we should add 500 to the line item?
Actually, no, I mean, yeah, I think with this line item, we're better served talking, as the resident said, about other line items with more impact.
Yeah, I think so, no.
Vice Mayor Martin, you would say no?
Yeah, for sure. I think we can move.
Okay. And Councilperson Winters, you would still say yes?
Yes.
All right, I think we're gonna move forward, you guys. There was the vote. It was the same thing. All right, you guys. Moving on, this is Administration and Finance. Questions, comments?
Denise White, 173 Northwest 88th Street. Good evening. First of all, I'd like to know, Mr. Mayor, can I bring snacks next meeting? Because
Yes, absolutely.
these meetings be long and I be hungry. Right, okay, all right. So, first of all, where do the monies for the salaries come from? That's my first question.
They come from the tax dollars.
The tax dollars for these salaries right here on this little paper right here. Okay, that's not. Number two, executive salary, regular salaries. Who's regular salaries?
I believe that's the administrative assistant.
No, he's an office administrator who functions as a office manager. He's not an like my administrative assistant or anything. but
He's just the office manager for your office.
For the administrative offices.
The administrative office. Okay. Okay, cool. All right. Then, what's the difference between holiday pay and vacation pay? If I'm on a holiday, then what's the difference between holiday pay and vacation pay?
Holiday pay would be specific to, I believe it's the 12 federal holidays that the village is closed. So all salaried employees get paid for the holiday. The request was made last year at the budget workshop. I'm sorry, I believe it was the first budget hearing last year. It was suggested that we break out the expense for 24, and that for the for 25, and that for the current budget that we're presenting now, we also include a budgeted line item for that as well.
Okay. And okay, I'm gonna leave that alone. They told me to be good. I'm gonna be good. All right. And the employee retirement fund. What percent of the salary is the employee retirement fund?
So the retirement fund is state-sponsored. The village is part of the state-sponsored FRS program. Those rates are set by the state.
Oh, by the state.
And it's dependent on the classification of the individual. The executives, the manager, the clerk pay one rate. The council pays a different rate. The administrative clerk pays a different rate. The officers everybody pays a different rate. It's all dependent on classification.
Okay. And then the lobbyists, I thought we didn't have a lobbyist anymore. I thought we still have a lobbyist?
No, we don't. We canceled that this year. The expense that you see there is the month of October, which is the expense from October. So there's no expense incurred, no further expense expected to be incurred for the lobbyist.
For some reason, I thought that the lobbyist, we no longer needed him. Sorry, I'm sorry. We no longer needed him from 2023. Is that not, no?
No, we didn't. We no longer have the lobbyists as of October of 2024. They were still working projects for us, and so there was something we were requesting that we eventually didn't receive, but they did incur some expense from us in October of last year. So that's why this amount made it into this budget.
Okay.
But moving forward, you won't see that unless we
Anymore.
decide to get a lobbyist, but I don't see that happening for right now.
And I have a question, but I don't know the lobbyist and the grant writer, right? Who got us more money? I mean, we had who got us more money? Do we know who got us more money?
Well, I mean, I could get us a lot of money or the money we've gotten from, us applying for grants and what have you. We do have a grant writer. His name is Robert Ruano. He works for Ecostrata, and they manage the grants for us. But I do I'm our
You're the
stand-in
lobbyist
lobbyist.
now?
Yeah.
Oh, you're the lobbyist.
But as your village manager.
Okay.
But we were able to receive $187,000 this year for the improvement of the police station.
Mhm.
That's separate from other funds that we've gotten, so another project, but that won't be, when that comes available after we go through a lot of different hoops, that you would see that
Okay.
probably in the next fiscal year.
Okay. And then the postage and the postage machine, what's the difference between those? Postage and postage machine, what?
One is for the lease of the machine, and the other one is the actual postage
Okay,
that
okay.
the village
okay,
uses.
Okay, thank you very much, thank you very much. And then, okay, so I looked at, the amount for the executive salary and questioned the amount for a place that has a deficit, and he's so small, he's like a little rectangle, right? But then I did research. I was a good girl. I did research, and the New Times had that article where they broke everybody's information down, right? And then I realized that really that amount is kind of on the lower spectrum as far as South Florida is concerned, and you know the amounts that we pay for what have you. But as I also did my research, I saw that there were some places that didn't have a city manager, it just had a mayor, or places where the mayor got paid more, but most of the time, the city manager was paid more. Like the most was $417,000. I thought I wanted to be president to make money like that. I need to be a city manager, mayor, right, okay, right. So I looked at that, but then I realized that it's the lower spectrum, right? Now, so with that amount, and I don't understand, the holiday pay would be paid to her as well? And wouldn't that make the amount not 142, but 162? That's my question, right?
So to answer your question, the holiday pay would be added, is the number that you should be added to the executive salary. Actually, I'm sorry.
Do the amount, right?
Sorry, I
Okay.
stand corrected. The holiday pay and the vacation pay listed here for the department is both for the executive salaries as well as the regular salaries.
Oh, it's for everybody's
It's for
salary.
everybody in the department.
Okay,
The
okay.
vacation pay is included in the annual salary of the employee, meaning, right, you get paid a biweekly paycheck, you're getting paid for 2 weeks, happens to be, 2 weeks, you're getting paid straight time, it's going to show up on the executive salary line. Comes a week where there's a holiday, the executives, the individual is still getting paid for the same 2 weeks. We're allocating 1 day, 9 days to the line item, the executive or the regular salary line item, and then the 1 day is going to the holiday pay.
Okay.
Hold on, I'm not done. I'm sorry.
Okay.
As it relates to the vacation pay, that is a number that would be added to the totality. That is an assumption, a line item, again, being proactive. We're putting a line item into the budget, an expense. It's for vacation that the person would take if they go away.
Okay, because when you separate it like that, it looks like, somebody getting $10,000. I was like, that's crazy. Because, I'm worried about the deficit. And I know you said we're going to get it all together, we're going to pull it together, but we've been pulling it together for a little while. I do know that, because when I asked somebody about that number, he was like, no, that's what she's supposed to get. She worked hard. And I said, yeah, because that seems to be a lot with the deficit. And he was like, no, supposed to get that because she worked hard. So, okay. And the fact that that's not all, I'm sorry, I apologize. I thought she was banking more than she was banking. I apologize. So, yes. And seeing that she's on the lower spectrum, that makes sense. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I think that's all my questions. I'm so sorry. Please, thank you
very much.
Thank you.
And Mayor, if I could,
Yes.
just real quick. So the holiday pay and vacation pay being separated out is actually a result of last year's budget workshop, where people were adamant to understand on a separate line item how much had been expended on, I want to say, vacation pay specifically. And so I believe the CFO warned us at the time that yes, he could do that, but it might be, in the end, more confusing. So I just want to clarify that having the holiday pay and vacation pay separated out on separate line items was effectively demanded of the CFO and manager at last year's budget workshop. And so I will say, to the CFO's credit, he imagined it going just about exactly as it just did, and he said as much last year as well. So with the vacation pay sitting at $1,026 for the previous fiscal year, I think we are at least accomplished what the residents wanted to see, which was that we're not expending outrageous amounts of money towards employees' vacations. So.
Does the vacation pay roll over, or is it end at the year?
Vacation, every pay period, each employee accrues a number of hours to their vacation and sick pay. It does get rolled over year over year, so if you don't lose it, it does get rolled over. There is a cap on how much you can carry. I don't have that number off the top of my head, but there is a cap as far as how much an employee can have. Oh, I'm sorry, a cap as what the village will pay, right? So if the employee decides not to use it, they're only still going to get paid whatever that cap is. And I've been told it also depends, it's employee specific as well.
Augustine Ramos, 60 Northwest 91st Street. General question about the bank that I suppose we keep our funds in and the bank service fees. Do we have some kind of assessment of the banks and compare their fees to others? Is it Wells Fargo? I ask only because of the Wells Fargo postage machine.
We're tied to the bank. The bank is Synovus, who's carrying the loan for the village. So we're not really able to go outside until, I guess, at the very least, until that's paid off.
Is it a condition of the loan to maintain the?
Yes.
Okay, I work at a bank. I'm not going to plug that bank. I don't like it. I just work there. So I'm not going that route, and I want to be very clear. But banks do tend to compete for business of different kinds, and it just might be worth, especially with them going through a merger now, where they're not going to be the surviving entity. It's going to be Pinnacle, based out of Memphis. It may not be the wrong time to, one, leverage the change. That's something that clients do all the time, is sort of threaten to leave. Just thought there. And then I don't know the woman's name in the blue dress who's a realtor, suggesting fundraising and whatnot, but and again, not my bank, please don't. But banks do sponsor things. They can put on events, helps them with their CRA requirements. So just a thought there, kill two birds with one stone, get them to compete, and also maybe have them put on events with swag, and in exchange they obviously get to meet people and possibly bank them, but we get free stuff in the process and not have to use village funds. That's all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thomas.
Greg Steer, 120 Northwest 86th Street. Just a couple questions. I see the grant writer is getting a raise of 20%, and yet you don't anticipate him having any success because you have no revenue on the front page. Is there any way to find out what kind of grants the grant writer is getting every year?
The grant writer is a consultant that refers me grants that come across his desk. He's in systems and gets grants for other municipalities as well. If he finds something that we qualify for, then he goes through the process of the application. The application process is quite tedious. Many times we have to then employ the engineers to come in. So he's still working for us whether we get the grant or not. Sometimes we don't see those funds until the next year. So over the course of a year, he will come with various grants and see if those are items that we qualify for. If we can do them, most of them are for matching funds. So that's another characteristic of these grants that we also have to consider. So we are paying him to also manage and maintain the existing grants. And right now, we're working on vulnerability assessment grant. He's doing the administration on that one.
So he's not she's not an employee, he's just a consultant?
No, he's a consultant.
Okay, but is there anywhere in the website where you can actually see what grants he or she has gotten over the past year?
No, I
No?
could just tell you, but I can't tell you at this moment. I can
You
give you
don't?
some information.
I
Yeah,
got
can
you.
give that to you. though.
Okay, thank
Okay?
you.
You're welcome.
Other question is lobbyist. I'm wondering why you would eliminate a lobbyist. That's the one person, professional, whose sole job it is to advocate for the village at the state level. Why would, we're spending all this money, every department practically is getting a 15-20% increase, and yet we're cutting the one position where the person's in a position rather to help us. Why would we eliminate a lobbyist?
Because there was no production of any funding since, it's been a number of years. The last time the lobbyist was able to get us some funding was the roundabout that's going in now, and that was for over 4 years
So it was a
ago.
bad lobbyist, but not necessarily a bad idea to have a
No,
lobbyist?
absolutely not, right. We will reconsider it. We just haven't done another RFP at present, so during the fiscal year that is ending now, I just sent, with the team, we sent our appropriation request in, as we always do, and we worked it ourselves.
Yeah.
But no, I'm not suggesting we forever do that. We would like to get
I would
employ a
definitely
lobbyist in the
think
future.
that that's something the council should consider putting back in the budget. I think that's
If I-
money well spent, even
I'd
though
like to
we
comment
weren't successful in the past.
Yeah, if,
Well, we would like that, but also, again, going towards some cost savings and kind of cutting where things weren't working. We thought that was a savings for that time.
Ooh, yeah.
Again, in the future, that would be something we need to do. But also something I want to bring up. Once we get these fundings, these funds, these grants, someone has to work them. I have no administrative staff, so I spend a lot of time on this. These consultants are just asking me the questions and submitting through portals, but I'm the one that's actually working this, and this is very hard work.
Gotcha.
So grants take a lot of money to manage, a lot of staff effort and resources.
Okay.
So we are looking at those things as well. We would definitely need to expand administrative work, administrative staff.
Okay, so that leads me to my other question about the office manager. So that is under regular salaries. That is one person. That's a full-time position? Okay. The other question I had was about the IT figure, $45,000 for IT. This is not a big enterprise. It's basically you and the village clerk and occasionally the mayor. We have meetings once a month, twice a month. Why are we spending $50,000 on IT?
We also have a police department. All of our departments run on IT. We have a building department, that's all IT related as well. We need the infrastructure to manage and maintain that, and we have that. We have a cloud-based service, and they are a consultant that provide the service.
Got it.
They also do our cybersecurity.
You mentioned EcoStrata. Who is that?
Robert Ruano,
And what does he do?
he's our grant writer.
He's the grant writer,
The
okay.
grant consultant.
The only other thing I wanted to say was, I'm looking at, the budget request of $700,000. You've only spent $565. I know we don't want to be accused of padding the budget, but you're $140,000 over where you say you're going to be next year. So it seems like there's a little fluff in there. The difference
Where would the
between what you're asking for, $705,000, what you've spent year to date is $565.
He's looking just.
It's $140,000.
Right, so.
Talking the
Wait,
bottom
right,
line.
right.
but 117.
The 564,000 is a 10-month figure.
Yeah, no, I understand that.
Right, so I'm not sure I understand. So if you want to just prorate it, you're looking at roughly a $665,000 number for a 12-month.
Yeah, it's year to date, through the end of July.
Right.
Right. So you're still $140,000 ahead. You anticipate spending $140,000 in the next?
No, I've been saying since
Oh.
the beginning that I'm anticipating a surplus from every department, both
Okay.
administrative finance as well as others.
Got it.
And then, if I could, Mr. Mayor, just super quick. Mr. Steer, I just want to offer, Mr. Steer, I just want to offer a little more background on the lobbyist decision. So the lobbyists actually got some successes for us. It's just that 3 years in a row, those were vetoed as line item vetoes by Governor DeSantis. Because a lot of the grants that or a lot of what we're asking our lobbyists to accomplish for us, for example, help with septic to sewer primarily, right? Help with budget for our infrastructure, for stormwater mitigation. We have the plans, we have the engineering, we even got the outflow. We just need the money. And so, quite frankly, many of the things that we need a lobbyist to get us money for fall under what's now considered like banned words. So, for example, like environment shows up in the type of applications we're applying for. So, because we were, look, the governor's been taking home rule away from everyone in Florida bit by bit for years. And so, because we've lost home rule essentially on these items that lobbyists have successfully gotten into the budget for us, and then we are at the mercy of Governor DeSantis, who's now consistently vetoed our projects out of the budget as a line item veto. That's where we reached the conclusion that we're throwing good money after bad, because we had faith in our lobbyists. They were getting things done for us, but then the end result was nil. So just a little extra background.
Can I just ask one question on top of that, Madam Manager, just so I can correctly put this thing in my mind? In the past 3 years, were there ever any years where we paid more for having the lobbyists than we received in like monetary benefit from their efforts? So did they give us more than the $90,000, get us more than the $90,000 we were spending to retain them?
Well,
Are you
again,
able to quantify
last
that?
time we received funding was through the roundabout, and that was $300,000.
Okay.
So again, that was 4
So
years ago.
routinely, we were expending this and not really getting any
Right,
sort of
we weren't getting a
benefit.
result back. And so
And-
we put it on pause, yeah.
Okay, and comparably for the grant writer, I forget the figure, but if you would say, like in the past 3 years, through his efforts, have we been able to procure more money for the village than we expend in retaining the grant writer?
Absolutely.
Okay.
That's our tree grant. We're planning those now. Those, I mean, a lot of these are matching. Most of them are matching, but yes, he is definitely earning his keep.
Okay.
In that respect.
I think that's a good way to think about it. As it relates to the lobbyist, I too want to see a lobbyist that is effective. It's not only about getting yourself in the door, it's getting all the way to the end to actually receive those funds. So it takes a while to find the right lobbyist, so I agree with the decision to not continue to throw money in that direction. Thank you.
And I want to just add too, you know, our legislators change every few years. And so what worked maybe a few years ago isn't working right now. So again, we needed to step back, assess what's happening in Tallahassee, and we would definitely put out another RFP for lobbyist services.
Good point.
George Alvarez, 165 Northwest 88th Street. A couple questions. The first one, actually the first two were literally asked by the vice mayor. So we got an answer. I would just kind of like to say that from an outsider's perspective, a grant writer's increased fee of $5,000 does seem a little bit excessive to me based on what I'm hearing. I may be wrong. I'm eager to hear if so. But otherwise, what the vice mayor and councilperson Urban said is given me some answers and some context. Second quick question. For bank service fees, are we by any chance charged more based on what our balance is on any given month? In other words, is there kind of like premium levels? Does anybody, Do you know what I'm saying? Like, based on what we're carrying, do we get a better deal, or are we dinged less?
I understand what you're asking. Full disclosure, I don't have the definitive answer. I would like to think that the fees are probably based on average collected balance, so it will fluctuate month to month based on how much money's in the accounts.
Is there a way, and would it be in your purview, Madam Manager or Mr. Taubenfeld, to chase that a little bit, or is that just like that'd be like chasing the market or something? To chase better rates.
Well, listen, I'll go with whatever direction the manager and the council suggest. Tell me to go. But I'm believe, and I'm almost certain, that we're tied to Synovus. As long as we have the loan, we're tied to Synovus. I could dig deeper and see what those fees are, but again, we're tied to Synovus.
Mr. Forjo.
Matthias Kohl, 104 Northeast 86th Street. I would just like to have a clarification from our attorney. This line item here, it says legal retainer every year. We had a legal retainer, according to this, last year 80,000, this year 90-something thousand. My understanding of a legal retainer is we are retaining you, you get paid a retainer. Why is that renewing every year?
The simple answer is because we render services every year.
But shouldn't that be a fee then and not a retainer?
You could use either term, sir.
It's
for
just
our purposes, they're basically interchangeable. We were brought back, having been counsel for the village before, we were brought back, I believe it was November of, of 20.
Not questioning that. My question was really retaining, like the retainer, because my understanding is I pay a retainer if I retain somebody.
The terms are basically interchangeable. We've been paid $8,000 a month for the last 5 years. It's still $8,000 a month. We haven't gotten any kind of a raise.
No.
But that is a monthly flat fee for however many hours of service we need to render, including sitting here what I think will be quite late tonight.
So, like I said, my experience was a little different. If I pay a retainer, that is a one-time thing, and then
You could call it a monthly fee if you prefer
Okay.
that term. It's the
so
same.
that is basically.
Yes, sir. It's $8,000 a month.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
I forgot to ask this before. George Alvarez, 165 Northwest 88th Street. How long have we had our IT team?
I know it predates my arrival here in 2017. I'd want to say it's since 2016, but I'll have to look at the contract.
If we've been with them as that long, and I'd love to get that answer whenever it is that you know that answer for sure. Are our needs such that they are very active in what we need them to do? I guess another way of putting this, and this will be a little glib, are they just kind of running on autopilot at this point and sending,
No.
like they don't have to come here, they can just be on the cloud? So if you could give some clarity to that, and just
Yeah. I can
to
give-
the end of, is there a way to get them to decrease their fee because of that? And if I'm incorrect, then obviously the second question is
I don't know if we
obvious.
can get them to decrease. I'm surprised they haven't increased it, but I'm not going to look a gift horse in the mouth. We use IT every day. It's for everything. We are a administrative staff of 5, but we have contractors who also work with us. And, everything we do, we have to rely on technology. So we're trying to make things as easy and streamlined as possible for the end user, which is the resident. But You know, we utilize IT for almost everything here. So they're not here on site very often, but, you know, they have to come every time we get a new employee or every time there's some issue with the power outage, power being out. We have them come down there in, I think, Boca Raton, or, you know, somewhere a little bit north of here. But I've also considered doing a request for proposal just to see what else is out there. So that, but also no, without administrative staff. I just did the solid waste RFP, so that could be something I look into this year. I don't know that it'll be less, but maybe it will be. I don't know, but we'll have to look into it. We also use other softwares like BSNA for our building department, GovPilot, for
Right.
code enforcement, so we need all of those things. We got FDLE.
To certify them to FDLE, which is a long process.
That's true, too. I'm sorry, the chief just brought up something, too. We have to certify, you know, our IT through FDLE as well, because they have to, you know, again, cybersecurity, other
Clearance.
yeah, clearances that are required. We have to follow those protocols, too. So we utilize IT. Yeah.
All right, unsolicited testimony from the lady in the second.
Thank you very much.
Alexandra Baza, 120 Northwest 86th Street. A comment about what Mr. Councilor Orban said. I guess if environmental is not a good word to use, like a good lobbyist would find different ways, and flood, is something that can definitely, call anybody's attention. So it's like finding a better lobbyist could be something that we could all use, I think. Another thing that I wanted to request, as someone that doesn't have any background in accounting, I noticed that like the variances in more than one place percentage are not accurate. So for instance, this holiday paid, the vacation paid is shown as 100%, and it's actually like 874%. And that happens in several points, So just for clarity, I think.
Sure.
I
think you're not reading the variance column correctly. The variance is FY '25 budget compared to FY '26 request. So it's the increase in '26 over the '25 budget. So the reason why it's showing 100% for holiday pay and vacation pay, because we budgeted 0 in fiscal 2025. We're budgeting 10,000 in '26. So it's going up 100%. Well, it's really not divisible, but I put it at 100% because it went from 0 to something.
Right, but if it's, like first, it's easier to read when you say it, because it's not 100, it's 800.
It's not 800. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's not the real answer is that it's not divisible. You can't divide a number into 0.
I mean, that is one point out of a few that I found. That's my comment.
Okay, thank you.
Velvet Connolly, 355 Northeast 87th Street. I have a couple questions. So one, what is other current charges?
Miscellaneous charges, minor expenses that don't fall into the individual line items, birthday cards for the staff, holiday decorations, maybe holiday party, items like that.
Oh, okay. So is that like a type of discretionary fund?
No, I wouldn't call it a discretionary fund.
Okay. And then my second question was for the website and maintenance. Because that just seems high for the website every year.
Okay, I don't think that's high, but okay. This is our webmaster, and she maintains our website. Why do you think it's high?
I mean, well, unless you guys have functionality on the website that I haven't experienced, but there's like when I go on the website, it seems like a basic WordPress site. And so for a website that's not having a lot of technical function, I mean, I'm, in my business,
you know, I definitely know that websites can get very expensive, but that's based on what the function of the website is, right? But when it's just like a, you know, kind of more like a text-based informational style site, those are not usually very expensive to maintain. It's usually hosting, right, is like the maintenance on it. And then if you're needing somebody to update or things like that. So I don't know what the back end is, like as far as the development that you guys have of what the site is doing, but at least on the front end, it doesn't look like the site is requiring much. So I don't know. That's why I was asking.
Okay, I don't understand. I don't know how I can answer that, except that, I mean, it's functioning. We have all departments on there and various ways to, you know, apply for certain things within the village to get information. But if there's more, I mean, I'd love to sit with you offline and talk about ways it could be better. Maybe we do another RFP for a web designer.
Yeah, it seems like in general to me, like it looks like there's a lot of opportunity for cost saving just in terms of like, but these are things that like somebody would actually have to, like you said, sit and really go through what are the range of prices and things like that. So I was actually gonna ask if we could get a line item to increase the administrative staff specifically for, like you mentioned, the grant writing, fundraising activities, and finding cost savings.
I understand that, but I think that we have found the saving in making those people consultants. If we make them employees, we'd have to pay the benefits. Those salaries would be a lot more than what we're paying our consultant.
Okay.
To add to that, the benefits portion can range, depending on the title of the individual, anywhere from 20 to 45% of the individual salary.
But are you able to hire them either as part-time or are you able to hire them as hourly and not salary?
There's still a cost factor as it relates to FRS for part-time employees. So you still would have that fee as it relates to the insurances and that nature. I guess they would not qualify, but there still would be a cost for the FRS portion of their salary.
And also, I want to, this is not related to that, but just about the web master. This person also does all of our graphic art.
Is that included in this fee?
Yeah, it's called
okay.
Webmaster and Maintenance, and so she creates certain things for us that
Okay.
is distributed in all the flyers, but also other documents and creating, you know, art for the village.
Okay, well, if she's doing graphic design, then that's low. Yeah, then that's a good price. But if it's just for the website, then that did seem high.
And I'm sorry, that's why I wanted to make sure I added that, because I'm like, she does a lot.
Okay, yeah, then that actually seems good. And I guess my line of questioning as far as like adding administrative staff is also more along the lines of if we can have the staff that actually is doing functions that drive revenue, right? Like, and I guess that's what I'm asking is like, because it sounded like you were saying earlier that some of these things are not taking place or not happening at the level they could because it was understaffed. So that's why I was saying like, is that creating another type of deficit in the finances because we're not having dedicated staff to put to some of those things that if we did dedicate resources, we could actually have more money available. That was what I was really trying to get to.
And probably in the long run, yeah, if we did invest into the administrative staff and that would increase and improve services and maybe create some other opportunities. But again, that's cost because we also need higher salaries. And as you've gone through this, you know how our salaries are, you know, and it is what it is, but we need people who operate at a high level. And so I think that's why the consultants have been our saving grace, because we didn't have to pay them the $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 salaries and the benefits.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I guess we could use me as the example, right? I'm a hired consultant.
Okay.
Right? So the benefit to the village is saving roughly 45%. So hypothetically, on a $100,000 salary, right? As a consultant, the village is paying me would be paying me $100,000. As an employee to the village, that cost would be closer to $145,000 when you consider salary and benefits.
Understood.
So that's
Okay.
what the message the manager's trying to say. Consultant route is a more economical route for the village. There is that cost, plus, I guess, cost, positive analysis that you have to do, bringing on an individual, right? What is that benefit that individual brings? But I guess now we feel that it's probably better to outsource everything, right? And get the work accomplished that way and try to, again, save as much money as we can internally.
Understood. But then I would bring it back to the specificity of employees that specifically have a function for generating revenue, right? Because if there is revenue that's being left on the table that the village could be taking in because of activities that are not able to be performed on a regular or consistent basis, I think that's worth looking at, right? If we're talking about the money that we have available for the running and the managing of the entire village. And to that point, I would go back again to the events conversation, because I think that is a missed opportunity. I know in my business, one of our main revenue generators is events, right? And so events are not just a social experience, but they also are opportunity to bring revenue into the village, which again makes these conversations, I think, easier to have.
Right. Unfortunately, though, as a village, and we're not really, we really can't go out there and generate revenue, right? Our form of generating event revenue from the outside third party would be via donations. I mean, so if that's the way you're looking at it, it'd have to go via donations. But, you know, to run an event or bring somebody in and say, hey, we're charging $25 for family and friends to come, that we cannot do.
No, events have lots of ways that they can generate revenue. And I would like to ask also, because I did ask the mayor that the other day, and I still haven't gotten the answer about what statute is that you are going based on when you say that you're not allowed to generate revenue as the village. What law is that?
There are certain things that are within municipal powers, but they are classified under home rule. Recently, some of those opportunities have been curtailed, as Councilman Erbaum said, by the legislature because they've been invading the home rule powers of counties and cities and dictating who can do what. And that's a problem. That's not to say that we can't have an event where we ask people for some kind of a contribution or donation or something in order to come in, but it's questionable whether or not we can exclude someone because they say they're unwilling or perhaps unable to pay that if it's already, remember, it's already sponsored and paid for with public funds. So unlike when a business or some other private entity does an event, every dollar that's being used is public funds to underwrite it, and citizens have the right to say, no, you're using my money and then keeping me out of the event. That's a problem. And part of the other issues with doing that are simply whether you have something that's actually attractive enough. I mean, frankly...
Can I just clarify one thing,
Yes,
Mr. Geller? I want to
Yes.
be clear. When I speak about events, I'm not speaking about charging the public, right? I'm talking about events that would be free to the public, that would have a sponsorship opportunity, because El Portal has a lot of things about it that are very unique, and a lot of businesses would want to be involved with things that are happening in El Portal. And there are major missed opportunities. We are a bird sanctuary. We are a nature preserve. There are so many companies that would want to pilot programs here, that would want to, be associated with the things that we have a federal distinction for, because that's unique to our area. And events is what opens up that opportunity. So it's not about charging the public anything. It's about bringing in opportunities for businesses to invest in our community through those events. And that's what I'm saying is a missed opportunity and a way that events could drive revenue for our municipality.
Ma'am, I certainly don't disagree with you. My answer was only the first part of an answer.
Yes, sir.
Okay, because there are various ways in which a municipality can raise funds and secure donations. I wanted to be clear on the part that talks about charging members of the public. I certainly don't disagree with you about the possibility of raising funds in a proper fashion through sponsorships, although it's a little trickier than you might think because we are not a 501c3 or 501c4 organization, and there are some businesses may be happy to sponsor and choose to underwrite, but there are questions about, and I'm not a tax man, I have some in my firm, it's not me though, but there are questions about the deductibility of businesses contributing to a city, which is why some cities organize their own foundations to be able to receive those donations and have the funds be tax deductible. But simply giving to a municipal entity, which is an arm of the government, without more is not likely to be tax deductible, and that's a little bit of a contrary push about getting those kinds of donations. However, that's not to say that it can't be done, and certainly many municipalities do partner with businesses who are anxious for whatever reason to be able to sponsor and underwrite. The fact that we're a relatively smaller population does not necessarily act in our favor, but again, your point is certainly well taken. I'll just point out that unlike many municipalities where I've worked, we don't have a deputy clerk. The city manager does not even have an assistant city manager. We operate on kind of a shoestring budget in a lot of ways to keep all expenses low. And the kind of thing that you're describing is well within our grasp, but in this municipality, it might take citizens such as yourself who would be able to actually put the fairly extensive time in that's required to speak to business entities, to negotiate your way through to decision makers, to get them on board. And frankly, our staff isn't blessed with a lot of extra time to get things like that done. So there's a couple of ways that that could be done. It's certainly a very intriguing and potentially promising idea, but whether it requires a citizens board, if there's as we've talked about here, a greater role that can be played possibly by elected officials, and whether citizens themselves can step forward. The mayor's just established a couple of committees that, you know, would be able to help shepherd that kind of thing. So it's a very interesting idea. It could potentially generate quite a lot of funds. It's just, as I suspect you know from your description of it, it's just not as easy as it sounds, and somebody has to dedicate a considerable amount of time, effort, energy, not just to plan it and to organize it, but to execute it. So none of that is to say that you're not completely correct. There's just a series of steps that have to take place for that to happen.
Agreed. I appreciate that, Mr. Geller. And so that is why I will go back to what I originally said, which is I would like to propose a line item for administrative staff that focuses on bringing revenue into the village, right? That is their sole function, is generating revenue, whether that's through, like we talked about, the events. And I also will go back to my original comment about having the village council play a more active role in those things as well, because I think we do have the resources available. It's just about, you know, transitioning those resources to focus on these activities, because at the end of the day, our village runs off of the revenue that we have. So that's one of the most important functions that we can focus on more than other things, is how can we bring more money into the village without taxing the base.
And ma'am, let me just say that sounds like a pretty good idea to me, but I just have to say that part of it, I mean, I'm here to say what we can and can't do and provide guidance. The rest of that is kind of above my pay grade. I defer on that to the manager, the CFO, and the policy setting council. It sounds like something that might be an exciting idea to do it if they can, you know, kind of bite the bullet, put the money up front, invest to make that happen. But that's not for me. I just say what we can and can't.
I appreciate
thank you very
that.
much,
Thank you so much.
1 second. Let me just ask, because I just want everything to be clear, because I think what she's saying is a great idea. I was always told when I put on events and when, you know, I paid for what I could pay for, and if I ever got donations, I was told that they could only be used for that particular event. Like, so if I get a donations for $10,000, but the event that I'm doing only costs $8,000, I can't carry over that $2,000 and put it in the general fund for something else.
Putting it in the general fund is...
Or allocate it for something
Well,
else.
that's what I'm trying to say, man. Putting it in the general fund itself is somewhat problematic, but that to some degree depends on the donor's intentions, and what the donor wants to see happen. Again, there are issues with telling a donor that this is a tax-deductible donation, but there are ways municipalities solve that problem, and there are ways that I think it's fair to say what you were told is a reflection of the method in which the donations were solicited and how the village operates. So there could be other ways that could be done that some municipalities go to where donations are more general in nature and possibly even tax deductible. In such a scenario, it is conceivable that if one event was less than what was solicited and the donor was okay with the donation being more general in nature, perhaps that could be arranged. It's just not automatic. It has to be done, and it has to be done in a certain way, and it involves some questions of tax policy that in my case, I'd have to consult with our CFO and with my partners in my firm who are more familiar with how nonprofit donations work than I am personally. But it's certainly something that can be explored, as our resident is just pointing out.
Well, and a quick thing on that too, though, Mayor, but a sponsorship, and I think that's why that language is important, right? Because sponsorship doesn't necessarily conflate to donation, right? And so it's like calling something a sponsorship and having something that you're giving in exchange for that, whether that's the publicity, whether that's access to the community in a certain way, takes it out of having to be classified and then handled under the distinction of donation.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. Is there a way that we can get the language, like in the resolution format, that's more clear, so that we can then, or is that just administrative policy? Or because it seems to be like we're trying to find the right way through, but I want that in writing so that we know exactly what the right way through is and put that through a resolution.
Mayor, it's certainly something that we can explore per this very good suggestion, but I'd suggest to you, with all due respect, we can explore that offline. It's not really part of our budget hearing, except for the part that it's being suggested that there be an additional line item budget position to focus on acquiring revenue. There is a difference, obviously, between appropriating the funds for that and trying to implement it before the program is outlined. It may, I would think off the top of my head, we would need ordinances to accomplish that, and we'd need to do some research, and it's probably nothing that can be accomplished in this budget, but if it's the council's pleasure to set aside an allocation so that when the paperwork catches up to the idea that funds are available in the budget to fund that position, that would be the way in which we would go about it if that's the pleasure of council. And whether that, is a 1 month or a 3 month process, I wouldn't want to predict at this point, because there are some additional policy decisions that the council would need to make. But for budgetary purposes, allocating the money, appropriating the money, and saying it's there to be used at the point when the program is ready to go forward, that's the budgetary decision that you would consider at this time.
Thank you.
Can you stay for a second? I love the idea. I will be the first one to donate $1,000 to your thing and make it a big event for El Portal, because I would love to see the community come back together. And I want to see this community be able to talk to each other and be able to express their feelings and their understandings of what's going on. And it would do it for my own business, not for my general fund or anything like that. This would be my personal money. I would like to ask everyone here, the council, mayor, the attorney, manager. She asked a question at the very beginning. I didn't hear it answered. Forgive me if it was. Is there a law that says that we cannot have revenue because page 3 is entitled revenue?
I thought I did answer it. It depends on the kind of revenue. It depends on the source of the revenue. It depends on how you organize it, how you set it up. It depends on the donor's intentions. There are things that are not legal, and then there are things that are legal.
So there's no law specifically?
That says the village
That's
can't
not what I
generate
said.
revenue. That was what I was originally asking,
The
because that's what I was
village
told.
can, when you say generate revenue, it depends. I mean, again, if there's a foundation, well, then probably yes, but is that for the village? That's not a yes or no question. There are laws that prohibit certain things, yes. There are some laws that say, no, you can't do that. Are there creative ways that you can assemble funds and find things like, I mean, if someone is doing a sponsorship and they're doing it in exchange for goodwill and publicity, and they're paying for something, as opposed to writing a check to the village. If they're paying the music or something like that, is that generating revenue for the village as opposed to generating a benefit for the village? Certainly there are things you can do that would generate a benefit, but whether the check is written to the village, that's a whole different question, and it depends on how you're structured and how you organize it. So it's just not like a yes or no question. It's a complicated question that can be addressed.
So a wordsmith can make it happen no matter what?
It's more than wordsmithing. I mean, it's not just a question of how you wordsmith it. It's a question of complying with underlying law, such as tax law.
Yeah. But I think the general thing was, because what I was told originally was that government can't generate a profit, right? And so I was asking around that, what law says that, and then how is the word profit being defined, right?
The word profit could be defined a lot of ways in your
Right.
question. Government is not a business. It is not.
But government conducts business.
I'm not sure what that means, but government is not a business. It does not operate to generate a profit. It is in the nature of a not-for-profit. It is not exactly a not-for-profit, but it is in that nature. That's why when people say government should be run like a business, businesses are in existence to make a profit. Governments are in business to provide services as efficiently as possible, but they are service providers. So when you say to make a profit, is there a set of occurrences that can result in money coming into municipal coffers that are different than the amount of money that's being expended? Yes. Is that somebody's definition of making a profit? It's not my definition of making a profit, but
Sure.
again, that becomes a question of definitions of what the word means. Governments can operate, for instance, enterprise funds that generate revenues.
Sure.
There are lots of ways that government can generate revenues, but I don't consider the word revenues and profit
The same,
Yes.
exactly.
Yes.
Yeah, and I think that's the distinction. It's like if something happens where the village generates revenue and that revenue is then spent on the village, that doesn't meet the definition of profit.
Yes.
Right, and so I think that's what we were talking about is revenue generating activities, but that you are allowed to engage in business activities, which is, the government owns airports, right? They own parking garages, right? And so those are businesses, right? That even if they're not, whatever the semantics is on the back end, they're generating revenue, right? Yeah, they generate revenue. And then that money just has to be reinvested into the community. Exactly. So I think that's what we were talking about. Yeah. Thank you.
You go.
I'll try to be quick. So Daniel Rojas, 60 Northeast 86th Street. I know we want to keep going. I just figure maybe nitpicking or penny pinching just because everybody's kind of talked about everything already. As per water cooler rental, that includes the actual 5 gallons being delivered, or it's just a rental? Because as I had to research to take into my office, a water filter costs $300. Like a top of the line water filter can cost you $300. We're paying $2,500 every year to rent water filters. That seems like a low-hanging fruit.
It includes the water as well.
Even at that sounds pretty high. So just to echo what's been said, RFPs, with the IT, I understand IT, it's, nobody likes spending money IT because you don't see that money, but you use it all the time. It's a lot of set it and forget it. But if you're thinking about also your cybersecurity, it's definitely a good thing to do RFPs or find out get new quotes on the service every year, because it continually changes. And you also want to make sure you're getting the best team to provide those services. So it does sound like it's a really good price, but as I guess Velvet had mentioned, like with a website, you bring a new team in, yes, there's some discovery, there's some assessments they have to do, and that has an increased cost. But for the most part, once they said it, it's kind of like you said it and you forget it, right? If you did a good job in the beginning, you're not going to have that much issues. So it really, like, the recurring cost of providing these services is lower. So it definitely would be a benefit to the village, kind of like how we do with insurance, right? Every year with insurance, we have to get new quotes. With these guys, it's a service, so you should kind of get new quotes, see what you can do, if you can do better. And thank you. And you guys are doing a great job. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Denise White, 173 Northwest 88th Street. I don't have any more nitpicking for me right now. What I want to say is thank you for being under our scrutiny and allowing us to cross-question, massive question, dig in your business, and talk about your salary. I appreciate that. Usually we're over here and we're throwing, dirt this way and trying to figure out what's going on over here. The budget being so many numbers and us being, let me talk for myself, me being completely new to stuff here. I just want to thank you for being patient with us, because I know that we are digging in your business, right? So thank you very much for allowing us to be so microscopic with our microscope and dig and to try and understand what our village is spending money on, because really and truly, if you are working with absolutely nothing and deficit and trying to make it, then it's because you love us too. Yes. So thank you for loving us. We love you too, but that don't mean that we're not going to give you a hard time every now and then. God bless all of you.
Every person is here to serve you.
All right, you guys, are we good with administration and finance? Yep.
I have a general question, and I think it just goes across all of the departments, at least that are under our purview. I know last year we spoke about executive reviews and formalizing that process. I think for me, that would be a great starting point for us to just have a really quick snapshot as to all of the things that are being done. So if the manager is functioning as the lobbyist, the grant writer, has secured funds, all of those things, I think that's really great things that could be enumerated out in that formal review process. I think that would be great for the residents to hear, to get some sort of feel as to what's going on behind the scenes. So I know we spoke about implementing them last year, and I think there was an initial blush, but I know that wasn't completed. I think it is of dire importance. I think that needs to be something that jumps to the top of our list as a way to very clearly and in a straightforward manner evaluate the performance of staff and justify some of the numbers that we see on this really great grid. So with that, I do want to just, I know we're not making any formal motions, but I want to kind of implore all of us to think about moving that process forward so we can have a formal process by which we evaluate the performance of the manager, of the attorney, and of the clerk. Something that's really quick, that can have them give us an idea of their highlighted issues for us to think about resident feedback, all of those things.
All right. I have a few questions now. I'd like to see consolidation here. Seeing the PTO, vacation pay, sick pay as like line items that are all separated makes no sense. These are all PTO days.
You guys have to decide that. I'm just following the direction from you, the commission. Last year, it was recommended and voted to present it this way for the upcoming budget. So, again, if you want to change, I'm here at your discretion. If you want to change, I guess tell me what you guys want me to do, and I'll go ahead and do it.
What makes sense is whatever's on the contract. We look at the contracts. If it actually says PTO on their contract, vacation pay, sick pay, yeah, you can have it all line itemed. But if it's not saying it that way, we need to just consolidate because these are all basically the same thing.
I agree. Again, I'm just doing what was asked of me and requested.
So can anyone answer, are these all individually line item on clerk and manager's contracts, or is this written differently, worded differently?
So the manager is different than the clerk as it relates to holiday pay. Vacation and sick, I believe, are the same. The police is different because they're under the FOP, so it'd have to be under the whatever stipulated in the collective bargaining agreement, that's what we have to abide by. And I believe the police chief is similar to the manager.
So I didn't hear an answer there. I just will say, since we're not voting tonight, can everyone agree to consolidate the PTO, vacation pay, and sick pay? It really shouldn't change the numbers, right?
No, I believe that's correct.
So
I'm not sure if that question's being directed to me. But again, I'm at the discretion of the commission. Again, last year it was voted to be presented this way. Just doing what I was asked. If it wants to be changed.
putting everything back into the line item, does anybody have any objections to it? We'll hear from you in a second. From the council, because we have to vote on this. From the council, does anybody have any objections to putting everything back in one line item?
If it's all the same, I don't have an objection to it.
Okay. Before we say it's going to go through, because we're not really voting, I guess, but I think I heard like a consensus, but come, let's hear you first, and then we'll go through that consensus.
While I respect George Alvarez, 165 Northwest 88th Street, while I respect the spirit and efficiency of Councilperson Winter's idea, I believe it is antithetical to government transparency. If sick pay, vacation pay, and any other non-regular salaries are not denoted in a public fashion, it can be assumed by more skeptical members of the public that there is something going wrong. We need to show them transparently. And if they're not going to be on our budget summary, then there needs to be an issuance of a signed and countersigned contract for each employee delineating those perks, and they are perks, and they're great perks, each year, and they must be stuck to, and there would be some sort of penalty to the village for not disclosing those otherwise public records. So I think there might be more than one way to skin a cat, in other words, but I think transparency is very important. So unless there's a counter move to that idea, I would urge you to oppose it.
Mr. Alvarez, these items are zero. There's actually no number, no amounts on them. They're just line items without actual.
Well, you know, in previous, and you're bringing up a good point. In previous years, there were empty cells. Like I'm going back to 23 for 24, 22 for 23, and there's just like blank spots that do have a corresponding category, like vacation pay, like sick pay. For example, in last year's budget, there's no indication that some of the staff here were getting $10,000 in vacation pay or $10,000 in sick pay. And you know, to me, those numbers are a little bit high, but I see the value in them as well. So they are non-zero numbers that in the past were not indicated and were not easily found by the public. So that, like I said, your idea, I get it. It's like, it makes sense from a standpoint of like being efficient, but it does not make sense from the standpoint of transparency or sunshine law, I would imagine, but I would let, you know, Attorney Geller address that. So I would urge you guys not to do that for now, because if you do it, there needs to be a counter move, a symmetrical move on the other side, and that's not what we're here tonight for. So thank you for your time. I hope you'll keep an open mind to that.
If I may add, just to clarify, the payouts that Mr. Alvarez was referring to was a vacation and sick payout, which comes under PTO, which is a line item that is not budgeted, because the employee does not have to cash out their PTO, right? The vacation and holiday pay line items that you see here is just an offshoot of what I described before. Employee normally works a full 2 weeks. They get paid on the top line. If they happen to be sick or take a vacation, it just shifts to the lines listed here. Again, with the exception of the clerk, her contract stipulates that she gets paid holiday pay as well, on top of the salary.
Alexandra Baza, 120 Northwest 86th Street. What is the procedure to request copies of those contracts, the employee contracts?
You can just reach out to us and provide. You email me, I'll give them to you.
Okay,
Yep.
just like the signed contracts?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Are we done with the administration and finance page?
I had a few more questions.
Okay, go ahead, Councilman.
The travel and per diem located for the manager, what travel and per diem is happening and what is it for?
Sure. This is something I believe that's also stipulated in the contract. It's her monthly per diem auto allowance and other expenses that she may incur for meetings that she attends, mainly gas receipts, parking receipts, stuff like that.
So this is part of the manager's contract where she gets per diem or per a vehicle, yes?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions from the audience? All right, looks like we can move forward to, I believe we're on page number 6, which would be the Planning and Zoning Department. Any comments from the audience about anything that appears on page number 6, which is the Planning and Zoning Department? State your name and address for the record, but you're familiar.
I have to have you over for coffee one of these days. I'm George Alvarez, 165 Northwest 88th Street. I do have a couple questions. Wondering if Mayor Nickerson would be the quickest answer of those questions. But I am definitely a little bit of a flag for me is some of the increases, not just this year, but last year compared to the previous year with the fees to Pluserbia and the Corradino Group. Not so much printing and binding.
Awesome. I think the manager can opine on that.
Okay.
Yes. Well, in terms of Pluserbia, these are project specifics to urban planning for the village. So we did, in terms of last year, we did these, I think it's called, gosh, I want to say Resilient Streets, but that's not the exact name. The Streets Master Plan, and other, things that they weigh in on in terms of the site plan reviews or considerations that are coming for new development. So that fee is for that. And Corradino conducts our usual planning and zoning reviews and come to the meetings and, walk our residents and developers through the process of variances and what have you. So these are for the services that they're providing us. And with this new development happening in our annexed area, more work was required of them and is still required of them.
Even if some of the work does not commence until the following year, which is possible?
Yes,
I'm
because they're
guessing?
still going through back and forth the site plan reviews. They're talking and consulting with them to make projects that fit in the village or, fit. So they are always talking. We haven't gotten those plans yet, but they are in communication with.
So when you say they, do you,
whoever is.
do you mean Corradino or Pluserbia or either or?
Either and both.
Or both?
Uh-huh.
So.
Yes, depending on what is going on.
So the reason that we're paying Pluserbia $120,000 over last year and this year totaled?
Oh, right, and they're also doing our code amendments, again, specific to projects that they're working on.
Okay.
So it's not the day-to-day that the Corradino group is doing. So Pluserbia is the urban planner, and they're meeting and doing those meetings, but also doing the projects such as the road master plan that we talked, that I just
Right.
spoke about from last year, and then this year's the code amendments. Now, for Corradino group, they're the ones going back and forth on the regular with the developers or people who want to develop or who want to talk about what the village would allow, what can we do for those kinds of things. That's what they're fielding.
So, I mean, you believe that, this is, a question I'm asking with true interest.
Okay.
That the work that either of those contractors is doing has increased that significantly from, let's say, 2023 until now? Because that's a pretty big, it's a pretty big increase. Now, obviously, my experience with Pluserbia is a theoretical one, They came and they. So my experience with Pluserbia has been a theoretical one, right? They came, they gave workshops, they asked about what was important to people. That is obviously 0.01% of the work that they do for the village. So whatever that 99.9% is, has it increased that much over 2 years to warrant these kind of numbers? Or are we, or maybe I'm just not thinking big enough that we're about to see very, very big things in terms of both code, like all the legal writing that Mr. Geller's firm wouldn't be doing, and also like the actual urban planning of acres and acres. So
So it's that, then Mr.
The answer to your questions is yes. I'll also add that over the last couple of years, Corradino Group also took over the planning and zoning for the village. And then just keep in mind also, right, there's an offset, talking about generating revenue, right? On the flip side, there's a revenue line item where we pass on those costs to the residents, right? Because those are project specific. So there's a line item on the revenue of approximately $35,000 to help offset what you see here of a $108,000 cost for Corradino Group.
when will we be able to get a sense of what those projects are? Obviously, I'm talking about east of the railroad because we're all curious about that. But also in a more general sense, to be able to ascertain for ourselves our own informed opinions as to whether or not there is a value to these vendors. I believe you guys, I want to believe you guys, but I do want to educate myself at the same time.
I can't speak for them specifically. Being the finance guy, right? I'll talk about the economics, dollars and cents. All right. These are items that what's the alternative, right? It's either somebody else or in-house, right? I think the in-house option,
You discussed.
we've
in that
discussed
other-
that, right? So again, that's where it comes down to. And I believe the code amendment, again, the Placerbia increase is, like the manager mentioned, is job-specific, right? It was the code enforcement, the amendment to the code, right? So have we seen the fruition of it yet? No, right? It's a work in progress. Is it coming? The answer, I guess, is yes, right? But
Well,
I guess we're all in a wait-and-see pattern to see.
Well, you hint at a kind of a way to divide those two, and I think that this is very important. There's the code enforcement, you know, and I think I saw in our budget, whatever was lined in for code enforcement for 2026 was obviously a bigger number, a significantly bigger number. So is there estimates on, is that code enforcement of somebody's whose hedges are short? I mean, how does that break down when you guys inform the budget?
So what you're getting at, yes, so the code enforcement budget that you're referring to, the increase is mainly due to taking a part-time employee in-house and converting them into a full-time employee.
Oh.
So that's where the major increase is coming. I can let the manager speak to that.
And again, we're going back to project-specific when it comes to Placerbia. Again, urban planner, it doesn't have to be this firm, but an urban planner would be needed considering what is going to happen over here. So the coming to fruition, we're waiting for it too. I would love to see some plans that actually go beyond, you know, a very preliminary presentation to me and Mayor Nickerson, but I mean, we haven't gotten there yet. So I know that they've had various renditions of plans go through, you know, Corradino Group, and they've consulted with Placerbia as well about the trailer park, but then we don't hear from them for a few months and they come back with somebody else. And so I don't know when that's going to come to fruition, but that
Right,
we
so-
do need them to do that.
Mr.
Right.
Alvarez, could I for a second just ask a question? Also from the manager, would having an urban planner, this master street plan, those types of things, would that be useful in your efforts with having people lobby or receive grant funds? Correct?
Absolutely. Those master plans that we've created with Placerbia help us when we are seeking funds, because we are now at the point, if we have the design or we have the master plan, then we know how we can build out.
Perfect.
We can't go and request funding when we don't even have a plan. Many times we aren't, you know, we may get the design funding and we aren't going to get the construction, you know, that comes after. But we have to at least have the master plan. So we have stormwater master plan, you know, streets master plan, and a resiliency master plan that's being worked on by Craig A. Smith. So those are things that we are working on, but all of this helps us seek funding as we move those, once those become, you know, finalized, and then we go out to find funding.
And Mr. Alvarez, can I just layer one thing on top, and then I'll
Sure,
let you
sure.
get to your question. I'm so sorry to interrupt you.
Not at all.
It also matters like how these plans look, right? And these specialties exist in local governments. I can't really name one local governmental entity off the top of my head who doesn't have planners and zoners or an urban planning department. So there's a need for it. There's a need for it in making sure that the village develops in the way you would like it to, but also in getting these really great funding opportunities and sources. The real question is just how we do it. To get a qualified planning and zoning team comparable to what exists in other municipalities, it will cost us a bit more than, quite a bit more than what we're spending now. So part of why we do have a skeleton crew is because we've made this decision that instead of being very heavy as it relates to salary, we would maintain the nimbleness of the village by outsourcing. So we can engage in a conversation as to whether or not Corradino Group is the right outfit or whether or not Placerbia is the right outfit. but the need for the specialty exists, and not only because we want to make sure our built environment is what we want it to be, but also in addition to that, we want to make sure that we're ready when these funding opportunities present themselves, because sometimes there's a lot of lead time and you can scrap a group together and make something, but sometimes these funding opportunities present themselves in a more truncated temporal sense, and you kind of need to have your plan ready and see whether or not you can get funding. So the conversation that you're kind of starting is a good one. Like, how do we evaluate if this is the right provider for the service? But the service, I assure you, is necessary. So hopefully that just adds a little bit more context. And I'll let you get back to your question.
Indeed, and I mean, you brought up another point. You sort of took it further, and I appreciate that. Urban planning, yes. Code enforcement, obviously important. It's a day-to-day thing, and I can only imagine what it would be like if they were not available in a day-to-day way. And thank you for informing me about the issues regarding seeking funding through some of that planning. That sounds very important, and I know that ideas of resiliency are very important to some of you on the council, as they are to me. And if there is any opportunities therein, sounds great. But that does bring to the next point that the Vice Mayor, with the wisdom of Solomon, brought up. The value. Perhaps we pay Corradino Group X. Is Corradino Group and its work at level of X dollars the appropriate organization to meet the needs that are being negotiated right now between El Portal and any new developer? So that's a question that I cannot answer. It is a question that I've wondered very much about. And this
But
same would
Mr.
go for-
Alvarez, I have to say, with all
Sure.
deference, we're not here tonight to do vendor selection. We're here tonight to set the most reasonable amount that's going to be allocated to it. So talking about who it should be really is keeping us from reaching conclusion about what people think about the budget. We're only looking really at the numbers, the question of whether we have the best person, whether it's the best bang for the buck. Those are separate questions that don't have to do with adopting a number that's our best, most reasonable guess of what's going to be required to do what we need.
Thank you. And with all due respect, Attorney Geller, I believe, and I am not elected, nor am I appointed in El Portal, so you don't have to do it. You don't have to do a thing. This context is important in figuring out how El Portal is going to spend El Portal's money 2026, 2027. It is very wise to invest whatever research can answer the questions that the Vice Mayor and I are wondering about. To your point, does it move this evening? I doubt it. It may not. But I would like to remind everybody of the urgency that will be like on us at a certain point. And it would be terrible if at some point in late 2026 or mid 2027 or golly gee, 2033, we discover that we have not vetted and that we're not ready and that there's going to be an impact on our village that we did not see coming. So that's why I bring it up. Is it about tonight? No. Is it about 2026? Probably not even. But I do think it's important to start asking those questions, and if it changes the pencil in on our budget proposal, I leave you guys, gentlemen and gentlewomen, to make that decision. I just, want to say that it's very important.
Certainly, there's no question that it is a very important thing to look at. Don't need to suggest otherwise for 1 second.
All right, thank you for indulging me.
Thank you so much
Thank
for
you,
the
Vice
comment.
Mayor.
I appreciate it. I do think globally we need to look at how we are evaluating our service providers.
I'd like to say something on that. Mr. Alvarez had many valid points tonight. How can we adopt a number if the P&Z is not functioning correctly? We've already seen this at the beginning of today, that when we talked about revenue, we said there was $35,000 coming in, and then $108,000 going up. And then I learned that residents are subsidizing some of the construction and planning and zoning. That's not true then? So what is the actual reason?
So Corradino Group provides a wide range of services. One of the services that they provide are zoning and plan review. All zoning and planning review are job-specific that relate to projects that are going on in the village. Those projects are, those individuals, or property owners, I should say, are repaying the village for those fees. So the $108,000 that you see is a $9,000 a month retainer for all services provided. The $35,000 revenue budgeted number is anticipated revenue for one specific job, which is planning and zoning review.
So we've had a lot of concerned residents recently with both P and with C. We've had many errors which caused multiple council meetings to be delayed or rescheduled because Corradino Group didn't make their preparations. They made many mistakes. We had residents miss their projected timelines due to the fault of the Corradino's delays and errors. From what I understand, I think the clerk and the manager and the mayor are doing a lot of Corradino's work before the meetings themselves. So when these residents report delays that the Corradino staff were unavailable due to illness, which is a real thing, I wonder why the village contract with the group is focusing on a single individual. So the trust and reputation is being lost right now with this group, and I have trouble wanting to put any numbers in a budget for companies that are losing trust with our village residents. So I would like to take these concerns and say that I don't want to see any more problems. I wonder if we can request a formal review of Plausirbria and Corradino Group within the next month, so that we can prepare properly for the budget line items for these two companies. I didn't hear.
I need more specifics about what you would look for in evaluating these two. I would work with you offline if you want to do that, so we can figure out how to evaluate in a way that would address your concerns. Also knowing, you said you want this in the next month. We may not have that time, but if you work with me, we can maybe put something together so we can evaluate that.
Well, I'll be happy
It's
to
not
help
specific
work on
to
something.
these companies. It's just for the work that is needed. But I'm open to, review of other companies and considering other RFPs.
Now, from what I understand, though, like Plausirbria, you have $60,000 here. Have we not paid them for the actual code work they've already done?
Some of it. It was a 2-year project. We divided it out that way. So part of it was in the last fiscal year. The next part is in this coming up, because it takes 2 years to do the project.
It takes 2 years, but also for budgetary and to try to be fiscally responsible, we chose to plan it so that we could spread it out over, I guess, end of '25, beginning of '26, where most of the work is being done, so we could allocate the cost into 2 different fiscal periods, not putting the full burden on the current fiscal year.
So from what I understand, in December, they're supposed to be giving us their plan for code, and once December's over, they don't have any other contracts with us for other items, right? So this $60,000 is from right now in September through December, and then after that, they're not getting anything else until we approve it. Okay. I will meet with you later, but I would like to have something emailed from you to the rest of the members here so that they can give their input on the Corradino Group and give any information that they feel.
When you said you want me to email something to them, you
I
mean their
can't
contract?
email them myself.
No, I'm asking what that is. You said something.
Oh,
Their contracts?
No, a formal review or something to let them review them.
A formal review, okay, I'll look online and see if there's something standard that they can review them with and send those contracts with the review documents to you all. And
Thank you.
I'll review it myself too.
All right. Anyone else for planning and zoning? Hearing, seeing none, let's move on to the village clerk. Any questions, comments? Hearing, seeing none. Good, move on to public affairs. Questions, comments?
Yes, I do have a question. Can we create a line item for citywide events and fund it? What is the, let me take that back. What is the line item for promotional activities right now?
For
Everything that you're describing.
Okay, perfect. Can we change that, the title to citywide events and fund it at that level, 20,000? And then at a subsequent meeting, maybe we can talk about what is going to be our marquee event and how we're gonna
Sure.
go about doing that. Perfect.
Yeah, let's remember that the state of the village is what that was kind of being used for.
Okay.
Doesn't have to be that much, but remember the state of the village is the only thing that per charter we have.
We have to do, for sure.
And so, and you've come to like one or two of them that I've done, and so
It's always great.
And what I try to do is not to make it, because and you and most of us probably have been to a state of the village or state of the city address. They're usually kind of like really like gala-ish. What I try to do is not to make it that way. I try to make it like a community event for the kids. You know, I have the music, I have the bounce houses, I have the food trucks, I have the characters walking around. So I try to make it into like the yearly fun event to bring all the residents together, and the state of the village, which is required by charter.
Perfect. I love it. I
what I
also
try to
think that some of those really great bits of advice that we got from residents would be best employed here, which is partnering with the bank, the Frost Museum. They do like a Science for Kids, little mobile unit that they do, but lean on our partners to augment that. And then figure out, I know Halloween has been a really big thing, and folks want to see that. I want to see it too, because my boys are very into Halloween. But maybe we can talk about what those specifically enumerated events are going to be, and we can fund it right here.
Also, I'd like to add, I know we are by charter supposed to have the state of the village, but because we're a tree city, we're also supposed to have an Arbor Day celebration. So we do that, but just know that would be something
that comes out of it
would
also.
be in there as well.
Okay. I think we have a comment.
So what the public affairs include anything that, Daniel Rojas, 60 Northeast 86th Street, sorry. Public, we discussed the cats and the feral cats and all that stuff.
Yeah, that would come out of that also, unless somebody wants to do it through their discretionary fund. But because if we decide on it and through as a council, that would also come out of that. So I mean, there's different ways to look into this as we've been discussing, and we may want to just get through this tonight, but then think about it going into first budget hearing, because we may need more money in this line item.
Yeah, for sure. But maybe we can reach out to some different organizations that might be sympathetic in that way, and see whether exactly the Humane Society or some other outfits, and see whether or not they have any interest in the partnership.
Absolutely.
Perfect. I'll reach out.
And Pelican Harbor is coming up. Maybe they know somebody.
Yeah, they have a great facility.
One thing that I don't know if anybody pays attention, but the iguana problem keeps not getting addressed. So that would be actually very important for some of us.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Velvet Connolly, 355 Northeast 87th Street. I would like to propose that that there be a specific line item for events, not just kind of, encapsulated in promotional activities, which sounds like that could mean a lot of things, not just the events for the community. And I would also like to propose that this item goes to the council budget over public affairs, putting that back as one of the responsibilities of the council for the purpose of allowing for more civic engagement, not making it an administrative task that then is now insulated as government function that doesn't allow for the community to participate. So I would ask that the council would take that responsibility of being engaged with the community activities and that they have a budget to do that.
Yes, I think that's what I instructed the CFO to do, is to change the name promotional activities to citywide events. If that was unclear, I apologize for that. Is that what you understood? Was perfect.
No, but I was saying that, well, and I might have misunderstood what this gentleman was saying, but I thought with his question where he asked about the cats, I thought the answer to that was that that would come out of promotional activities
That's
as well.
not how I understood it, but I'll let Mr. Taubenfeld explain.
Yeah, anything
Sorry, go ahead.
That, I think that is what the mayor said, right? That
Yeah, so anything that's public affairs that doesn't have its own line item, anything that deals with the public, it would fall under the public affairs. Whether you're talking about events, whether you're talking about anything like that, book bag giveaway, anything, any type of, even like town halls and things like that. If it's a village-wide town hall and it's not under a specific person doing the town hall, then that town hall, like a Saturday morning or something like that, it will fall under public
I
affairs.
think
and
all
come out
of those for me would be events. The cat thing I thought would be something
what you're saying.
decidedly different. And I think we can think of where to place that where it makes a little bit more sense. But also I do want to clarify, and just the CFO will back me up, just because it appears under the public affairs line item doesn't mean it's not a function of what elected officials have to do, right? It's just where it's housed. So I can say that I'm doing whatever event and I'm taking it from the public affairs budget. It doesn't matter where it appears. It's just what the function is, you know?
understood.
Yeah, and also if it's important to you that your elected officials host events and are active in that way, of course, I mean, look out for the publications, look out for the events, and if they're not doing what you want them to do, you have a very effective way to deal with that, which is to not vote for that elected official. But it doesn't have to be in the, underneath the village council budget for it to be something that is contemplated and done by the village council. If that answers, I don't know if you asked the question, but just to explain that.
Understood. So then maybe you could answer this question for clarity.
I think the CFO will probably answer it for clarity.
But I didn't ask it yet.
Go ahead.
Okay. And anybody can answer the question, honestly, because it's just a question.
Sure.
But as far as the city council budget, my understanding was that's the budget that is allocated for the council members, not necessarily this council that's sitting here today, but the city council, whoever those people are that would be elected, as you said, because you guys may not be the people sitting on this seat, but the budget would still remain. And so I think my understanding of what is in your budget then says that that's in your wheelhouse and that's a part of your responsibility as the council. And so that's why I was asking for that to be allocated that way. But I don't know if that's what that means. That's what I was asking, is like, if it's on your budget, does it then give you, as the council members, not only greater authority, but greater responsibility then to then use those funds as they've been allocated, earmarked? So that's what I was trying to get at.
I don't understand it to be such. I think your responsibilities are your responsibilities as you understand them, right? We all are, we choose different ways to, I suppose, express our legislative powers up here. If you want to do an event, even though that line item isn't under your budget, it doesn't mean you can't speak to the city manager and say, hey, I want to use X, Y, and Z funds out of the public affairs budget. So it doesn't really speak to what you're supposed to do up here, and neither is there a line item of all of the things that you are supposed to do or not do. I think it just, a lot of it depends. I'm sorry about that.
I don't know if I can help, but they oversee that budget. They're the Public Affairs Committee. So they're on top of that budget. They're
That's
the
a
ones
good
who give
point.
the directive. So they would be the ones making those decisions too. So I think that what you were saying is that you wanted to see it under.
Yeah, I think for me,
But they oversee it.
what's more significant is that the public is able to engage on those events, that it doesn't get absorbed as something administrative that
No,
then is
you
handled
will.
by the city manager,
No, you
right?
will. It's the Public Affairs Committee, and this is it.
Yeah, and then also that it would be something that is not based on interpretation, because then like we are talking about, this is a changing council, right? And so then every time it changes is based on what they think they should be doing versus, no, this is the expectation. And so that's what I was saying, is how do we align this so that that's a clear, definitive thing that people who sit on the council understand that they would be expected to do, and not just the interpretation of who the person is sitting in the seat this time.
So
By
I've
the
been here-
nature of the position, every elected body is going to have a different idea of what the priorities are. Every elected official is going to have a different idea as to what is going to be an impactful event. So there is going to be variability on that level. But I understand what you're saying, which is that you want the council to be more active, you want to see events, you want to see engagement. I hear that. And I think the budget and this change that I just proposed accounts for that, which is there's going to be a line item in the budget that says citywide events. And everyone, I think, up here will avail themselves of that line item in the way that they see fit. But by the nature of just the position, there is going to be variability. No two bodies are going to put forth the exact same events or think that the exact same issues are those that are pressing. Neither will they be, because time evolves. So I think you're getting what you want.
I have one example of,
The reason that I answered your question is because I've been here 10 years and I've seen them change, and I understand what you're
Yeah,
saying.
because when I came here, the city council was putting on events, and then tonight you said you don't think that that's a part of your responsibility
COVID
because
happened.
because it's legislative. Again, but I'm saying what you said tonight. You said that your role is
I don't
legislative.
think
and
the
that's not what-
primary.
I'm sorry. Could I just finish what I was saying?
After I'm done saying what
But
I'm
I was
saying.
speaking first.
But I'm finishing.
Rude.
What I said is that I don't think that the primary responsibility of an elected official is as a party planner. So that is my belief, and I think I'm being very transparent and honest with it, and you can accept it or you can say, no, I think something different, and both of those can coexist.
and I,
Understood.
So the reason that I chimed in, and I'm sorry to interrupt both of you, was because I've been here 10 years and I solely manhandled when there was big events. I think you were here, and I think Mayor Nickerson was here, and I was here on the weekends with my kids putting all those eggs together.
Yeah.
And I understand the need. Everybody has a different view, and most of the council members here have different, when each council member comes, they decide as a whole. That's why I said they oversee, and I think I'm trying to get a gist of what you're trying to say.
What I'm trying to say is that I'd like to see that we put forth something that leads to uniformity, where it's not then subject to the interpretation of each council that comes on, because the community then suffers by people's different mindsets of somebody who thinks that they should do less, somebody else thinks they should do more, and that doesn't lead to continuity within the community, which is what we expect as residents, not to be under somebody else's interpretation of what they think they should do for us when they really serve at the pleasure of the community, which is what it should be.
Right.
And so there just needs to be a baseline of this is the expectation, and when people go to sit on that council seat, they understand that's what they're expected to do, not based on their opinion or their interpretation, but based on the expectation of the seat and the
That's why
position.
I'm the one who you would, if
Yeah.
you want to be elected, I'm the one that you would sit in with.
Yeah.
And that's what I explain to, when I sit one-on-one, I do a lot of the explanation. But I'm telling you from my experience that I've been here a long time, I've had certain council members or a certain governing body where they've pitched out an idea, and I ended up doing the idea all by myself.
And
So
I
they
think
can
that's
pitch,
unacceptable.
but it's all
Yeah.
different. What happens is that this council that's here sitting on right now came in with COVID. Some of them didn't, but some of them did, and so she explained it in the way that she did. So
Sure.
one council member who was here, she said, she's not here tonight, she stripped the budget completely.
Understand.
There was a budget for it. So if you see previous years, you're gonna see that there's, okay, 4th of July, there's here. So that's why people also come and run, I guess, because they have different ideas of how things should be. I'm just trying to say from my experience, because I wanted you to get a little more clarity.
Yeah.
Not that
And
I
I'll-
have any say in this.
And I'll provide additional clarity as well. If you would like to go and look at the budget of a lot of municipalities, there's one big municipality out there that throws a very, very big Jazz in the Garden event. Take a look at the revenue and take a look at the expenditures. sometimes these events, very often, these events can turn very easily into vanity projects. And the only person that wins is the elected official. Some of these events are being thrown and the people that live in the community cannot attend. I think that's a shame. I think our job as elected officials are to worry about how to make your life better, how to make your streets better, how to make the schools in our community better, how to create events low cost that allows us to connect without having to worry about what's in our pockets. I think it's important work when we talk about the street master plan, which is what I've done. I think it's important work to talk about making the community safer and making the streets less filled with people who are speeding. These are the things that I spend my time thinking of. I'm that type of elected official. There are other elected officials that love events and love vanity projects. That is not me. I'm about the work. I'm about making people's lives better. I am about the realness of connectivity. I think that that can be achieved in an event. I don't necessarily think that every event is thrown in that vein. So when I say that I'm not an event person, it is because I love to think about planning and zoning. I love to think about policing. I love to think about urban planning. I love to think about the streets master plan and how we can really make something exceptional in El Portal. And I know that there are other council members that are very skilled in events, and they can do that. But I do a lot of hard, complex work up here, and I'm proud of it. And that's what my calling card is, so.
I just want to offer some clarity on why it's separated out. So, someone referenced earlier the only chartered like event obligation was the state of the village, right? So in the charters, it's established that there will be a state of the village. That's an event. It requires money. So there's money in the budget for it, right? So there is one other mandated activity, although it's not in the charter, is just within the requirements to maintain a Tree City USA status, for example. Mm-hmm. One of the requirements to maintain Tree City USA status is essentially to have an Arbor Day event. It doesn't stipulate what the event has to be, but there needs to be an event that is dedicated to the awareness of Arbor Day. That's one of the activities. So it always falls under public affairs. So if we put the citywide events budget, formerly known as promotional activities, under the council, right? So if I want to put on the Arbor Day event for Tree City USA, satisfaction, then I technically, if it's all under just the council, then if I'm able to get to that budget first, then that entire budget would be mine for the Arbor Day event. Whereas under the public affairs separated out, it basically indicates that there's going to be a committee decision made on how these monies are spent. Whereas, like, for example, you see in the council page, the discretionary funds are basically lumped. They're not 5 separate line items of discretionary fund, but that's because it's understood that each individual seat has an allotted amount. Mm-hmm. If we put something like the citywide events budget of $20,000 just into the council budget, then basically whichever council person gets there first to that money is going to throw a $20,000 campaign event. So I will say in the years past, large events that we had were quite frankly like flat out like PR events for.
He's not speaking of my event.
I'm not. Yeah. Previous administration. Yeah. I'll be very clear about that. And so listen. One event I witnessed. There was it was supposed to be like a backpack giveaway, and literally we had like 60 people just standing in the heat for an hour and a half, while the mayor at that time went on a tour with the fire truck for photo shoot. Like they were gone for like everyone's just standing here, and the mayor leaves on top of the fire truck, and then like 30 minutes later, mayor comes back and then lets everybody into the air-conditioned space while everyone's standing outside for it was ridiculous because everyone had gotten there before, and then the mayor goes on the tour with the fire truck, previous mayor, or a different mayor, so not this mayor, so part of the reason the public affairs, as she said, there was another council person who's not here tonight, but was adamant that our public affairs in the past had not been used the way it's supposed to be used, which is essentially for the benefit of the residents. So her thinking was, we don't need this large item for all of these big events, when really what we're trying to do is outreach and engagement, which does not cost as much. And so we're still sorting through actually what the reconfiguration of what public affairs should or should not be doing. But the fact that it makes sense to have it completely separated out, because if you just put it in as a lump sum under the council, then somebody is going to just take that budget for their own use, essentially, without the benefit of the current situation where a committee needs to basically agree on how these things are going to happen and what's going to happen and how much is going to be spent. So in the past, I will say public affairs events have also been heavily subsidized by the Women's Club of El Portal, in terms of both volunteer preparation, labor hours, as well as donation of like material and supplies. So in the past, we also, relied heavily on other organizations as well. So I'll just say that in terms of why it makes sense that this would be kind of separated out and maintained under public affairs. I agree that we would like to see it a little more in view of what we're trying to accomplish with that, and that is a work in progress right now.
I appreciate that explanation, Mr. Erbaum. And ultimately, for me, the events is not about, vanity or any of the things that were suggested. I think that it has to be a priority in El Portal to bring revenue into this village. We have a lot of projects that we all see need to be done, and the answer keeps being we don't have the money, we can't afford it. And that's not operating in the best interest of the village. To settle as that the answer is not operating in the best interest of the village. And that's just the bottom line. You can say you do complicated things, but when we have problems that you don't bring solutions to, that's not operating in the best interest of the village. We need solutions to the problems, not kicking the can all around and saying why it can't be done. And so that's just one way that we can generate revenue into the village. I'm proposing that. Open to any other suggestions of how we can bring in revenue, but I haven't heard that coming from the council this evening. I haven't heard any ideas or suggestions. I've heard people grandstand about things that they've done, but then as we leave here tonight, we still have all of the things that are not done and all of the money that says that that they're saying we need, that nobody has offered an explanation of where it's going to come from. So what I'm asking for is people to actually get accountable about the things that need to be done. Stop playing these games, talking about all the things you already do, and let's just focus on how do we solve the problems that we have. And to solve problems, it takes money and it takes manpower. So I'm proposing solutions to get the staff that we need and to get the revenue that we need to be able to get these projects done, because I just want to see a solution. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Don't run away yet. Sorry. So our job is to fulfill the will of the people. And I heard it from you.
Yeah.
It's very obvious. I hear it from all the other residents. I'm planning on doing projects here in the next year, and I don't like hearing from other people that these are vanity projects. That's just a scapegoat to get you away from being in the driver's seat.
Very disrespectful. Yes.
So I would like to actually suggest that maybe we do break this down, because Councilperson Erbaum was correct. There are mandated events. There's a mandated State of the Village address. There's a mandated Arbor Day. I heard earlier, I think, Mr. Mayor, you said that we could even use town halls with the personal activities, which is now going to be called citywide events. Is that correct?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because I paid out of my discretionary fund for my town hall in March, and I was told I wasn't allowed to use any other funds because they were used for other things. I would like to see some more line items here and break this $20,000 down so that we can say, hey, maybe we break up $500 of it can be for town halls that need to be used. Maybe whatever amount needs to be used for Arbor Day, whatever has to be used for his State of the Village, but we should also add on some of these other things we're talking. So I want to do a Safe Streets Halloween, which means I'm going to hire the police off duty to close off Northeast 86, maybe 4th and 3rd, and then let all the kids come. And I've already talked to most of my neighbors here in Sherwood Forest, and they're all on board. So we don't even have to pay much money except for to our own police staff. They're going to give out the candies. They're going to put up their own decorations to their house. The whole village is going to be involved with that. But I would like to see a line item here so I can pay for those off-duty police officers for that. So I guess we can't make motions tonight, but how does everyone feel about adding 3 line items? We're not adding more to the budget, but taking it from this and separating it, having the 4th of July barbecue back, having Safe Street Halloween, and having like a small amount for a town hall if we need to have one.
Those things are for the Public Affairs Committee to decide. So the question is, what is the budget for the Public Affairs citywide events? Right now, we're sitting at 20,000. Does everybody agree that 20,000 is an acceptable amount for citywide events regardless of the line itemization, or do we need to change the number to something else?
I like that thought, talking about the numbers, and then later on we can talk with residents and come up with the specific items. I think 20 is a little light.
Yeah,
I think 20 is a little light. 30, is it 30? Is that the number?
Yeah, so this is the thing, and this may be something that we need to think about. And then you guys, our first budget hearing is next week. It's the 9th. That's another budget meeting next week, next Tuesday. Okay, I think that because we may be here for a long time with this, I think that we may want to think about it and then come back with our ideas. The only thing that I will say is this. I think that it's going to take, in the direction that we're going in, I think that it's going to take, not a significant amount, but it's going to take probably another $10,000, $15,000, you guys, for what you guys are talking about. Now, the only benefit to what, and I'm not saying we should go back and revisit this, but let me just point this out. The only benefit for the council and for us going through this process, the only benefit from what Councilperson Winters was talking about earlier with discretionary is that it allows an individual with their own ideas to do what they want with that discretionary money, and then when it's done, that's their decision. What's going to happen here is what Councilperson Urban's talking about, what I mentioned earlier, which is now everything is going to be in a big tranche of money. Who decides what is more important than what anybody else does? Who decides that Halloween is more important? I've been wanting to do a holiday block party. I think the holiday season is a beautiful season. I think the holiday season is when everybody's happy and joyous and things like that. I think it would be wonderful to have a Halloween block party with lights up and down the street. Is that more important than Halloween? So we're going to get to a point to where if it's not indiscretionary, to where I can just say, okay, I want to do a Halloween block party. If nobody else wants to do it, I'll just use my discretionary, and that's it. Or Councilperson Winters wants to do Halloween. If nobody else wants to do it, that's his discretionary. That's his position. If somebody else wants to do an Easter egg spring hunt, that's their discretion. They can do that. If somebody wants to do a book bag giveaway, that's their discretion. Now we're going to get to a point to where we're going to lead to a lot of debate about what's important and what's not, and that might lead to a long debate. That's the only thing I want to throw out there.
I do have a little thought on that. We also don't need, I think, 12 different events. I think if we can agree on, which I think we can, agree on 3 marquee events that we throw our energy behind, and also beyond that, you still have those discretionary funds that you can pursue some of your independent ideas on. The only thing is, if we don't just fund this thing into oblivion, it forces the council to lean on strategic partnerships, to lean on their connections, and we do have connections, and we do have strategic partnerships that we can still create that magic and not necessarily have to expend all of the money. There are different organizations that would love to partner with the municipality, if not with monetary donations, with in-kind. I know Frost Science has a mobile science unit that my kids love, and they would love to do something in the village of El Portal. So does the library system. It just forces us to think outside the box. I'm not saying that anyone here is doing vanity projects. I'm saying we all know municipalities where elected officials are throwing these events where they're on fire truck, and there are 60 people who don't really need it but are receiving some benefit. I don't think that's right. I think that we're savvier than that, and we're more well connected than that we can figure out how to get these events off of the ground without necessarily funding this thing into oblivion. And if we're wrong, next year, we can take another look and say, well, we aren't as well connected or savvy as we thought. But I think that we are, and we can make it happen with that funding, and also, in addition to that, funding that public affairs budget at 30-35 and spending the time it takes to think about 3 blockbuster events that we can put our heads together and execute.
Velvet Connolly, 355 Northeast 87th Street. To Councilman Winter's point, I think that's what I was really trying to get at. It sounded like with the promotional activities budget that there was a lot of things that was being included in that, and it wasn't clear what all of those things were. So for me, it was the breakout of the events for that to have its own number of how much money is going to be spent on events, and then whatever other things that are a part of promotional activities, that just being made clear of what is that budget for. Because I think you can't determine how much you need until you understand what is this money being allocated for, which for me, under promotional activities, or even the change that the vice mayor proposed of changing the name, it still didn't make it clear what is that money, what are all the things that that money is being expected to be earmarked for. So I think, to Councilman Winter's point, that is the point, right? It's to just kind of understand what are we expecting this budget to be used on, and how much of that will be able to go to events. Aside from that, again, the reason I said to bring it back to the council is because as a resident, I don't think it should be up to the council of what the events are. I think the community should tell the council or be a part of that conversation of what events we want to see, and that be an open conversation, not again, a legislative action taken by the council to say, this is what we want you to have. But it be like how they are with the committees, where it's engaging the public to say, people can propose, right? The public can propose, hey, I'd like to see this, or I'd like to have that, or you guys make your suggestion and the public speak on it. But for me, it was more about it being a collaborative process that engaged the community and not just imposed something on the community that was based on some idea that the council had. Thank you.
Wait, don't run. Say. Well, I haven't finished talking to her. You want me to just keep my mouth shut? Okay, so what I heard earlier was there was this 3-event arbitrary number that we should pick out, but what you said actually made a lot of sense. So getting the community involved and finding out what makes sense to them. So some things are obvious. Obviously, we have the mandated Arbor Day. Obviously, we have the mandated State of the Village address. I mean, it makes sense for 4th of July because that's America. We are American city here, right? But maybe you can speak with me afterwards, and we can find out a way to get the residents together and find out what they want and what would make them happy, and we can then bring it to the budget meeting next week and see how everyone feels about it.
Sounds great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Baza?
As important as events and community is,
Ms. Baza, please
I
say
believe-
your
I'm
name
sorry.
and address for the record.
Alexandra Baza, 120 Northwest 86th Street. I just believe that there's so many things that are important to the well-being of the city, as the police, and all sorts of discussions that we haven't even gotten to the meaty part here. And honestly, events are important, but there's a lot to discuss. I'm just saying.
Thank you. Ms. Alvarez?
I'm George Alvarez, 165 Northwest 88th Street. I missed a little bit of what Councilperson Erbaum was commenting on with regards to these theoretical funds that may or may not be dispersed in some fashion that nobody has decided on as of yet. And I believe you used the word tranche, if that jogs your memory a little bit. Thank you.
Well, are you talking about in terms of my remarks of why it makes sense to have this in its own category of public affairs versus wrapped up under the council? Is this so again, you know, there is a tranche of money already in the council listed under one item
Mhm.
that says discretionary funds.
Correct, 10K.
Those are
correct?
not separated out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's one line item, 10K, right? So it's understood, or yeah.
It
It's-
should be understood.
Well, I mean, it is understood as us members on the council that we have a allotted amount out of that to us, right?
2,000 each, is that correct?
Something to that effect, yes. So if you put something like $30,000 as just a general fund line item underneath the council, there is no stipulation there that says, each council person is only entitled to 20% of the fund to utilize for whatever event they come up with. So having it as its own public affairs section solves that problem of establishing that this money is only going to be spent through committee decision as opposed to first come, first serve on the council. There is no rules regarding if this money just goes, if we up it to 30,000 and just put it under the council, there's nothing that says how that money is going to be spent. Seating it in the public affairs section puts all kinds of stipulations on how that money is able to be decided or arrived at to be spent. And so if it ain't broke, don't fix it, I guess is my ultimate remark in that. And again, my question is, what is the appropriate amount for that line item? Because I think we've established that going forward, we would like to have a more active public affairs committee. And I think that this being the first hearing on the budget tonight also highlights the fact that we need a more active finance committee so that headed into something like this in September, we already have 60 days of notes from a finance committee. I think that would go a long way towards. So I think we have a lot of discussion in the coming year about committees and committee scheduling. I would like to stay focused on what do we think this line item total value should be. We stay at 20,000, do we up it to 30, 35? So, I mean, we've devolved into a whole theoretical discussion on how the committees should operate next year, and I'm ready to have that discussion, but in October.
What is that line item in its history been regarded as? You are, I believe, the longest serving council person.
Outside of the mayor.
If Mayor Nickerson,
Outside
maybe
of the
he could
mayor.
bring some context to it too.
I believe he could, but I mean, typically we would see, we've seen a lot of different variations. So if there is an established event, then you might see it as a line item, but typically, I mean, this is about how we look at it in terms of public affairs approach. So, listen, I was talking to my wife because she balances a budget for a nonprofit of $3.1 million down to the penny, right? So she reports to the board fairly frequently. They have finance committee meetings pretty frequently. So I asked her, what's a reasonable amount of detail that residents should expect from our budget? And she actually thought this was over detailed, to be perfectly honest. But she then said, I don't know how it works in the government because she works in 501c3 nonprofit reporting, which is very strict reporting. Everything has to be calculated to the penny. But the point being that, talking about the way Biscayne Park did it with 200 pages, well, that kind of makes sense for a government reality because then you're eliminating a lot of headaches and problems and questions and guessing on the behalf of the residents who don't have a background. The reason my wife can present a very basic budget to her board is because everybody is involved.
It's expectations and
Right.
it's already
And there's skill
established.
levels that are already there and base knowledge that's already there. When you're dealing with residents in a thing like this, you don't have those same. It's a larger curve and there's a lot more questions and missing spaces and things like this. So I feel like it ain't broke. Let's not fix it. In public affairs, there is everything we need in place right there. It's just a matter of decision making, how we're going to go about distributing that money or what we're going to put it towards. But I think moving it under the council would be a confusing mistake that would not be necessary.
I'd like to get Mayor Nickerson's answer on this as well, just for a little context.
He's asking specifically this public affairs page in the past, has it been presented with more detailed line items? Has it always been generic like this? He wants more background.
So a long time ago when I first got on, when we had the events that the Public Affairs Committee would have than it had the line items of the events at one point. But it was only like that for a certain number of years. Then it just went to a generic Public Affairs Committee.
And how did the generic approach,
The-
what was that approach?
Go ahead, Councilman.
Yeah, so partly out of COVID was the ultimate result, and then with the change in Chair of Public Affairs, there was essentially an elimination of the budget altogether for a re-evaluated approach towards public affairs.
Okay.
Meaning
Global pandemic, sure.
Yes, and so I mean, I just can't be more clear. Any municipality you go to, if you go to a large public event in that municipality, there's the corporate sponsors and things like this, the businesses who are trying to, tell you, hey, I care about your community. You should, we have a symbiotic potential for relationship here, right? But you're going to have stump speeches. So understand that, I actually want to see Halloween come back, and I would love to see an all-inclusive holiday event take place, because I think these things are important community-building events. But as it's presented, we already have Halloween presented by Councilperson Winters. You understand? So that is where that reality of how it used to be in terms of what these events are and used for. All right. I used to show up to the public events, and then my children would be being photographed the entire time, and then published in a newsletter that only accomplished campaign accomplishments for technically one person. And so there is very real history here and very real conditions that brought us to, hey, let's reevaluate completely what we're doing in public affairs. And we're just now a few years removed from that process, and we have more engagement from the residents. And so I do think we're at a time now where we can reevaluate this, but moving this out of this page and into under the council is what I'm saying is an erroneous measure. I fully support bringing Halloween back. I fully support the mayor's idea for a holiday week. The state of the village is wrapped up in there somewhere, and then Arbor Day as well. And then we still have, like other times of the year where there's events. Spring is an idea, is one that comes to mind in terms of a lot of different types of opportunities for events, right? And so the point simply is, do we think that this number of $20,000 is enough for the next year to accomplish what we think we want to accomplish in public affairs, or do we need more? Because the discussion about what the Public Affairs Committee is for October and beyond, frankly, like flat out.
Okay, what you're doing, Councilperson Urbam is underscoring for me just what a slippery slope this is, and just how unbelievably tone deaf this idea is. This is the third attempt tonight to push money into places that it has not worked out in the past. People on this dais have mentioned some of the mistakes that have been made in the past, and
So do you think that the
crazy
money
things have happened with previous administrations. I'm hearing about some of it now.
Are you saying that you do think that this page of public affairs should be eliminated and that this two line items should be rolled under the council? Is that what you're saying?
I am saying that irrespective of what marquee events, and there may be some, and there's a validity to that need to be planned ahead. But the idea of putting a tranche, to use your word, and it may be an incorrect usage,
Well, until there's a
of
line item,
money
yeah.
of $20,000 or $30,000 or $35,000 that was mentioned is unbelievably tone deaf and unbelievably fiscally irresponsible. Now, I keep on hearing at the last few meetings, I've heard people glibly say that residents wanted this and residents wanted that, but those residents were not here. I've never spoken to those residents. My residents are worried about potholes. My residents are worried about a roundabout that is costing us $600,000. My residents are worried about people opening their cars
what
and
number?
stealing things. You guys,
So we're at zero.
this should be a discussion for another year. I am sorry.
So
You
is
have
your
2,000
suggestion
each
zero?
in discretionary funds
So
to use.
Is your suggestion zero for this line item?
It is.
Okay, that's where I'm trying to get there. That's where I'm trying to get. Okay, so your suggestion is zero for the citywide events for this coming year, And we'll have an
And-
opportunity in committee to evaluate what the need would be for the following year.
We will be able to provide some transparency to Ms. Connolly's point so that people in the community can register their wants,
can make a
their
plan.
likes or dislikes, so that we can make, to quote the President of the United States, concepts of a plan at the very least, which you guys are not mentioning right now.
Yeah,
A
I'm
lot
with
of
you.
fine ideas. I love Halloween. I love July 4th.
For the record, I am also at 0 for this line item.
So I'm urging you guys, okay, so we haven't gotten to the meat
Not at all.
of this budget. We've heard a lot about event planning, a lot of very wise comments about event planning. We've heard comments about things that were not pertinent to this workshop. But it is offensive and irresponsible to start pushing money out into what comes to a first come, first served slush fund
Without a plan.
without a plan or guardrails. I'm urging you guys to end this conversation now and move on to the next points. I appreciate your indulgence. This is ridiculous.
I would propose to move the item from 20,000 down to last year's expenditure, which I believe is 6,000. I would make that recommendation to hold, like, not to zero it out, but to move it from 20 down to 6. So at least whatever was accomplished last year, I'm assuming that's the state of the village, is that right? Yeah. Yeah, we definitely need a budget for the state of the village. The Arbor Day can be pulled off with little to no money, like $300 probably. So outside of having any other commitments already on the books, I would recommend $6,000 as the line item for this.
Let me just jump in here. I think we should leave it where it is for now, you guys, and continue to think about it. I think we have to find a way to balance between, getting the stuff done that we want to get done with the speed humps and those type of things and road repair. But then there's also that element of individuals out there that do want more community events again. And I think it's a good balance that we need to strike between those things. So I would say for right now, leave it at 20,000. I think we'll just have to debate about what events individuals want to have and what we shouldn't
We need to
have.
activate the committee. We need to activate the committee.
And could you repeat your suggestion, Councilman Urban?
My suggestion is, I just turned the page, I don't have it in front of me. The expenditure of last year was, hold on, there, I got it right there. 5,470, so my proposal is 6,000 as a line item for next year.
Okay, so you would like to fund events, and I just want everybody in the audience to hear this. You'd like to fund events at 6,000, and the mayor is saying that you would like to keep that line item at the 20,000 words.
More clearly, what I'm saying
Okay.
is that we have a plan for what we might need the 6,000 for. We do not have a plan for what we would need the 20,000 for.
Okay.
And so while we have ambition of what we want to accomplish with extra monies, that committee has not met in a very long time, and that committee has no plan for any events at all next year whatsoever. So I take the residents' comment as fairly logical that assuming we're going to reactivate specifically the Public Affairs Committee, that's what we're talking about right now. I do believe that the last year and this year highlight that we need the Finance Committee up and running as well. But the point being that I'm saying that, but we don't have an activated Public Affairs Committee or an activated Finance Committee right now. And so in light of the fact that we do not have a plan for this, I would revert to last year's spending. I'm giving a $530 pad to put it up to 6,000.
Okay.
I think we should leave it at 20.
And the mayor's at 20, because, I mean, there's things we want to do for sure.
There's things we want to do.
But we have no current plan for those things.
I understand.
Mr. Alvarez is the only one I've met so far that says they do not want to be engaged with the rest of their community.
That's not what he's saying.
I
That's
don't understand.
That's
like-
misconstruing 100% of what he's saying. That's not what he's saying at all.
Hold on, Mr. Alvarez. Are we good? All right, good. Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Councilperson Winters, you had the mic, and then we'll go to Mr. Ricks.
I agree with you, Mr. Mayor. We need to have the funds to do what needs to be done here. You didn't use all of it last year. You had $20,000 adopted, you used $5,400. If I do my Halloween thing, how, Mr. Chief of Police, how, if I had 4 off-duty police officers block roads for 3 hours in Sherwood Forest, what would the estimated cost be? So that's 3 hours times 4 officers, so 7 times 75. So
But it's also a
It's-
4-hour minimum.
There's a 4-hour minimum. You're looking at $300 per officer, times 4 officers, $1,200 for the cost.
So I could run my event for that if the rest of the community, which, by the way, the rest of the community has already been talking with me
Whose
about
event?
this. Whose event? El Portal. This is a city,
I
a
thought you
village.
said my event, I'm sorry.
You guys, I think that we should keep it there for now. We're not going to come to a conclusion tonight. Let's go home, think about it, come back with your solid ideas at the next budget hearing.
I think that's a wise decision.
Okay. All right, we good on public affairs?
We're good.
All right, let's move on, you guys. Next, we have police. Questions, comments?
Yes, Greg Steer, Northwest, where do I live? 120 Northwest 86th Street. Finally, 3.5 hours later, we get to the part of the budget that actually counts, because it's over $2 million, as opposed to the party budget, which is $20,000, but anyway, that's the way things go. So, quickly, public safety, 65% of every property tax dollar goes to public safety. Year over year, they've gotten double-digit increases for at least the last 5 years. In 2020, we spent less than $1 million. This year, we're going to spend over $2 million. And this is not to take anything away from the police department or any of its officers, especially since the chief is standing next to me and he's armed. But this is about public policy. This is about fiscal responsibility. You think a department's budget would closely track its stated mission, which is crime mitigation. So is crime going up 20% a year? Just the opposite. Nationally, locally, El Portal is the same. Even the police department's own crime stats will confirm that crime is not really an issue here. If you look at the crime stats for 2023 and 2024, there were 0 arrests in each of those years. What we are doing well is not arresting people, but issuing parking tickets, which is probably a good thing. Anyway, I think the public safety budget increase request is more than $300,000 over last year. This is a small village. We have a very tiny commercial district, almost no multifamily rental until Cavista. It's predominantly owner-occupied, single-family homes with people that have been around for years, even decades. People know their neighbors. They may not like their neighbors. They may not talk to their neighbors, but they know them, which leads to a safer environment. We're separated by the river from Miami. We back up to Miami Shores, which is like Mayberry. I'm not suggesting that crime isn't an issue. I just don't think that we need to be spending $2.1 million fighting it. There are alternatives, but my proposal is that we cap the spending for the public safety at 50% of the ad valorem taxes. That would be about $1.6 million, which is more than we spent in 2024. It's a little bit less than what we were proposing to spend this year, which was 1.8, although we've only spent 1.3 so far. I think $1.6 million is a reasonable, feasible amount. And again, we have to consider and remember that we're operating in the red and that there's a deficit, and this is our single largest expense.
All right,
Thank you.
I know that. Thank you very much, Mr. Steer. I know that CFO Taubenfeld wanted to say something, and then we'll go to the chief. You're good? Okay. Well, either CFO Taubenfeld, the chief, or the manager want to respond.
Yeah, I guess I can, I don't know if there was any specific questions that were initially asked, but what I will say specifically as relates to the totality of the police budget, a major increase year over year, especially from, I think it was mentioned 2020 to where we are in 2025, the main driving factor of that is the salaries for the officers. And that's just to get us competitive. Actually, we like to think we're competitive in the marketplace. You talk to the FOP, they'll tell you the exact opposite. What I could tell you that when I first started here, I believe it was in 2021, the officer, correct me if I'm wrong, please, Chief, but I think the average officer was making $36,000 a year. We've negotiated the agreement with the FOP that's expiring actually at the end of this month, which is why you see the increases that you've seen for the last 3 years. Again, it was to become competitive in the marketplace. If you want to ask them again, they'll tell you that they're not competitive, and obviously they're looking for more and wanting more. At the same time, we're doing what we feel is best and negotiating the best possible scenario, so where so that the village can accept and something that the officers themselves are happy with at the same time. So I think that's where you'll see a major increase. The body count of the officers has increased as well. I think, again, when I first started, I think the number was 10. We're up to, I think, 12 or 13 at the moment. And the plan, and a big factor of what you see in this $2.1 million budget is the addition of some additional police officers. The chief can get into that in greater detail, you know, when I'm done. But some of the other items that you see here, again, getting a better understanding of the budget. And some of them, full disclosure, were mishits. You look at the holiday pay, the number this year is significantly higher than budgeted. Full disclosure, a miss on our part, right? What is it? It's the rate of pay for the officer, right? Went up significantly, year over year over year. It's just a number that I guess got lost over the years. But now, when we're able to look at numbers at a clean ledger and see what is what, and not have to worry about playing catch up with all the audits, we have a better understanding as what's happening on a day-to-day basis here. You look at the special pay. That was the lady was here earlier. I forgot her name, but she had mentioned to me that was a concern of hers, and I explained to her that is wages for the police officers, right? There's a cost for the revenue, right? The officers are out there, policing the streets, making sure that they're safe, catching all the speeders. At the same time, they have to go to court and represent and make sure that, that they follow through. There's a cost factor to that. So that's what you see there. But again, we're contrary to what the belief is, we are fiscally responsible, right? The chief is fully aware and understands that that is a cost that gets incorporated in the revenue program of the police department. So if he's generating revenue for the police tickets, any cost associated for those tickets goes against that revenue. And then at that point, he has a number that he could work with to add for the additional equipment or any other stuff that is needed. And I guess that's also where you see the number, if you want to look at a specific number, machinery and equipment. Again, that goes to the police. The chief will go into greater detail. But again, that's taking a program that has now been established for a year. We feel confident that it's working, that it's doing what it's supposed to be doing. So now we're going into the next year with a plan of what to do with those funds. These funds are specific to the police, right? These are funds that have to be specific to police. Sorry, these are funds that have to be spent specifically for the police, and that's what we're trying to do here. The other thing that I would point out, I guess, also is an incremental increase is the retirement contributions, as discussed previously. That's the pension. It's adding the officers, and then you have, adding the officers at whatever the rate is, and that would cause the incremental increase year over year. I guess that concludes my part as far as the numbers. I'll let the chief go into greater detail. If there's any other questions after he's done, I'll be more than happy to answer them. Thank you.
Let's first allow her to speak, Chief, and then maybe you can answer all questions that we got.
Sorry. Oh, can you hear me? Denise White, 173 Northwest 88th Street. Since I was 12. What do you call it? Where it says uniform and cleaning. I know we probably have to provide our uniform for the officers, but we got to clean them too?
Yes, as part of the agreement with the police department. And one of the reasons why, unfortunately, again, we talk about salaries. The hardest part, that, I'm speaking for the chief, is retention, right? When you're the lowest paying municipality in Dade County, right? Retention, it becomes a problem. And one of the things, one of the costs of not having retention are uniforms and uniforms, right? Every time we get a new officer, we have to fit them. We have to get the equipment. So there's a cost factor with it.
Do we have, I'm sorry, proper English, right? Do we have to clean it though?
Yes, it's part of the agreement with the police department.
So when his uniform is dirty, he just give it to you guys and you send it to clean it, bring it back? I'm sorry.
We have an account at the dry cleaners
Okay.
for police uniforms,
Oh,
so they take them there.
okay.
But it is a part of, most departments have cleaning.
Yeah?
You could think of that as a benefit, one benefit of being, you could think of that as one benefit of being part of a union, technically, is what we're talking about. It's a union agreement.
That we clean their uniform.
Yes.
But it's
Oh,
not just El Portal, right? Yeah, it's
It's just,
it's not just El Portal.
it's not just,
No.
because my friend works for Metro Dade and I don't think they clean his uniforms. But, okay.
Thank you very much. Anybody else for police?
Yeah, just a quick comment.
Go
So I actually agree with Resident Steer's concept of, 50% should be the cap. But that's where we find out that we really are different in terms of the size of the municipality. I believe the city of Miami's budget for their police is over $1 billion. And so while the percentage is upsetting, I guess I acknowledge that the reason that percentage is higher is because we are, in fact, a smaller community. The chief, I've talked openly with the chief about this many times because I am not what you would call an advocate of the police. There have been a few officers who've flat out possibly saved my life by not taking me to jail when I was younger. Other officers I've seen would fall in the category of what you call bad apples, right? So I've lived in this county for a long time, over 20 years. And as I moved into El Portal and started kind of figuring out what my relationship as a resident was going to be with law enforcement, because I lived in North Beach for 10 years, Miami Beach Police Department. Did not have a good relationship as a resident with them. Coconut Grove, before that, did not have a good relationship with the City of Miami Police. And so I was so relieved when I got here under Chief Magnuson's tutelage, and then to have Chief Magnuson turn over the reins. It was such a relief to know that we had a chief who values continuing education and things like this. De-escalation training, these kinds of things are unbelievably important. So as a first-time homeowner, I recognize that my home value goes up because we're Patrice City, USA. My home value goes up because we're a bird sanctuary. But my home value goes up because we have our own police department. My home value absolutely goes up because we have our own police department. And so when it comes to officers' pay, as much of a relationship of animosity that I've had with law enforcement in the past, one of my complaints has actually been we don't pay police enough. Because if you want to keep a cop from going on the take, from doing dirt flat out, from other activities that are going to bring trouble and drama and strife into the community, having well-paid officers goes a long way towards having an officer stand up and do the right thing instead of fold under and become part of the problem. So I have been consistently impressed with our chief's ability to keep a lot of that drama out of our village and away from our residents. And that has been a huge source of eliminating stress living here in El Portal. Now, we definitely want to see more police activity on the west side with the speeders and things like that. I will say the reason Northeast 2nd Avenue gets the attention is because we successfully got the speed limit reduced. The speed limit is still 40 on Miami. You got to be doing 51, 52 before it's even worth the officer's time to pull you over.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Mayor, per charter, you need to motion
Oh, yeah.
for 11 o'clock.
I'll stop talking, but I do just want to say that this,
Let's do it. Hold on 1 second.
This
Councilperson
page-
Urban, let's just do it right now.
Yeah, but we need to do it like 30 seconds, but-
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do the motion.
Okay.
Councilperson Urban.
because I can wrap it up in 10 seconds.
You have a motion?
No, it's not well,
So
I mean,
moved.
I'll
All right.
move to continue to
Do
move.
we have
Second.
in a second?
All right.
Councilor
Second.
Urban, motion
Aye.
moved by Vice Mayor Martin. All
I'll
in favor?
second.
Aye.
Aye. All right. Until 12 o'clock midnight.
So I will just say that I agree with the premise that the police budget should be lower than 65% of the overall budget, but that might not occur until we bring on another development or otherwise have increased revenues in the village simply because we're so small. I just want to be so very clear that almost every municipality in the county outside of our own, including Miami Shores, deals with really problematic police officers. All right, I've not seen any municipality anywhere in this county accomplish what we accomplish here in terms of elimination of problematic officers. So that absolutely translates to better quality of life, and for those who are concerned, higher property values for the entire area. Unincorporated data is benefiting from our police department. So hopefully as the problems subside and unincorporated around us, maybe we can beat Miami Shores to the punch and incorporate some more residences into the village. So.
Thank you very much. Any other questions or comments about the police?
I have some, but I'd like to hear what Chief Mendez has to say. I think he was going to talk earlier, right?
Yeah, but I think he was just going to answer the questions, so I'd rather have the questions out because he might not have to say anything if we get the clarification that we need.
Well, I am in agreement with Councilor Nurbaum. I feel that these numbers are far too low and that the salaries must be increased. I do have a few questions. When I see the regular salaries go up 26%, were there increases in amount of officers or were there increases in pay?
Both.
Okay. So I would like to have that.
May I add to that for 1 second, please? I'm sorry. To answer your question is both, but also just keep in mind that we are negotiating with FOP, collective bargaining agreement for the next 3 years. So the current agreement is expiring at the end of this month, and we're still negotiating the new agreement, what the amount's going to be for the next 3 years.
So we can't actually raise the amounts that they're getting paid or recommend that until 3 years?
I would suggest that we negotiate, we've already started negotiating with the FOP on the collective bargaining agreement. I would love, if there are recommendations that need to be made, I would recommend that it be done offline, and then we can have that conversation.
Okay, so the next.
Hold on, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just want to be careful and caution the council not to get too deeply involved in a public discussion of something. I mean, at some point it may be necessary, probably will, to have some kind of executive session with you, but the negotiations themselves are confidential, and asking too much about them could put us in a bad position, not only negotiating, but at some point it's at least theoretically possible that it could rise to the level of an unfair labor practice. So just, I mean, you have to set a budget, and I understand that, but just be careful about the sole topic of negotiations with the police union. You know, cars and equipment, uniforms, all fair game, but you can't completely avoid salaries, and I'm not suggesting that.
Okay,
Just
so
be careful about things that are the subject of
Let's ask another question with someone we're not dealing with. Right now, in November, I believe they passed some new sheriffs in Miami-Dade. We pay a lot of money in taxes from El Portal to Miami-Dade government. Are we allowed to utilize to supplement and help out our police using any of the sheriffs?
So I'd like to make a public comment. So growing up in Topeka, Kansas, and living other places, I'm just going to tell you right now, we do not want the sheriff's department in El Portal at all in any capacity. People of Miami-Dade County did not ask for the sheriff's department. The sheriff's union put themselves here, and in my experience, which is sometimes direct experience, listen, the sheriffs, being in Miami-Dade County, you're going to see an increase in human trafficking, gun running, and drug trafficking. You're not going to see a decline. Under no circumstance should we be inviting the sheriff's department into El Portal. Sincerely.
Through our MOU, they would respond as resources for us. For example, if we have a homicide, we don't have a homicide detective. Any large-scale incident, we would call on them for resources. So that's the benefit that we will get out of it.
So you would plan on utilizing them if you have to?
We have in the past, and we would be required to because we don't have resources for certain incidents.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Can I just make a comment? Greg Steer, 120 Northwest 86th Street. I completely disagree with Urbaum's characterization of the sheriff. Maybe the sheriff in Kansas is not the same as the sheriff in Miami-Dade, but I don't know what issue you have with the sheriff's departments here. But the fact is that
the largest MDMA bust in the last 20 years was the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Department distributing.
that's Palm Beach. That's not Miami-Dade. Miami-Dade, for the first time
Monroe
in 60
County
years,
Sheriffs protect houses where women from
can
Eastern
I-
Europe are
Can I
housed.
finish? For the first time in 60 years, the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Department has an elected official, an elected leader. It's been totally revamped. They have 3,000 officers. They have 8 district stations, one of which is 4 minutes from here. And they patrol unincorporated Miami-Dade, which completely surrounds El Portal. So you may denigrate the sheriff, but the fact is that they're already patrolling east, west, north, and south of us. So I'm not sure what issue you have specifically with the sheriff's department. They actually contracted with the city of Miami Lakes. Miami Lakes has never had their own police department. I don't know whether you consider Miami Lakes, a hotbed of crime, but the fact is that the sheriff's department is responsible for patrolling Miami Lakes, Cutler Bay, and I think there's another one. But that is an option that we have, and I think for you to eliminate that possibility is unfortunate. Having said that, I just wanted to, because Mr. Tauenbaum brought up a couple of these line items, and I just wanted to clarify that the court costs are the line items that says special pay is for court costs for officers to go and contest speeding tickets.
That is correct.
Yeah.
Last name is Taubinfeld, by the way.
Tabenfeld, sorry.
No worries.
Maintenance vehicles. It's in here twice. So we spent $12,000 so far, and then we spent on one line item that says maintenance vehicles, and then we have another line item that says maintenance vehicles for $55,000. So I'm not sure I understand the difference or why we need to be spending $75,000 repairing vehicles that really travel within a 10-block area.
So the first line item referenced is really more repairs, and also includes the lease agreement that we have for the maintenance on the new vehicles. And then the maintenance on the vehicles is a separate line item, which is specifically maintenance for the older vehicles.
All the vehicles are leased?
No.
Some you purchased?
We've purchased most of them. We're in the process of bringing on three new cars, all being supported by the revenue from the police department.
So that was my other question. So the increase that you're asking for, the police department is asking for, is over $300,000. Is there a specific list of what items that they're requesting for that $300,000? Is it cars? Is it guns? Is it bullets, is there, like, is there a formal request that they present to the village?
The police chief could be more specific to that. That's, he can answer that, but I will just give some clarity. The number that you the total number is 300,000. I think but specifically, as it relates to equipment, that number that you're seeing is only a $60,000 increase, right? So I just be specific with the numbers. The differential, majority of that $250,000 is related to salaries and benefits for the 2 officers that were mentioned, and some other minor items. But again, if it's specifically talking about the equipment is a $60,000 increase year over year.
We're talking about machinery and equipment?
That is
bottom
correct, sir.
line?
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
So that's vehicles.
It's the vehicles and other stuff as well. The police chief could answer that for you.
The vehicles primarily will come from the revenue that we generate through the officers' contributions and some monies that are left over from the citations. So it doesn't follow through, it doesn't go through to the residents. The 9 vehicles that I requested, 4 of which will be from trading in the old fleet of Chargers. That'll cover a down payment. The revenue they bring will cover the down payment of those 4 new vehicles. The rest will come from our fund. And the additional vehicles that I need are to get rid of 4 2014 Tauruses that are a great part of that repair bill that you just spoke of, because the maintenance is very high and some of the repairs are very costly. Aside from that, it's oil, tires, switching around, maybe an occasional issue with a vehicle, but aside from that, they're under warranty.
Now, you said you requested that. So again, my question is there a formal list that you present to the village, specifying exactly what you want to do, what you want with this 300,000, a list of cars, anything else?
Yes, I forwarded that to the manager, yes.
Oh, okay. So is that something that we can see? Yes, okay. Only other question was $96,000 for gas. Are any of these vehicles electric?
No.
No. Okay. $10,000 in bullets. Who are we shooting at?
That's for qualifications twice a year.
Training.
For training certification.
Got it.
That includes rifles and sidearms.
Rifles.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else for the police?
Chief, conversely, our officers are also prepared to assist county, city, in the events of, hurricane, national emergency,
Yes.
all of this as well. So
That's correct.
So the agreements that we do have with any other law enforcement agency are not necessarily reciprocal, but there are some reciprocal components to our officers have the training and the ability to assist other agencies in the event of, a large scale event, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Daniel Rojas, 60 Northeast 86th Street. Just again, so let's say the gasoline, all these expenditures, I'll make it easier. Is there any type of accounting? So how can we make sure that, we're a small city, they're driving around $100,000 worth of gasoline every year. Are they driving the cars home and coming back? And
Those are take-home vehicles, yes, sir.
Those are all take. So how do we? Are they using it for being an off-duty jobs type of things? Is this all included El Portal pays for all this? Is there any way that we can see and make sure that these vehicles are used for El Portal businesses, or is this part of the?
Well, they're only used for policing here. They do work the off-duty jobs, but that's part of that revenue that we get back.
Yeah,
I
they have to
asked
pay.
them to contribute $5 an hour. So if they sit in an off-duty for 8 hours, that's $5 an hour that's coming back. So the pay automatically gets broken off into that, and it's continuous revenue throughout the year.
It's just that, just looking at the numbers, obviously I don't do this all the time, but obviously we're spending a certain amount of money to get a certain amount of money back. And the more we spend, the less it makes sense to spend that much, right? So is there any way that we can make sure we hold some accountability on the usage of gasoline. The dry cleaning, $30,000 worth of dry cleaning, and so just to make sure, you know, obviously they're probably not doing it, but how to make sure it's like, you know, are they dry cleaning their uniforms every single day, or is somebody kind of like getting a little too crazy with it? Or if I wear a suit to work, I don't dry clean the suit every time I use it. Maybe I should, but I try to take care of my suit so I don't get it dirty, right? So just we are a small municipality. We do have a limited amount of resources. Just to make sure that everybody kind of like uses them as wisely as possible is just all I can ask for. And from the environmental perspective, which is very important for me, you know, the excess use of gasoline, excess use of dry cleaning, all this presents a heavy load on environment and all that stuff. So,
Understood.
thank you.
Velvet Connolly, 355 Northeast 87th Street. Please, Chief, is there a reason that we can't use like solar vehicles?
We never petitioned for them. We get regular fleet vehicles, and it would it would require us to install the posts here. I visited the ones for Virginia Gardens.
Mm-hmm.
They have 3 charging stations. Even that might be at a department that you can compare to ours.
Mm-hmm.
Charging takes a while.
At the time, yeah.
They're tinier than we are. Charging takes a while for them, and they basically have the cars. They don't assign take-home vehicles, so they just leave the cars there all the time. And even then, they have an issue charging. They're tiny. We patrol a lot more than them, and we do a lot more enforcement than they do.
Okay, so you feel like that would detract from your work in certain ways?
As far as the cost effectiveness, I'm not sure what it would be. If it would be a big difference with regard to using fuel or charging the vehicles. I could see the transfer of one vehicle to the other, unless it's a high-speed charger, which I don't believe we can install here. We had one here for the little minivan for the program for a bit. But even their chargers, they're not high-impact chargers. It's 3 right in front of the station, and the cars have to constantly be plugged in. I can't tell you that I delved into it even more than that because I didn't.
Okay, I appreciate that. I would like to note that I did propose that a few years ago that we do a pilot program here in El Portal to be the first municipality with the first fully solar police department, to see if we could have got the cars donated. That was back when we didn't have the cars. And I would still bring that up again to see if that would be an opportunity to have cars donated, that we don't have to actually pay for the cars because we're doing a pilot program. And that might then be able to be negotiated that the chargers are also then installed. And those might be ways that we could save line item on the budget. And I do just want to mention, I lived in Bay Harbor Island before I lived here. My son was a part of the Police Explorers program there, and they obviously have an amazing police department, but El Portal has an exceptional police department. I've dealt with the police here extensively, and I just think we have the best police department. So
I thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to say something quickly. I did get to visit Virginia Gardens and look at those vehicles. They gave me extensive tours of the interior, and they told me how reliable they were and how quickly they did charge. And I asked if there was any problems, anything that they saw at all that was a downside, and they said there was nothing. Everything that you hearsay is not really true. I know you have friends over there. I would love to dive in more and find out about this and see if there were any actual problems that they had with it, but because it would be something to look for the future. And like she said, if we can get some kind of collaboration with someone, you know, Tesla or something, maybe they'll pay for chargers, maybe they'll pay for vehicles to finally create something in a city, and this is a great city to explore it. Are you open to that?
I'm clearly open to that, yeah.
Thank you.
George Alvarez, 165 Northwest 88th Street. Chief, we met once briefly, but met a couple of your officers, and just top-notch, really good guys. And
I appreciate it.
Just wanted to extend that. And to piggyback on what Ms. Connolly and Councilperson Winters said, I think that's a great idea too, especially if there are long-term savings. And obviously the efficacy of a police cruiser is important. If it doesn't get the job done, then that's a whole other thing. But we live in a great new world with some great new technology, and if it can save us some money while making an important stance, why not? I think self-resiliency with individuals and with villages is a goal. Perhaps never totally achievable, but a pretty cool thing. I have a tough time asking these questions because I am an advocate for and of the men and women in blue that I've met and that I've had in my family, in my life. But there seems to be a theme, not just in your budget, but in our budget, and that is that we are kind of stretching at the seams a little bit. And that the answer for our current costs is possible future development, I find as specious and as frightening as a tranche of money for parties. Grinch, that may make me to the dais. Fine. So I wanted to ask you, Chief, what is the ideal number of full-time, part-time, and reserve officers for El Pretel? And what do we have now?
Right now, we have the 12 full-timers, 1 part-timer, and the 9 reserves.
And the reserve payments they're essentially volunteers, correct?
That's correct.
Right.
They have to give us, they give us the 1 shift every month. And aside from that, I have some that are specifically assigned to a task. In other words, they're a reserve, but one monitors the entire special events program, the off-duty work.
Okay.
One runs the property room, so he's certified to run the property room, so he'll come in, and that's where he dedicates his time to doing it. I have one that does backgrounds.
Okay.
Specific to that. So every time we get an individual, he's got to do that, and that's where his time goes.
You put them to work and you're efficient with it, basically, because they're kind of specialized. They know the room. They know
Correct,
the
and we have
background.
zero administrative staff, not even one.
Right. Do you think, second question, how many vehicles do we currently have? And what types are they? Are they just all, I see cruisers and then I see the SUV cruisers, and that's all.
Four are the white Tauruses that I need to channel out. Those are about 2014 or 2015.
Okay.
The first fleet that we purchased was 5 Chargers, one of which was wrecked. We got a replacement Explorer for that one. So so it's 4 Chargers, 1 Explorer. Should be 5 Tahoes. And the 3 Durangos that are coming on now.
So the 3 Durangos would presumably replace the 4 Tauruses?
No, sir.
No?
The vehicles that I'm requesting now, part of those would replace the 4 Tauruses. That's part of the Durangos that I'm requesting now.
For the upcoming year,
That's
so,
correct.
I'm sorry, 3 or 4 Wranglers?
No, the ones that I'm requesting?
Yeah.
The 9 Durangos.
Oh,
9.
nine Durangos to replace the 4 Tauruses.
Right, well, only 4 of those will go to replace those 4 Tauruses.
And the other 5 will just be
The
new
rest
acquisitions?
will be on the fleet, but remember, we're turning, with the program that we're in, I'd be turning in the 4 Chargers. Enterprise will sell them. Proceeds go to pay for the down payment on 4 of those Durangos. That way we're not responsible for a down payment on that, which is for upfitting. And then we just pay the monthly payments from our fund.
Which leaves us with an ideal total of how many vehicles? That would be 4, 5, 10, 13, 18 vehicles?
Seems a little short. By
Short.
2. I think we're short by 2. At 18, I think we're short by 2.
So 20 vehicles,
So it's a
4-hour
14,
department?
5. The one
We're talking for the year 2016, assuming that we turn over the Tauruses and replace the Durangos.
Yeah, if that's what you added up, 18, then maybe that should be the correct number.
Okay. And there's no other vehicles?
Currently in the fleet, no.
Oh.
I did request an ATV to patrol the FEC property. We have encampments that we share with the city of Miami, about a quarter mile down. And that's pretty treacherous to walk on. They can't walk on the track. And the cars run a risk of setting fire on there, and they get too close to the railroad track, and it's a hazard.
Can you drive any vehicle on FEC?
Oh, yeah, you can drive anything you want. I mean, I've had the officers on there driving, and I tell them to get out because it's unsafe. Oh, that's right. I'm sorry, we have one administrative pickup truck that's
Okay.
assigned to a detective. That came through a grant, and it was paid for through that grant. And that's what we consider our high water vehicle. We purchased it specifically for that.
For high water?
Yes, sir.
Just to be devil's advocate here, with a standing force of 11 plus yourself, 14, and somewhere between, I'm guessing, 18 and 22 vehicles.
Yes.
Plus a potential new ATV?
Correct. That's not for patrolling, though. That's specific for FEC property.
But can't it be accessed? Can't the FEC be accessed from the old roads in Little Farm, or is it just?
Well, Little Farms are gated, and we primarily don't have access to that. It's gated.
To the part that has not been made or remade public once
Right,
again,
and
so
again,
you can't
that-
get in.
I mean,
So
you have
that's
to-
where they hang out.
And you have to consider the hazard of walking that day or night, because it's not, some of them thought it was a good idea to be on the track. Half the time, you can't hear the new train coming down the ways until it's in front of you. Not to mention the training that we got, which it tells us not to do that. And
Right.
it tells us how far we have to stay away from the track.
And not to mention who you might be encountering on the other side.
That's the other thing. I do not allow them to go back there by themselves. They have to go at
Right.
least 2 because of the numbers that are back there.
Okay, thank you for that information. I can't help but thinking, and this is the great irony of El Portal right now. We are growing, but we're not growing fast enough to meet some of the fiduciary obligations and requirements that are being asked of departments like yours. And when I hear when I hear a comment like, "We're waiting for more development to pay for what we need," that gives me a little bit of agita, as my mom would say. I wonder if we could find ways, if not to reduce our police force in terms of our numbers of full-time or part-time, if we could reduce the number of vehicles we have. Is that a possibility at all? Because I'm assuming that we are paying insurance and maintenance on those vehicles.
Correct.
It may be a drop in the bucket compared to the overall budget, but again, I'm troubled, and this is not specific to the police department. I'm troubled by this tendency to just kind of let things grow financially. Do you think that there's a way that you, for example, could buy a used ATV to get on the FEC? Could we get by with the number of vehicles to match the number of police officers that we have? In other words, can we nip and tuck? How realistic is that? And I know this is a triple question, so I appreciate your patience.
Again, remember, some of those officers are getting paid zero. So the cost is the vehicle and the maintenance, but now you have a body that comes in and provides service, and they're not being paid. In addition to that,
The 9 of them,
I could put 2 guys in a car, but they're gonna take care of one problem.
right?
So if you have an issue and you have an issue, then one of you have to wait, because I'm not gonna drop them off over there and have them respond
Right.
over here. It just doesn't work. And I understand your point, and we strive constantly, because I came from the city of Miami, massive budget.
Sure.
Here, there's no delegation, and this is the budget. I understand it's considered the biggest part of the budget for the village, but we do it responsibly. We're not exotic about anything. We have dependable, good equipment. It helps attract and retain the officers that will work for $50,000 a year, which is very difficult to do and very difficult to retain. We're trying to keep these guys at least 2 or 3 years.
Positive workplace environment.
You put them in a
Gotcha.
car that stinks, or a car with holes on the floor, the water comes in, you don't give them a take-home car, why would they come here? I tell them all, this is a paradise. You know, you go out there, it's different in the city. I love the fact that you feel that you're safe enough to eliminate officers, because that's the way you should feel. But I'm telling you, it's because we're doing the job that we are supposed to be doing. Because we got the city on one side, got the county on the other, and there's a lot of activity on those sides. We feel it every now and then. My guys get on it, we set up the box, we take care of it. We follow up on the crimes that occur, and it's great that you feel like that. That is, aside from numbers, anything else, that's the most important thing that we're working towards. That everybody can go out there, everybody can smile, and if you don't like the police, you don't like them, but you appreciate them. And my guys have to respect you, and they have to work the way we work for the residents. And that's not an easy thing to achieve, because you got guys that have their own minds, you got old schoolers, you got the new kids. I'm trying to combine both. And again, look at the budget that we set up with our own revenue, and that came from us to show everybody the interest that we have in not only having the equipment that we need, but not taking it from the village. So it's a conscious effort. It's not just give me this, give me that. Rifles, active shooter, our guys are certified. We're not Ricky Dink, we're certified. We're one of the first agencies that went to a red dot. Now they're all going to red dots because it's a massive liability. We don't take it lightly. We don't abuse these cars. We take care of these cars because they know that the revenue they bring in are the ones that are gonna follow up, and we're gonna be able to get other vehicles. But we have to keep the value of
Right.
that vehicle. I don't let them tear up the cars. Yes, they're take-home cars. It attracts kids, the younger officers, it attracts them. The older officers appreciate them. They know what they have, and they take very good care of them. And you'll see that now as we go and we option, like I told you, we're trading in 4 vehicles. That takes care of the down payment, so that's not 50 grand that I have to do the lump sum for the down payment. So that leaves, that 50 grand there for me to do the monthly payments on 9 vehicles as opposed to 4. And that carries through the year, again. And remember, it keeps recurring, it keeps coming in, so we keep that fund going. And that fund will also help with the rifles, and that fund will also help with the tasers.
And that's a growing fund.
It's a recurring fund because the officers, the reserve officers as well have to do the same thing. They're getting paid 0, but if they work a special event, they work an off-duty, they're paying that $5 an hour as well.
Right.
So that fund generates about between $7,000 and $10,000 a month, depending on the amount of work that the officers do.
Is there a version of your budget requests that you could see would maintain your safety, your integrity, the efficacy of all the equipment and the vehicles that you have, that would be a smaller dent in our budget, as resident Steer mentioned. I think Councilperson Urban alluded to it also. If not for perpetuity, but for the next couple years. In other words, can you nip and tuck? Is there a way, realistically, and I know I'm putting you in a tough position by asking that, but as I said before, we seem to be in the habit of overspending on things, and to quote Mr. Taubenfeld, we don't have a crystal ball all the time, and I know that's part of part of the contingencies that you have to plan for. There's the X factor that's out there, but based on whatever it is that you have requested, is there a more reasonable, equally safe version for your employees and for the community of El Portal?
Before he answers that, I'd like to make a comment.
Sure.
Speaking on how the chief handles his budget and his personnel. In looking at the year-to-date, just to give a synopsis, right? Year-to-date numbers, police department.
Thanks.
Right, current year, he's doing fantastic this year comparative to previous years, right? We feel that he's gonna come in under budget. One of those reasons is specifically personnel, right? Similar to what we're doing here. We did it the same thing last year. We're budgeting positions. That doesn't mean, he knows we've had the conversations, right? That's not the green light to start them on day one, expect them to start on day one, but 30 days out. Day one means, right, October 1. The plan is not to start them, the plan is not to start them on October 1, right? Don't know what the official start date is. But my point that I'm trying to make is that he's very judicious with his budget, and he feels the temperature of the room, the streets, and he knows when to make the right decision and when to bring these officers in. And he proved that to me this year by doing exactly what I just said, right? He budgeted the position. I need the officers for the full year. He managed his department, okay? He brought him in later than he should. And on the flip side, to answer, again, staff may be high in some people's eyes, but there's a cost, right? There's a cost on the other side. An extra officer reduces overtime, right?
Sure.
Let's look at our overtime, right? Again, man's managing his personnel. He's doing what he's supposed to be doing. We budgeted $42,000 in overtime. He's at $13,000, right? That's all personnel.
Strategic personnel.
Strategic personnel,
employment.
and having the right number of personnel. So as much as we look at the numbers scare everybody, scares all involved. We're very judicious in how we look at the numbers and how we spend our funds. I'm not sure I say our funds, your funds.
Thank you, Mr. Toppenfeld.
I don't know if you want to add to that, but
Yes.
good.
I appreciate that explanation. If you wanted to add any context, please do. I believe every word you guys are saying about this, but I do feel like we need to keep on maintaining this sort of scalpel to the things that we're always spending on. And as I alluded to, even if it's for the next couple years, because we're now at the point where the police budget is equal to our entire budget 2 years ago, right? And it's growing and it's growing. So in planning for that rainy day, when things don't line up well, it's great to have excellent administrators doing excellent administration and personnel work and negotiations, right? And I know that's part of it. But things do happen. And El Portal has been paying for some mistakes and some missed opportunities with regards to emergency management in the past that we're still getting out from under. So when we start having big departments add to significant parts of the budget, that's an easy place to look at to see where we might trim the fat.
Fully understand. I just want to make one point.
Sure.
In the increase, I want to try to drill this point. When talking about the significant, if you will call it significant, increase in the police department budget. A majority of that increase is salary and benefits related. Not to do with the body count of the individuals.
The number of staff.
Not to do with the number of staff.
Correct.
What I'm trying to state is majority of it, if not all of it, has to do with trying to get to a respectable number where we could have a great relationship with the police officers. When I first started here, the salary was $36,000.
Sure.
Right? We're at 50,000. We're finishing up this year at 50. That's $14,000 an officer. Right? Let's do the quick math. 10 officers, 140,000 plus tax, plus 30% on FRS, plus insurance. Right? We're talking about easily a $250,000 number just on salary, maintaining the same. This is quick off the cuff, right? But just maintaining status quo. So again, just want to try to make sure that everybody understands that. Insurance also. Insurance went up $50,000 last year, right?
Is that because we increased the number of vehicles?
No, it's strict the cost of doing business, for lack of better words, right?
That's just COI.
You got it, right? A $50,000 increase from 23 to 24. Did we anticipate? We expected an increase, yeah. Did we expect a $50,000 increase? No. Again, we want to go back to 2010 and see what the number was. I guarantee you, we were paying significantly less in 2010 for insurance than we're paying right now. Good news is, 26, insurance only went up only a few $1,000s, right? To me, that's a win, unfortunately, right? But again, we're managing it, we're on it, and every single day. My message to the mayor, the commission, the manager was, and this is how I treat it, right? We're a nonprofit, we're a municipality, right? Let's call it nonprofit. I know we're not supposed to treat it like a business. I'm a former business owner. I treat it like a business, right? I'd like to run this as a business, as an operation. Just because the number's there doesn't mean we have to spend it. And that's the message that I've been drilling since I've been here since day one to everybody here in the committee, everybody here.
Right, I think you'll find no disagreement from any of the residents in El Portal, especially the ones who have showed up to this meeting in particular and a bunch of the more recent meetings, is that there is this concern that just because we've got a matching fund, we've got to go use it for a thing that maybe we could use, maybe not. Just because we've got a scalpel doesn't mean we perform surgery.
Understand.
So that's that. Obviously, I'm using metaphor.
No, you're using metaphor.
Appreciate it.
You're using metaphor. Let's get specific to the CITT, and I know that's what you're referring to. And I guess if we're jumping, if we want to answer it, I'll just answer it. You have to understand those funds have specific use, right? So we could sit here and say, let's not do the roundabout, but those funds have to be used specifically for transit and transportation.
But not necessarily a roundabout, although that's in the past, correct?
I'm not going to get into the specifics. What I'm trying to say, it's earmarked for transit and transportation.
Right.
It was determined years ago that we were going to use these, that we were going to go ahead with these projects, and the only source of funds were going to be the CITT. Right? If it's not CITT, then it's coming out of general fund, right? And if it's not CITT, then what's the other project? We tried other projects, right? When I first arrived, we had a project. I'm not sure if anybody utilized it. I know very few people utilized it. It was the freebie transportation. Again, we utilized it because we were forced to, right? Unfortunately, these funds are restricted and they have to get spent.
Right.
If we don't spend them, we get penalized and we get in trouble.
And the insufficient usage proved the decision that you would then eventually make.
Exactly, which allowed us, which created this surplus, reserve, so to speak, right?
Mhm.
And now we're at the point where we're able to start a project, right? We've earmarked the funds, we have the project ready to go, shovel in the ground and ready to go.
I do have a little bit of a comment, Mr. Alvarez, if you'll let me. I want to echo the sentiment that the police chief is doing a remarkable job. It is difficult to retain staff at the salary levels that you guys have, far less retain staff that is high energy, good quality. If you engage with any of our police officers in El Portal, I'm sure that you will get the same feeling. also share your sentiment, Mr. Alvarez, that it's a good idea to take a close look at things and then, tighten things up. Public safety is not one of those things that I want to necessarily trim away too aggressively at, because I think on the other side of that is something very scary. What you said is the pivotal point. We feel so safe because you guys are doing a good job. And I understand that the chief knows how to do the job. I don't know how to police. So he knows how to utilize his staff. The CFO is telling us that. Also, the proof is in the pudding. Like, it feels good to be here. And you venture a little further out of El Portal, it feels very different. So I see your budget. I see the work that you're putting into it. I do think that public safety is one of the things that we touch last. So why don't we move on, if everybody's comfortable, to another part of the budget so that we can look at some other areas. See there's one question. Mr. Alvarez, do you mind allowing?
Not at all, but just in conclusion, I just want to say thank you for allowing me to ask the questions, and I agree with the Vice Mayor and Councilperson Erbum. It does add to the value of life as well as our property values. I do think, however, that there is a wisdom in keeping our magnifying glasses on all these things. So I appreciate Mr. Taubenfeld's explanation, and I'm going to encourage you guys to continue doing that. I think that the community is going to continue to be engaged. I appreciate your time. Thank you for that summary.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Alexandra Baza, 120 Northwest 86th Street. I do want to thank you because, yes, we walked late at night with our dog, and we do feel safe, and that is an experience that you don't get to have in Miami-Dade in many places. So I do appreciate that. I do have a question. So if, let's say, you buy less cars, but you use those funds to increase the salary of the officers, and maybe, you don't feel so pressured to give them, more cars or, giving or incentives, but just elevate their salary. It's just a question, I don't know.
We need the cars, though. They're the tool that we need, and to keep the cars, to keep a good fleet of cars makes a massive difference with regard to helping with retention and being able to do our jobs correctly every day.
Right, but if you have a surplus of vehicles,
It's not out of surplus. If we might have one or two as backup cars, just because other cars, even for service, they can go down. We need to be able to have other cars to go to, and that fund that we generate is an agreement that I came to with the officers, and it's specifically for that, so that we can generate funds, obtain cars every now and then, without drawing it from the residents. So these monies are not coming from you. These are coming from the funds generated by our officers working off-duty jobs, and some also come from a small portion of the citations that are issued. But that was the whole point to it. That way, when we got here, you wouldn't see it coming from your pockets. We're not influencing you in any negative way. We're getting the tools that we need, but we came up with a method to keep it funded, and it's a constant fund, so it keeps building, and as the cars go along, next year we'll turn in the Tahoes. That revenue will pay for the down payment of new cars, and we would just continue with the monthly payments from this account. This is a voluntary account that the officers pay into, and that's how we generate that revenue.
so that is interesting, but at the same time, following what George is saying, I think it's important to try to keep it slim to the most
understand that.
point, because there are expenses that you cannot control, like increases in insurance, for instance, that, is out of, and then you have those obligations that you have to meet anyway.
You're correct, and I'm very clear on that. I'm very aware of that, and the manager has that magnifying glass on me all the time. We sit down, we have meetings, and she goes, that's not gonna happen, and that's not gonna happen, and that's not gonna happen. And then we fall into the place that we need to go. Yes, we need to build a little bit. The growing pains will get better, because once we have the staffing that we have, and we have all our cars that we need, the tools that we need, the rifles. If we're lucky enough to get the ATV, then next year, what do we have to get? Nothing, some bullets. Uniforms, yeah, it's part of the doing business. But you have professional people out there that feel good about coming here, respect you, and they do a good job, and we're retaining them. And then the younger guys, as they want to move on, they'll say, hey, chief, you know, I might put in for the city, I might put in for the Coral Gables. Okay, let me know how it goes. And now I'm already looking for somebody else to replace them, but it's a smoother transition. It's not that radical transition where we had before that was like everything was chaos, people were not happy. Sometimes we have one person out there patrolling, that was terrible. Terrible, not safe for the officers, and not safe for the residents.
All right.
2.
All right, hold on, guys. Thanks, Chief.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate that. It's almost midnight. Public Works, everybody remember here, next on Tuesday, the 9th, when we come for the first budget hearing, if we have a larger crowd, and I keep everybody to 3 minutes, please let them know the mayor is is not being a dictator. He let us go well past midnight when we had the budget workshop, and didn't even turn the clock on once, and let people talk as long as they wanted to. But trust me, I'll still get complaints. The mayor's a tyrant. All right, here we go. Public Works. Questions, comments, Public Works. No?
How many staff do we have?
Councilperson Winters has a question, you guys?
We have 1.5.
Is someone
members for Public
pregnant?
Works. I'm sorry? No.
One full-time, one part-time.
Alexandra Baza, 120 Northwest 86th Street. I just have a question about the trees that are being planted currently now. I see, these items, these line items that are from tree trimming. So I understand that those trees are, for a grant, or I don't know how they were acquired, and I didn't know we needed more trees, but now we have adding extra expense for something else. So going back to how we should try to use the resources that are given for things that people may need a little bit more, like, yes, parks and whatnot. Like a lot of people, we do have dogs, or we have. So there are other ways that we may need, other than just trees, I'm just saying. And then I want to ask a little bit, I don't know if that's kind of the same, but the revenue from building department and those that are related, but I don't know how this one makes super tired. I just want to ask about the trees and how is that being paid for, and if there's any other way to use those resources better.
So to answer your question, the source of funds for the tree planting is coming from the funding from the Cavista, the monies that the remaining funds from the Cavista agreement, developer agreement.
So planting more trees was the only way to spend the money, is the question?
The agreement has specific, I'll let the manager speak.
Thank you. I thank you, Mr. Taubenfeld. Yes, we have a grant from Neat Streets. It's a county grant for a project that started several years ago before I even came on board as manager. It's called Green Walk to School, and we would plant trees annually. It's a matching grant, and we would plant trees annually. So we've done this every year up until about 3 years ago. We got bottlenecked into a situation with the contractor through the county, and we couldn't plant the trees. So now we're finally at the point where they say, okay, you got 60 days, plant the trees. So this is from a 2023 grant. So we don't want to send these funds away and lose them. We wanted to utilize them. We're a Tree City USA. We have an urban canopy. Many people have requested trees, and we've been putting them on hold, waiting for this tree grant to come through and waiting for everything to work out. So we want to utilize these funds that were given to us 2 years ago. We haven't applied for them again since, but it's an opportunity for those who live on the west side to have the canopy that reflects what's over here on the east side. And we also use these funds to replace some of the trees that were dead or had been removed from that grant fund as well. So these funds is from a grant for the Neat Street Green Walk to School that's being utilized now. That's what we're planting, and we're replacing any dead or, trees that had to be removed because of injury or illness or, that die.
So is the money coming from that grant or is coming from the Cavista?
No, it's coming from both. That grant is a matching grant. The part that we are putting forward is from the Cavista, which is a green, it can only be used for, green space, park, those kinds of things. So that's where we're using, our matching fund is coming from that.
Okay, so.
And again, these are restricted, remember, restricted for certain use, which is tree planting, so we can't utilize that too.
Parks?
Unless, we're redoing this park that's gonna be open. We just redid the nature trail. It's brand new and nice, so, that, again, restricted funds for the Cavista, but in terms of the Neat Street tree planting grant, that's different. It has to be used for the right-of-way plantings.
Okay.
Just Daniel Rojas, 60 Northeast 86th Street. Just want a little clarity on what tree trimming is. This $100,000? Is it like the whole village is going to get trimmed, anything in the public spaces or anything like that, or?
This is not just tree trim. That's also our landscaping. We do landscaping in all of our parks and at the Village Hall twice a month. So that's the fee with that, and the addition is the tree trimming, which we do an annual hurricane trimming. That's about $38,000 to $40,000 a year.
Okay, it's an increase of about $75,000, $65,000, right?
Yeah, there's also a shift in policy. The actual trimming for the hurricane preparedness was being paid out of the transportation fund. So we shifted, and the transportation fund had always been running in a deficit. So to self-correct it, we consolidated it with the maintenance. Same company comes in and does it, so it's been shifted over to the Public Works.
Thank you. And then pest control, is that mosquito control? Is that iguanas? Is that?
No, that's the Village Hall. We have termites, we got roaches, we got ants, so it's just our maintenance monthly. They come in and spray.
That makes sense. So no iguanas, please iguanas?
That's not a part of it, unfortunately.
All right, thank you so much again.
Thank you very
I
much.
would be a little concerned right now. Madam Manager, we've been in here with the termites flying around, and we're paying for pest control. I don't think they're doing their job.
Okay, we'll check. I'm sorry. You
So,
noticed
I'm not
termites,
sure if
yeah,
this
me
is this enough to actually cover it, because I don't know if this building needs to be tented, or if because $1,000 isn't gonna cover tenting this building, and we've seen termites a dozen times probably here. So, what is our pest control actually cover with that amount we're paying per month?
It's spraying. We have been recommended to have tenting. I don't think we've gotten any quotes just yet, but when we get to that, I'll come before council if it's outside of my spending authority.
Well, many annual companies who do pest control, if their control doesn't control, they usually give the tenting included. Do we have no contingencies with the company we're using?
No, I'll check the contract and get back.
Thank you.
Ms. Alvarez.
Hi, George Alvarez, 165 Northwest 88th Street. Piggybacking on what Mr. Rojas was asking about, contractual services, lawn maintenance, tree trimming, with a significant increase, 182.5% increase. What is the scope of or what was the scope versus what is now the scope of all that work?
Sure. To reiterate, so FY '25, the $35,400 represents the maintenance, I'm sorry, the monthly, that $35,000 represents the annual maintenance of throughout the village for the company to come to do the respective work.
Okay.
In addition to that, they provide a service where every year, like the manager mentioned, they come out and do a tree trimming for hurricane preparedness. They go throughout the village. That runs anywhere from $35,000 to $40,000 a year as well. So that makes up the most of it. And then there's some other expenses that come up along the way throughout the year where repairs, trees need to be taken down, trees fall down, stuff like that.
So that remainder, 100,000 minus 35.4, that remainder is not a yearly expense, but will be for '26?
No, it is an annual expense. What I mentioned to the gentleman before is that the annual service for the hurricane preparedness was coming out of the transportation fund. If you go to page 13, we're jumping ahead, but if you go to page 13, you'll see there's a line item there that says tree trimming, right? So that a majority of that, it's actually tree trimming, and it should be hurricane preparedness as well. But that $57,000 represents a $38,000 charge for tree trimming for the hurricane preparedness throughout the village, and $19,000 for sandbags that were purchased for the storm last year.
All right, 1 second, you guys, 1 second. Do I have a motion to continue after 12
Before
o'clock?
you do that,
need a
we've gone
motion.
through 8 pages in 6 hours. We have 8 more pages.
We need
I
a-
mean, if we keep going at this rate, it's be another 6 hours, at 6 in the morning.
We need a motion to continue after 12 midnight per our statute.
What's the alternative if we don't move? Can we schedule this the second half on another day, Saturday? This
I'm not
I have to
available on
get my.
Saturday.
Huh?
I'm not available on Saturdays.
Can we do it via Zoom? What are the options? I have to be up in 5 hours to get my kiddies ready for preschool. Would prefer to not do that.
Early afternoon of Tuesday.
Super tired.
It's a work, yeah, it's not the hearing, it's the workshop.
Okay, so we'll tackle the remainder at the budget hearing.
We can do that.
Yeah, I just have no confidence that we're actually going to be able to.
We do.
Yeah, I hear you, We can, you mean before the hearing? So you're talking about sometime this week, tomorrow's Wednesday.
We can't notice.
I'm already I already have to notice the first, it's for notice, it's not enough time. I'd say you let them speak on whatever the topic is for 1 page and get it over with, because if not, we're gonna
Yeah.
end up being the same time. So, because the people who have been waiting here, that's what I'm saying. She says she only has one concern.
I mean, this
Can we extend it to a time certain, like 12:15? Can we do that?
That's
So
15
that we have like at least a backstop within which that we kind of
I mean, that's 15
are
more minutes.
pacing ourselves, huh?
15, that's 13 more minutes. You think we could do it?
Yeah, let's see. Can we do it, guys? Can we do it in 13 minutes?
George always does more than 2 minutes. But
I thought that was the 3-hour.
But let me just say this. Let me
We
just say
know
this.
that's what you
think
thought.
I think it's easier to go page by page, because if you start jumping around, then it's gonna get really crazy. You're gonna hear a lot of fumbling up here, and they're gonna go to this page. Oh no, turn back to this page. Oh no, turn to this page. Once the page is done, like these pages are done, we're not going back to them. I don't care who wants to go back. We're not going backwards. So I think page by page is the way to do it. If we could just kind of summarize things a little bit more, I think we can really get out of here.
I agree that we need to do what you're saying and go through page by page. Maybe we start earlier on Tuesday next week so we can give ourselves more time. We're advertising for Tuesday anyways, right?
But the
We're
time,
having
the time is certain.
We're having the hearing Tuesday.
We
can
can
start.
workshop during a hearing.
She's saying that the notice has already gone.
No. For Tuesday, we could get the notice out for a workshop, and then for the hearing, we can do that.
Mayor, but
that might be-
the only thing I see with this is that you would have to give whoever comes in to go through all the pages again, because that would be the opportunity. It doesn't set up just pertaining to these, it would have to be open again.
To the people
To
that
the
aren't here
public.
tonight. To the people
Those
that
are
aren't here
rules,
tonight.
I'm so sorry.
Guys,
Yeah.
we're trusting you. 15 more minutes. Can we do it?
Let's do, it's
Can we do
12:04,
it,
it's
guys?
12:04, let's do the 12:20.
12:20. Let's do it.
12:20, so
I think we can do
That's
it.
basically 15 minutes, so it's 12:04 now.
Got to turn the timer on then if we're gonna do this.
Yeah, we gotta-
There's no way it's gonna happen.
Okay.
do it.
Turn it to 30 seconds.
All right, so here we go. So we're gonna do I have a motion to move until 12:20?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
I don't have a second? Let me just say this.
Before you guys answer, I didn't want to get personal, but I was away for the weekend. I traveled 7,500 miles to come back for this meeting. All right, today, I arrived at 6:30 this morning, and I've been up. I'm happy to be here. I really like to get this finished. I haven't seen my family in 6 days,
All right,
so
a second.
let's just get this thing done, please.
All in
So we
favor.
have a motion, have a second? Thank you, Madam Vice
All
Mayor.
in favor,
fa-
say aye.
all in favor, say aye.
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 All right, so let's keep, all right, so Mr. Alvarez, if we can go.
When will the hurricane trimming take place, number one? And number two, can you explain how transpo funds can be used for
Yeah,
that?
yes. Okay, the tree trimming is done annually in the month of June, so it's already taken place. And the transportation funds were utilized because it is allowed to be utilized for maintenance of the right-of-way. Okay?
Alexandra Baza, 120 Northwest 36th Street. I just wanted to ask, why were the contingencies line, why was that removed? Is that for emergencies?
The line item this year was specific to a project that we knew going into fiscal '25 that there was funds needed to be allocated for a specific use. This year, we don't foresee anything on the horizon. Again, I remind everybody that we're currently sitting with a surplus of $383,000. It's just, again, how do you want to skin the cat? You want to leave the $383,000 as a potential reserve, or do you want to take $50,000 and put it into contingency? To me, it's 6 of one, half a dozen of another. It's the same thing. We're just taking from one place to put it to the other. We don't foresee anything on the horizon that is not forecasted in the current budget, so therefore, we left it zero for this coming year.
So, like budget for emergencies now that the hurricane season is coming, like where would that be?
That would have to come from the reserve,
And
or whatever cash and funding we have
But
at the moment.
is that shown anywhere or no?
So the village reserves, as mentioned earlier, right now, are going into this current fiscal year, are at a deficit. The village, however, does have cash, supporting cash, to operate. At the same time, another catastrophe, don't know what the answer is, to be honest with you, right? If you have another $1 million hit, I don't think there is an answer.
Okay, that was the question.
Just so that, the manager reminded me, last hurricane was a $2 million expense to the village. We were only able to recoup $1.2 million, right? So, again, we're not in a position to take $1 million hit, another $2 million hit. That's not available at this time.
Anybody else for Public Works? All right, so let's move on. The next department is Code Enforcement. Questions, comments, Code?
Yeah, really quickly, the professional fees, special master, we had 5,000 budget last year, we used 1,800, and there's 5,000 again. I've been part of these meetings, I see a lot of our residents, when they go to these special master hearings, having to pay court fees. Are they not paying for those special master fees that we're talking about, the professional fees?
Yes, they pay an administration fee.
So it's coming out of our pocket though, but they're paying themselves, so I'm a little confused. It's not really from us.
This is a fee for a service that we have somebody come in and handle the proceedings.
Mhm.
What you see here is his fee to run, her fee to run the proceedings.
Yeah, I've seen it, I've been at the hearings,
Okay.
but I'm saying she charges There's like $169, am I correct? Is that the fee? No?
They're paying their administrative fees. They're not paying for the special master. We're paying the special master from from this. But what they're paying for is the things that got them to the special master hearing.
Okay.
So they're paying a fee and whatever the mitigation is that they're requesting or, not.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, Denise White, 173 Northwest 88th Street. I'm like a kid who want to go home, y'all. I'm not gonna lie. Anyway, code enforcers. We have one or two. We have one code enforcer. Or two?
We have one code enforcement officer and one code enforcement administrator.
What's the difference?
Administrator is handling, most of the stuff that the individual's handling is in-house paperwork, but I'll let the manager be more specific.
Yeah, and just more specifically, the code enforcement officer is a certified code enforcement officer with trainings and what have you. The code administrator we would love to have a certified one come, but presently she's not certified, but looking into trainings. But there are a lot of legal filings that have to be done within time specific, and so the code enforcement officer is doing code enforcement, the code administrator is doing the paperwork that's required, and the filings, and working on the agendas every month, and doing all of the internal requirements, because they're date specific to certain citations and notices and those kinds of things that they have to keep up with.
And we're going to give them a raise of $20,000?
It's
Now,
not,
and I know.
it's not a raise.
It's
It's
not a
taking them from a part-time position to a full-time position.
So they're going from a part-time position to a full-time
Correct.
position?
So we're just doubling her salary. She's going from 20 hours to 40 hours a week. That's all.
Oh, so she couldn't have accomplished all her work at the part-time position rate? No?
Unfortunately not. Again, I think the message that I've been trying to get across to everybody for the last 6 hours is that we're very judicious and watch how we spend our money, how we're spending your money, I should say. If the increase wasn't needed, you wouldn't be seeing it.
Yeah, I know, but like Mr. Alvarez said, like George said, it's important for us to keep a microscope, because if we don't, some things might just slip by us, and we're trying not to let it slip by us. That's why we're a pain in the neck right now.
Not a pain in the neck, fully understand, and that's why we're here. I'm here to, I'm here, like I said, I'm here 6:30 this morning. I flew 7,500 miles. I'm here to answer all your questions.
I know. Thank you very much, and thank you for waiting. And I'm not going to do much longer. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I just want to also answer about you don't want anything to slip through the cracks. When we have nobody, all of the departments are one-person departments. That's very difficult. Sometimes things slip through the cracks when you're doing your own administrative work, as well as the other service. So code, because it's so detailed with the timelines and
Time-sensitive.
you have to have that. So. Many times, many days, weeks go by sometimes where the code officer wasn't able to go out in the field because he's too busy doing administrative and filings. So we had to have that. So understanding that, that doesn't look good in terms of, this person can't get it all done in 20 hours. No, because it is specific work that is required to be done for the department to function. We want the services to be the right services for the village, and we're doing it at we brought someone in part-time and trained them to do this, thinking, okay, this is a good way to at least alleviate some of the pressure off of the officer. But because that, too, wasn't enough, we brought her on full-time.
Okay. No, that's fine. But on paper, it just looks funny, so I had to ask, right? And then they pay their postage separate from your postage? Because no other department pays postage separate.
That is correct. The postage is allocated between code and administrative and finance.
Okay. And then besides that, I just want to tell the police chief, thank you very much. Your Officer Shannon, was very helpful in one or two instances, as well as opening the what's the name of that path? The nature path? Yeah. No. He's the one that get there first. I'm in love with that. Thank you very much. And I love y'all, but I got to go.
All right, you got anybody else for code? Oh, no
George Alvarez, 165 Northwest 88th. Is there a projected increase in revenue from code enforcement citations that corresponds with the extra work that obviously is already happening because we're already year to date above her projected salary? Thanks.
Thank you.
Let the manager speak better to that. But I would say, yes, it's needed. It's more, she's handling more of the day-to-day stuff. There's a lot of more administrative work that needs to be done. Again, the officer is more focused on, I guess, doing the code enforcement, whereas she's handling all the administrative work.
Right. The question is there a projected increase in El Patel revenue from citations?
We spoke earlier and decided that we were going to reduce the revenue. So again, there's a we don't know what
crystal
the revenue,
ball.
Correct. We never know what the revenue is going to be, right? Because special magistrate can come into play. And
it deters
Thank you.
violations. Yeah.
Thank you. Anybody else code? We're good. Building department revenue?
Alexandra Baza, 120 Northwest 86th Street. Quick question. I heard before, I don't know if I heard incorrectly, the cost for planning and zoning, is some of that is absorbed for the people, the developers and whatnot, Corradino and plus Suburbia, plus Urbian. So I want to understand if the revenue and the expenses match exactly. 233,000 adopted and 350,000, both numbers match exactly the expenses versus the revenue. So every penny is coming out of the.
So the building department or the building fund should be a non-profitable, for lack of better words, a non-profitable operation. So in theory, all the money that you're bringing in is money that you're spending out. It's not again, these are fees that homeowners and residents are paying, right? Permit fees that they're paying. So this is not, we're not in the business to make money, right? So these fees again are being passed through and being paid to the company that oversees it. And then there are some additional expenses that the village does incur as it relates to the building department. A lot of the fees, if not all the fees, are recorded via the credit card, right? So all the credit card, majority of the credit card fees get allocated to the building department. So again, we look at the expenses and we allocate them accordingly. And pretty much it's expected to be a wash, right? You see, year to date, you're almost there. But again, if there's a surplus, you get something that gets carried over. If there's a shortfall, again, it's just it balances out. Just like every other department, they have their own reserves.
So planning and zoning expenses.
General fund related have nothing to do with the building.
All right. Okay.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? Department building revenue. Moving on to transportation fund revenue. Questions, comments? Moving on, CITT. We have exactly 3 minutes till 12:20 if we have to do an extension. We're good.
George Alvarez, 165 Northwest 88th Street. Mr. Taubenfeld or Madam Alou, so how in the CITT, transfer in from reserves, 90 and 250K each, and then CITT fund expenses, transfer to reserves, also in the expenses chart. Is that like a clawback? Is that when because we had not been in compliance in the past, and then they?
No, it's just the surplus, that projected surplus. Remember, CITT, two different funds, transit and transportation. Transit is if you look at the codes, 105, transportation is 106.
Right.
Right, so what we're anticipating is, now that we have the funds and we're carrying the reserves, right, what I'm trying to show you here is the ins and outs, all the money coming in, and what you see on the expense line is the projected surplus for the transit portion of the CITT.
Which On the first chart, which would have been 5 or 6, the transit part?
So transit would be the 26,720 plus
Okay.
the 90,000 in reserve, right? Starting with the 105 and the 2 line items. So we're projecting 116,000 in revenue. We're estimating $75,000 in expense, leaving the $41,000 balance. Again, to show a balanced budget, the expectation here is that there's going to be a $41,000 surplus in the transit when everything's all said and done this year, and it's going to go to the reserve to be used for next year.
General.
No, next year, CITT transit only. These are funds that specifically need to be used, can only be used as CITT.
Right, that's been a big question. So that 41,720 is going to basically be expected to add to whatever our next year CITT
Transit
disbursement will
only.
be.
Transit only.
For transit only, thank you, sir.
Correct.
Alexandra Baza, 120 Northwest 86th Street. I am so sorry, I'm gonna go back because I didn't hear it. But I want to ask about the potholes. Why was that reduced from 42,000 to 33,000 when our streets are just getting worse and worse?
One second, Ms. Baza. Motion to extend for another 10 minutes to 12:30. Do we have a motion? We're at 12:20. I need a motion, a 10-minute extension motion for 12:30. I think we should go ahead and knock it out, you guys. Yeah, we have, like 3-4 more pages.
I'd like to make a motion to do the last 4 pages an hour before next Tuesday's meeting.
This is what I think is the issue. You have to, you can't, if new people come, you can't deny them there. So then we might end up redoing the whole thing over again. If people aren't here tonight, it's too bad you missed the budget hearing. This budget workshop. If people come and there's a budget workshop, we can't deny them from asking questions about the council page or asking questions because they weren't here. That's the only thing I'm worried about, you guys.
Mayor, anybody who has a question remaining can still ask it Tuesday night.
But we'll be in a hearing, though.
Or they can email those questions. The thing about it is I think everybody in here has been abundantly kind with their time. We're all people. We all have families we want to get to, kids we want to put to sleep. Some of us are exhausted. We've been working, momming, wifing, all of the things. And I think some of the questions definitely could only be answered by the CFO, but also some of the legwork could have been done prior to being here as well. I think that we have kind of walked this path together, and I'm willing to walk a little bit more, but I also feel like the members of the audience, maybe if we could just, if we have 5 questions left, maybe pose one of them and email the other 4. I'll make sure that those questions get answered. But I do think that we are extending and extending. I don't want Mr. Taubenfeld to have to come back. I don't want to undo what we've done here tonight, but I do want there to be some, at least accounting for the fact that on this end, we want to go home too. We want to answer your questions, and we've prepared these documents, and a lot of these things we've spent a lot of time figuring out and knowing, and we want you to get the information, but also if there's anything that we can do to make this the last extension, that's also something that would be really kind to us as neighbors as well, and for all of us to kind of take a deep breath and go home and do it again on September 9th. So I'm willing to make the motion to extend it to 12/32.
All right, it is 12:23 now. You want to go 12:33?
12:33.
Okay. So motion to extend to 12:33. We have a motion by the Vice Mayor. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilperson Winters. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Continue, please.
I already asked.
Okay. To answer your question, again, so the transportation fund only generates a certain amount of revenue, right? So in order to stay in balance, there's the amount that we allocated is $33,000 for pothole and street repairs. Also note that the current line item also is pothole street repairs. It also includes speed bumps, the speed bumps that were installed. So it's a combination of the two. But again, the $33,000 number is to represent a balanced budget for the transportation fund.
Thank you very much. Anybody else CITT? Seeing none. Stormwater fund revenue. Stormwater.
Alexandra Baza, 120 Northwest 36th Street. I just wanted to ask about the current stage of the El Jardín project, just because, yeah, our street gets really flooded. Thank you.
The current stage is that we're still awaiting an outfall easement from one of the residents, so we haven't been able to complete phase 1 of El Jardín. And also, to even get started on phase 2, we need to get funding. So we did ask for that funding at the state level. This year we got denied. So
Yeah.
we'll continue to ask again for more funding.
And there's, Durham's been reaching out to myself, Manager Lou, the head scientist there. There's this thing called the RAP, R-A-P, that they've been working on, and they said they may have funding for us to continue working El Jardín. And I'm organizing a Zoom meeting for all of us coming up soon, so we have that. Yeah, funding. Anything else, stormwater? Parks and Rec revenue page. And debt service.
We're still on Parks and Recreation.
You have something for Parks and Rec?
For the fund expenses, you said revenue earlier.
Yeah, fund revenue, yeah.
But for expenses.
Oh, and, I mean, I said the fund revenue page, just because it's at the top. but
Okay.
It's on the same page.
So, I'm a little concerned, the repair and maintenance of the fountain in Sherwood Forest was $1,000. It said year-to-date, they spent $700. It has not been running since I've seen it every time I walk by it every day. And I want to know why we're spending another $1,000 if this actually did receive some kind of payment for repairs.
Yeah, the fountain has been repaired several times this year. If it's not running again, then we'll have to send the tech out there again.
So, do we need to replace the fountain, or are we going to spend $1,000 every year till it never really runs completely? I mean, would it be more thoughtful to go and fix something different or change it or something?
That is the will of the council to replace it with a different functionality. Also note that it's an archaeological zone, so we don't really like to do too much to that park, but we can certainly look into a less invasive replacement if necessary.
Okay, then if possible, just by next week, if someone can send an email out saying what was done to the fountain so I can look it over. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilperson Winters. Anybody else, Parks and Rec page? Debt service page.
Greg Steer, 120 Northwest 86th Street. Just a quick question. I'm not sure I understand. So the 38,000 is coming in, but then it's going out. Are we paying 38,000 in interest on a loan? Is that it?
No. Hold on 1 second. So the $37,000 transfer in, that's the general fund supporting the payments for the debt service. And the expense is broken out below, principal and interest. So you can see that of the 37,000, 31,243 represents principal, with the balance of 5857 as interest.
So, yes, so we're paying 38,000 in
Principal.
Principal and interest.
No, 38,000 in principal, 5,000 in interest.
Okay, yes, 37,100 in principal and interest on a loan.
Combined.
So how much is that loan?
The current balance is roughly, I want to say 95 or 92.
98, was it?
It reduces $2,700 a month, so I think it's either 90, somewhere between 92 and 95,000. There's approximately 3 years left on the loan.
So wait a minute, you're paying 37,000 a year on a $95,000 loan?
The loan initially was 1.2 million when it was initially started.
So these are fixed payments?
This is the second amendment to the original loan, and the answer to your question is, no, it's a fixed principal payment. So the monthly payment will adjust, but the principal payment is a fixed amount. It's roughly $2,600 and change. That's how you get to the 31,000. So principal balance is roughly $95,000. So yes, it'll take us 3 years approximately to pay it off. And the interest will reduce monthly based on that because of the monthly.
Right, but if it's only 95,000, why not just pay it off? I mean, you're earning interest. On the revenue page, it says you're earning $25,000 a year on some account where you're, some bank account. I mean, do we not have $95,000 in the bank that we can just pay off this loan?
That's a question for the commission to answer.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Steer. Yeah, I mean, we do, there's the money there, it's just, do we want to put it into paying off the loan? And we can decide that as a council, so. Ms. Baz?
I will say that the carrying, again, just not to expand on it, but 3 years, the cost to carry that loan out will be roughly about $8,000 in interest. So just, I guess, keep that in mind. If we keep it status quo, the cost would be $8,000 to the municipality, as opposed to paying it off.
And
I'm sorry, I also would have to check to see if there's a prepayment clause in the agreement, so that might come into play as well.
And just to close on that, that will also give you the opportunity to choose whatever bank you want.
Yeah,
Understand.
absolutely. Anyone else for the debt service? Hearing, seeing none. We don't need any good and welfare, I suppose. Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Moved by Vice Mayor Martin. Do I have a second? Second by Councilperson Winters. All in favor say aye.
Aye. Good work, everybody. Thank you so much for your
All
time.
opposed say nay. Hearing none. The budget workshop for the fiscal year 2025-2026 is adjourned at 12:31 a.m. September 3rd.